bottom. Here comes Gisette. They make contact. They touch once, twice, 3 times.
Oh, trouble! Oh, no, Rocky into the wall. Big crash front straightaway. Huge crash coming into the triangle. No, Rocky up and into the air.
They're beating and banging. Burn the bottom, Cosman up top.
Kaufman, I think. No! Breyer by 1/1000th of a second. Joseph, no! At the line, Thunhorse pulls the win out at the stripe.
Oh, he saves it. What's going to happen here?
Here comes the canvas. Get your foot there. He got it. He's got it. He's got it.
This is going to win.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway, where tonight we have a very special event planned for you. It's the running of the Speedway Children's Charities World 600, utilizing iRacing's NASCAR 1987 stock cars, and boy, are we excited for this one. It'll be Blake McCandless on the call with you, along with Jacob Hitz, and we'll have some more guests be joining us throughout the night. And Jacob, I know when we ran the Rockingham 508 a couple of months ago, a lot of drivers have had this date, this race circled on the calendar as soon as it was announced, and they are ready to get back after it in a long endurance style event.
Well, and it seems like this has come around a lot quicker than the Rockingham 508 did. That was announced, and then it felt like it took a while for us to get to that weekend. It was announced, and boom, just like that, here we are ready to go. A smaller entry list, if you will, through qualifying, but it's going to be another full field. We've got a lot of familiar faces from the 508 here running the World 600 tonight. They're going to be in for the long haul, but it's going to be a lot of fun tonight.
Definitely going to be a lot of fun indeed. Looking out at the number of drivers who have been running some practice, many of whom who qualified through in single car qualifying on Tuesday night. We've had drivers that have run upwards of about 100 laps already in this practice session. And oh, by the way, guess what? We have 400 more to go. So testing their endurance and whatnot for sure. Even in this practice session, we'll have a long way to go. There's a lot of attrition, a lot that you have to take into consideration. But I think we're about ready to get these guys on the grid here in just a moment. Was waiting on one driver that had a little bit of a technical issue. I believe they're loading in now. So I think we're ready to wrap up your practice and not waste any more time. Let's get after it.
Yep, registered at
Give
least.
him hell.
So. That was the theme on Tuesday night.
Oh, man. All right, so the last couple of moments in practice here, going to tick off the clock. And before we list the full starting order, Jacob, I'll go ahead and turn to you. Let's go ahead and throw our picks out there. Who do you think's going to win tonight?
Well, I could say that I'm the only guy that picked him, but David Shieldhouse beat me to it because he put it out on Twitter. I'm going with the, as I called him, the Michael Jordan of iRacing. It's a different Michael. Give me Michael Cozy Jr. Second in the Rockingham 508. Second in the Hard to Drive 300. He won the Firecracker 400 a year ago. I'll take the 99.
All right, so going with Michael Cozy Jr., be like Mike. I'm sure there's some, reference in there that I could probably make. But Michael Cozy Jr., the pick for our very own Jacob Hitz. I'm going to go with somebody who I think is on a little bit of a redemption tour when it comes to these events. A couple months ago, he dominated the Rockingham 508, only to have it slip away from his grasp in the last couple of moments. I'm going with Matt Busa. I think he's out on a mission tonight. He's starting P2 on the front row. I would not be shocked if he would go to victory lane here and kind of prove the doubters wrong and go back and finish the deal when it comes to these events. And I know he loves this 1987 car. Should be really fast to do it. But while they're listed on the grid, let's go ahead and take you through the starting lineup for tonight. Again, this order was set by 4-lap average qualifying that took place on Tuesday night. We've carried forward that grid to tonight, and and this is how the starting order looks for the Speedway Children's Charities World 600 tonight. Starting P1, it was Dylan Alt who laid down some incredible lap times the other night. The driver out of Sacramento, California, will start P1. Matt Busa, NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series star from Darien, Illinois, will start in second. Third will go to James Holzer from Greensburg, Pennsylvania. Fourth will be Daniel Buttafuoco, the Round 2 Road to Pro qualifying iRacing Series driver out of East Brunswick, New Jersey. Fifth will go to Brandon Hayes-Quintel, a Firecracker 400 winner from 2020. Aiden Kirker will start in sixth. Seventh will go to Logan Helton. Eighth is Michael Cozy Jr. Brandon Hawk and the Canadian will start in ninth, and Kevin McAdams will start from 10th out of Deltona, Florida.
Starting in the 11th spot is Brian Blackford. He'll have Kazman Yoneshu on the outside. Then in row number 7, you got the the Rockingham 508 winner in Ryan Doucette. David L. Brown will start on the outside. Ryan Andrew in the 15th spot with Tyler Gary to his outside. Chase Pierce and Philip McCandless make up row 9. And Michael P. Frisch not starting from pit road. He'll start 19th. Maxwell Castro will be on his outside, rounding out the top 20.
You'll have a row of Smiths here. When you look back to row number 11th, it'll be Aaron Smith out of Hollywood, South Carolina on the inside, and Cody Smith out of Ohio to his outside in row number 11. Row 12 will be Alex Kolinix on the inside in the 23rd position, or... the grid's kind of disagreeing with me here as we're waiting on Blake. Yeah, Blake Sasser has inserted himself into the grid in that 23rd spot. So Alex Kolinix in 24th. 25th will be Landon Huffman. 26th, Hayden Swank. Colton J. Harvey, he'll start in 27th tonight. Gilles Chatelain, he'll roll off from 28th. 29th to Colton Zimmer. And Justin Mons will start in 30th.
Jeff Shell, he was the first one to go out for qualifying. He will start in 31st. Craig Jansak in 32nd. Toll Owen will start 33rd with Jake Poulin on the outside. Then you'll have Thomas Lloyd and Joseph Selby in the 35th and 36th position. Justin Malillo will start 37th. Joe Hewson will start on the outside in 38th. And then our provisionals, Garrett Smithley, Seth DeMerchant, George Belfans Jr., Alex Crum is all the way in the back for the World 600, benefiting Speedway Children's Charities, and that's your field. And the field is rolling away.
And not only that, we had a long list of drivers that failed to qualify for this race. Michael Klein, Kyle Benson, Brad Wright, Josh Kosick, David Cabrera, Anthony Alfredo, Brandon Zimmerman, Tom Moreno, and Joseph Lester. Just a couple of the names that did not make a time in qualifying to make it into this event. We also had a number of them that did kind of go through the ringer back on Tuesday night, but unfortunately were left outside of the top 40. Weichelman, Biggerstaff, RJ Williams wasn't able to advance. Goins, Wishon, Metler, Warren, Hawkins, Sanford, Tidwell, Murphy, Nicholson, Angel, Schneck, and Branscombe. Wanted to get all the names in there of about just short of 30 drivers that tried to qualify for this event, but were not able to make it here in this event. Blake Sasser, it looks like he's going to start from pit road, so that is going to be an interesting note to take care of, as the lights are on the pace car at the moment. And I don't know, Jacob, ready to go. I'm interested to see how this race is going to play out.
We've got 12 sets of tires on pit road for these guys, so they'll have plenty of tires to their advantage to use tonight. But I think it'll be really interesting to see how those guys use those tires. If we get a lot of cautions when they decide to come down to pit road versus when they decide to stay out and take advantage of track position. But we'll have to wait and see. Now, keep in mind, with the Rockingham 508, you had all of that time where you were racing around other cars. It wasn't a large field, but you were still racing around other guys. Throughout practice, throughout qualifying on Tuesday, it's been a lot of single-car runs. This is the first time for a lot of these guys that they're going to be racing with other cars around this racetrack. It just so happens that it's the full field that you'll be racing around. So we may see a little sloppiness early on with people just trying to get settled.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Jacob. The unique format of this event was that we had no heats. We had no preparation when you're racing against other cars. The only way you could qualify for this event was to participate in 4-lap average qualifying, which was a throwback to a couple of years throughout the 1970s, which was how you qualified for the World 600. It largely mimicked the Indianapolis 500 that runs on the same day. So a little bit of a throwback there. Well, just in a couple of moments, pace car going to dive to the safety of pit road. Field will be in the hands of Dylan Alt. The number 40 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver will work his way to the restart zone, and we are green flag racing for 400 laps, 600 miles here at Charlotte.
Whoa, a big stack up. We got cars in the grass back there. Kevin McAdams, they're going, they're wrecking. Huge crash. Justin Mons, Jake Poland, the 0-2 into the inside wall of Greg Jancic. That's,
and I think it was a missed shift. It was a missed shift in the middle of the field. They stacked it up after that. And honestly, it involved a lot of cars, but I don't think the damage is going to be too significant. But my goodness here.
Yeah.
Rockingham started so well. I think we made it to about lap 110 before we saw our first caution flag. And here we don't even get to turn 1.
So it starts with Kevin McAdams. Kevin does not get going off that initial start, and it just stacks up the entire outside line. Tyler Gary gets run into from behind from Philip McCandless. They all hold on. It's way behind them in the back of the field as this checkup keeps going through where they're just not stopping. And it's Guile Chat Lane that gets into a car, gets him sideways, and then it's Jancic that gets into Justin Mons and turns him around, and that's what sets off the chaos in the back half of the field. Is that contact there. But I think because they were up at such slow speeds there, that's going to prevent too much damage as we go on board with the 0-2.
See it on board Craig Jancic one more time, and yeah, just, I mean, you can't see.
And Chat Lane almost had that missed. And I think it was Jeff Shell got turned up and into him there. After getting hit from behind, he saved it. He got back on the gas. He's going to drive through it and then gets collected right at the very end.
Now, the one thing that is to note about these cars, Jacob, is that they are well known on the iRacing service for being able to sustain quite a bit of damage. That you can beat these cars up a little bit, and it is not going to have near the aerodynamic effect than what we've seen on these modern cars. So a couple of cars involved in that, but honestly, from what I'm looking at, Jacob, I don't think anybody's going to be too worse for the wear if they were involved in that. Just a little bit of light damage, a couple of taps with the outside wall or the inside wall, but not much of a factor, I don't believe.
And remember, no fast repairs for these guys, so if you get any damage, you're going to be racing with what you get. But I think everybody will be okay. We had a couple come down on the pit road. Most of it was just quick stops in the box. You've got a couple, though, that are still there pulling. Gilchat Lane, Garrett Smithley still in there. Aaron Smith, he is still on pit road. But I think we're trying to figure out if he's going to get back out on the racetrack or not, because he's been in the box for a little while. I think he's gotten out of the car. We'll see if he gets it back rolling.
See if he can as we still work under the caution flag. It looks like Blake Sasser, who missed the grid because of a computer issue. We will not be issuing waiver rounds in this event, but he was a little bit late to the grid. You can see that 23 car had a little bit of a Windows update issue. It seems to always happen at the worst times, but he will join the field on the lead lap. He started the race on pit road, but he will be waved around the pace car and allowed to join the field. Much like what we had in 1987, Jacob, no double file restarts after this unless you're a lap car on the inside line. So for this restart in particular, I believe the entire field pretty much going to be lining up on the outside row. So pretty much a single file restart from here on out, or at least for this most recent restart.
Just like the good old days where you got everybody lined up against the outside and those lap cars. Most of the time they're damaged cars down on the inside. So now it's going to make those stack ups a lot worse, I think, just because you're all single file pretty much against the outside wall. And then once they If they start to have issues shifting up through the gears, then you're going to have a big checkup. You're going to have to swerve out of the way, and things can get very chaotic. We saw it in the 508. We saw it in the heats for the 508, where they would just get bunched up and start slamming into each other. And we couldn't get off the lot very well here to start this thing, so hopefully things get better, but they're not used to single-file restarts. We don't do them often enough. Especially in the newer cars and everything, you're always doubled up. So it's something that these guys are going to have to get used to as this race goes on.
Well, and you have to think, if you're starting back in the 30th or 35th position, for example, if you're somebody like Seth the Merchant who rolled off from 40th, you're back in 32nd. This single-file restart hurts you even more. You start further behind than you would have if you were double-file. So probably going to hurt a lot of these guys who are in the back half of the field who maybe felt like they missed a little bit in qualifying. Going to hurt those drivers as they try to trek their way forward through the field. We saw how important that was in the Rockingham 508 because there's so much strategy that can come into play, as we just saw Justin Malillo there in the Traction GG machine on pit road. Glad to have him as a part of this event. And you know what? We found a little bit of a guest that I think is going to join us for a couple of moments, or perhaps, well, your stay can be as long as you want. Ryan Vargas has hopped in the booth. Ryan, thanks for joining us.
Hello, thank you for having me. I apologize for not getting to your DM sooner.
You're all good. That's typically my response when I try to slide into the DMs. But glad to have you out here, Ryan. And I don't know, you've run a couple of races here at Charlotte. What do you think these drivers will be tackling here in a race that's this long?
Well, obviously, we're only 5 laps in. There was a big wreck just now. A lot of these guys, they're going to be just trying to save their car for the end of this race. 400 laps, 600 miles. It's going to be a game of attrition, and it's keeping those tires underneath you.
Certainly so. Tire wear going to be very important. I know a number of drivers really talking about the length and the tire life of these cars as Dylan Alt gets us going. Green flag in the air, and we are back underway here, and let's hope that we can get to turn 1. Alt went very early on the restart. You could see it pay dividends as he gets about a 7 or 8 car length lead into turn 1.
Yeah, everybody really just spread out. Now here we go. Brandon Hayes-Cattell going to try and go around the outside of Daniel Botafuco. That's for the 4th spot. Everybody's single file for the most part. Other than that, it's further on in the back of the field where you got your first side-by-side battle. Fresh on the bottom, Chase Pierce on the outside.
Now, the one thing that's also something that we carried over from the Rockingham 508 is before the race started, we completely cleaned the racetrack. So it is an entirely green racetrack, as they would say in the racing business. No rubber whatsoever laid down on the track. So, Ryan, I know you're kind of the expert driver up here in the booth. You show up and run a race, and actually y'all showed up and ran a green race this past weekend at Atlanta. So how's kind of that challenge a little bit different when no rubber's been laid down?
Absolutely. I mean, when you go in real life, obviously, I don't know how much iRacing has this in, but the big thing there when it's a green racetrack is it takes rubber much quicker, and obviously it has less grip, has a lot of grip for a little while, and then it quickly goes away. So it's going to be very important to make sure you manage those tires, keep them underneath you, and make sure you just are smooth with everything. Smooth on the wheels, smooth on the brake pedals, smooth on that throttle input. You see a lot of these guys, they're just kind of shuffling down into a single file line, just riding in line, just biding their time to make sure that they keep those tires under them when they make their green flag stop.
It's great insight there, Ryan. And as Jacob, I think, mentioned in our back channel chat, Aaron Smith, unfortunately, having some internet issues, has left, and he is out. So the
trouble front straightaway, 1 car around off the bumper of Justin Mons. It's Alex Crum through the grass. We stay green. It's a single car spin. They got bottled up. Toll Owen bounced it off the fence coming off turn 4, and just too many cars in too little racetrack. Mons gets into the left rear of Crum and spins him down through the grass. He's back rolling, though, and we stay green, single car spin.
That's one of the nice things here at Charlotte. It seems like that turf down there almost acts as asphalt here in iRacing. It's a little bit easier to save the car. Completely out of the way, though. Didn't create any unsafe racing conditions, and even going back and looking at that, I think... I think that was a case that maybe Crum's just not quite clear and perhaps thought he was off the nose of Justin Mons there.
Yeah, that just happens all the time here at Charlotte. Even in real life, that exit of turn 4, the wall comes up so fast. It even happened in the Xfinity race. A lot of cars got bunched up off of 4. I had to do little X Games moves to get to the infield and miss it. So it makes sense. That is very much what happens in real life. So I think that'll be a factor as this race continues to go on too.
Up front, at least looking at some big movers in this race so far, Landon Huffman started in 25th, has already found his way up into the 17th spot. So an early drive for Huffman, who had a very long Rockingham 508, fell a couple of laps down, did a marvelous job racing the leaders very hard, got a couple of those laps back, wasn't quite able to get back to the lead lap by the end of this race. But I think he has something to prove here in this race. Definitely wanted to see things shake out a lot better in the Rockingham 508 than what it did, and he's going to go on by Michael P. Frisch. Gee, if there's not a shot at two drivers that have just wrecked me non-stop here the last 2 days, that's the camera shot for it.
Oh my! Well, you know, these things happen. I guess it's tough when when your boss moves you out of the way, right?
I mean, I thought they were my friends, you know.
There's no friends on the racetrack, Blake. Come on.
Good point.
There are no friends.
So Huffman goes by to 16th. Frisch will fall back to 17th, and it's a long line of really competitive cars. But it's a green racetrack, as we were talking about earlier. We will see a little bit of a shorter run this time than what we will see throughout the run, and the number I heard was honestly around lap 40 that these tires will last. They have 12 sets on pit road, so they start with one set on the car, so you have 13 overall. But lap 40 was kind of the number I've heard as long as these tires can last, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of strategy that plays out with.
And a big thing there is they're going to be begging for a 14th set, because this car, it wears those tires off so fast. And obviously we're running in the heat of the day. A lot of these cars are slipping and sliding. You see even further back, they're trying to kind of sort things out. You see a little bit of too wide action further back, but I mean, really everybody's just trying to save those tires. You mentioned Michael P. Frisch. He's one of those guys who's really good at saving those tires, especially in these 87 cars.
And it's so much different, right? This car drives so much different than any other car on the service. It's no power steering, and obviously it's a big brick that doesn't want to stop or turn or do anything well. So it's so unique, it's so different. I think that's what attracts a lot of drivers to an event like this. Is Matt Busa starting to reel in your race leader, Dylan Alt. That lead that Alt had, that was about 7 or 8 car lengths. Jacob, it's about down to 1 or 2.
Yeah, he was a 10th faster that last time by. We'll check lap times here at the start-finish line. A little more even between those two, just 3 1,000ths separating themselves on the speed chart. It's something that I think we can carry over from the 508 into this, though. Talking about tires, we saw a lot of guys have tire issues during the race, blowing tires, hitting the wall. I think that's something that we could run into, especially since there seems to be a little bit of a shorter shelf life with these tires. You may see guys pretty early, if they're pushing and pushing and pushing, maybe by lap 30 even though we had that caution at the beginning, that they're in trouble and they're headed to pit road.
It doesn't take a whole lot, does it?
Oh, it does not.
No, I mean, especially when you mention, these tires, they fall off a shelf after lap 40. I wouldn't be surprised if you see guys coming down around the lap 30, 32, or even 35 range, just to capitalize on some fresh rubber, make up some ground, and really just pick them off one by one.
I also want to note, of course, one thing that we love doing with these events is that it is to support a good cause. We have raised funds for Speedway Children's Charities with the entry fee, and half of the proceeds and everything fundraised for this race will be directly donated to the charity. Of course, want to invite you, if you're watching here tonight, to donate yourself. I know we're on YouTube and we're on Twitch as well. We can get some links out there in the chat, both for Speedway Children's Charities. If you want to donate, of course, we invite you to do so. But a change up front for the race lead. Jacob, Matt Busa goes by Dylan Alt.
Yeah, a beautiful job by Trouble. We got one on the wall without a right front tire. Alex Kolonix is up against the outside wall. His tire is about 300, 400 yards behind him in turn 3. He has to try and crank it dead left, and he does get it down onto pit road. I heard Kolonix come over the radio and say, come on, to somebody. It was Colton Harvey that was behind him, and Harvey got into the back of that 22 and sent him up into the wall. But for the lead, a beautiful job by Busa, setting him up down the back straightaway, got the draft, pulled out at the last second going into turn 3, and sailed right on by Dylan Alt to take the lead.
Well, that'll be 4 weeks.
Got him. But now, I mean, you mentioned, no quick repair. I mean, that takes him out. He's gone. That eliminates any chance you have, and that's the importance of keeping your car in one piece. I mean, this is a 600-mile event. You have to be there on that white flag lap on that 400.
Now, one thing that you can do in an event like this is, luckily you have a lot of time. If you get that repair where a wheel falls off, you have the time to fix it and go out and kind of old school style try to, get up all those Winston Cup points, I guess, if you want to. Kolonix didn't seem like he was having any of it. He took the tow instead of driving all the way down pit road, so it will take him a little while to fix that damage if he wants to come back out onto the racetrack. But that's what it takes in a race like this. You have to put everything together, and for sim racers that I think we're so accustomed to, a long race to us is 100 laps or something like that, or maybe 200 miles. It's not often that we kind of have the mental challenge of sitting and having everything work together for so long. And by the way, Alex Kolonix has left the server. Second DNF already here on lap 22.
And I think something else we're used to so much is we're used to having that fast repair in the back pocket, where if something does happen, you get a fresh car and you're able to set up and try it again. Battle for third, Daniel Buttafuoco and Brandon Cattell side by side. These guys are battling for fourth at the start of this race, and now they've slid by Aiden Kirker and are going to duke it out for the third spot.
I wonder how much.
Yeah, go ahead, Ryan.
I wonder how much of this battle is really just Cattell just saying, all right, buddy, you take it. You go ahead and hold your line on the bottom. I'll just kind of run my lane and not burn anything up. I mean, like we mentioned, tires.
Well, also, when is that, one of the things that kind of is the reason that we start the track green is it kind of allows the grooves to build up a little bit. The dynamic track that is still in iRace. It takes a little bit longer here on this model to kind of get everything going. But when you have a race with this many drivers, we're all running the same groove. There is changes in the track that occur, and perhaps Cattell may be testing out a little bit early in 1 and 2. If we're going to see anybody kind of moving around the racetrack at all, I think it'll be up there in 1 and 2. There was a really good battle going on for about 25th that I kept my eye on. It was Colton Harvey and Colton Zimmer. They were kind of duking it out, almost some contact made around that 77 machine, which we know had the contact there with Kolonix.
Looks like they've sorted it out for now, as Jancik's right in the thick of that as well. Zimmer right down on that white and blue line, got a little loose there. You get grip on that paint, at least in the sim, until
Change
you
for the lead once again. Dylan Alt goes back by Matt Busa, almost side by side on the back straightaway. Busa's going to push Alt, so a second lead change.
And watching these guys, once Busa took the lead, Alt stayed right in line with him, pretty much right in lockstep. Their times were identical, and I think at this point, they're just pushing themselves a little bit, but also just, all right, if he's going this speed, I'm going to go this speed, just so they're trying to save the same amount. You don't want to overdrive it and run the guy over and use your stuff up, because then the other guy's going to have the advantage. So I kind of like what these two are doing. They're pulling away from everybody else, but I think they're keeping themselves in check, too, by not just sailing out in front of everybody.
Well, they've made about 2 seconds up on Daniel Buttafuoco right now, who runs in third. So there's definitely a difference that these two have found to make some speed. And we'll see if that comes back to bite them if their tires go away a little bit quicker. Here side by side further on back, Brian Blackford finished in the top 5 of the Rockingham 508 and largely did it through an abundance of patience, if I can say that. He and Landon Castle, they had one idea only. We're going to stay out as long as possible and make sure that on our tires we can go longer than everybody else, and that ended up being a strategy, Jacob, that paid dividends, and it was a reason that they had a chance to fight for the win at the end.
And that's what's so fun about these long races with so many tire options is you're able to build in that strategy where you can use up those tires and be completely out by the end of the race. Or you can have those 1 or 2 sets in your back pocket where if you get a late race caution or tires all of a sudden are great, fresh tires are great, you're going to pull onto pit road, you're going to get tires, and you're going to get back out on the racetrack and then have that advantage. That's what I love about these long races is it's not set in stone what's going to happen. That strategy can shift many times for the same guy.
Well, and I know, Ryan, we had a lot of troubles with green flag pit stops at the Rock. That we tended to have a lot of yellows when guys were miscommunicating when they were going to pit. Somebody didn't get the message. So especially here at Charlotte, which I know is probably one of the tougher places to pit under green. What's kind of that communication like? And especially here at Charlotte, what are you kind of worried about when you're having to get on pit road here and basically racing the racing groove to do so as Busa once again goes on by Dylan Alt?
Absolutely. I mean, you look at right now, everybody's hugging that white line, just on the bottom, right down there. The biggest thing, especially on the sim, is you want to key up and let everybody know behind you or around you, hey, I'm coming to pit road. These 87 cars, the brakes are very tricky to say the least, and it's easy to kind of overshoot it or overstep it, and it's easy to miss your mark. And so if you just miss it by that much, you could find yourself in a tough situation where you could miss pit road or pile into the water barrels at the end of pit road as we see a change for, I believe, the 4th spot.
Yeah, that is back there. Brandon Cattell gets passed by James Holzer. James Holzer, we have a fair amount of former eNASCAR Heat Pro League drivers that are in the field, and they're running well right now. One is Buttafuoco, who is just in front of him, running 3rd. James Holzer running in 4th. Holzer was a late addition on Tuesday. We added him in at the very last hour, and boy, has he proven to really take well to these cars. He's been running up front and just made a move by Brandon Cattell, a former eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver and winner. And Jacob, I'm looking at Brandon. He's kind of fallen off quite a bit right now.
Yeah, I wonder if he maybe used his tires up a little bit. We are in that window now. 31 green flag laps here at the start-finish line. So it wouldn't surprise me now if guys start looking at maybe coming to pit road and looking to get tires and fuel. We're also running into that point where tires really start to fall off, and that opens up the window for mistakes on the racetrack where you send it off into the corner and it either doesn't turn or it turns too much and you run into trouble that way. And we've already talked about green flag pit stops. It is one of the hardest things, I think, on planet Earth to pit here under green at Charlotte Motor Speedway. If you're not pitting from the bottom lane, you're definitely going to cause trouble. Sometimes even if you're on the bottom lane, it causes trouble, even if it's not your fault.
And one thing I'm noticing here, too, is the guys who are saving their tires, who saved the most at the beginning of this run, they're starting to really push really hard. You see a lot of swapping for positions, a little bit of two-wide action all the way through the pack. A lot of guys just trying to set themselves up so that when they come to pit road, they're ahead of 1 or 2 extra cars. That way it sets them up for once they do have those fresh Goodyears.
What a great battle going on right here, and amongst some drivers, as you guys mentioned, that saved their tires pretty well. Ryan Doucette, your Rockingham 508 winner. David L. Brown, who is no slouch when it comes to these 1987 cars. And Huffman, who has continued his march up. He is up from 25th to 12th. Biggest mover in the race so far is one of our provisional drivers in Seth DeMerchant. 40th to 16th. DeMerchant has moved his way up the field, so he's done a great job. Garrett Smithley, another one of our provisional drivers that was both the provisional in the Rockingham 508 as well. I was talking to him on Sunday in the garage at Atlanta, and he said, that was the most fun I've ever had on iRacing. So if you do this again, I want to be a part of it. And I told him, well, we have one on Thursday. So he was lucky enough to be able to make out to this one too, and he's done a good job moving forward from 39th to 25th. And, you know, I got to say, Smithley really impressed me because in the 508 you had Castle, who's very experienced here in iRacing, Dale Earnhardt Jr., who, if we're being honest, is the entire reason that this car exists in this sim right now. I didn't give Smithley much of a chance against those guys, and he was, I think, out of all of our provisional drivers, he was second out of the 4. Ran really well in that race.
Whoa, and he just got really loose there off turn 4. Give him praise that he does that. Oh, boy. Hang on to her, but that just shows how the tire wear is really affecting these guys. But you know what? We said it at the end of the 508. We can't wait for the next one. I'm feeling that's what's going to happen tonight. We're going to get to the end of this thing and turn to Blake and say, okay, where's the next one at? When are we doing it?
I tell you what, Brandon Cattell is hemorrhaging spots right now. He is on the high side. I think he ran the high side a little too early where there's just really no rubber laid down. He lost 5 spots that last lap.
And there's Michael P. Frisch. That's Michael P. Frisch right there. Remember, he was back in the 17th position a little bit earlier. Now he's starting to make a move right there for 13th on Cattell. Like I said, I mean, all these other guys up front, they're racing real hard, but Michael P., he's one of the guys I'm watching in this one.
I wouldn't be surprised if Michael P. Chastain, I mean, Frisch would have a really solid run out here tonight. He knows I'm joking. He knows I'm joking. It's all in good fun. But yeah, I mean, Frisch, another one of those drivers that there's really kind of a core group that runs. These 87s a lot. Garrett Smith.
Oh, trouble turn.
Cattell. Cattell blows around the tire and is sitting right in the middle of the track.
Oh, they're wrecking again. That's Pierce. Hard hit to the outside wall. I think he got tagged. Yes, right at the very end. Somebody else got him. That was Craig Jancic that got Cattell.
Oh, man. And Cattell, I think you could see it going into turn one that there was a shift in that car, and you can tell he immediately blew a tire. He had been way off the pace for a number of laps. He made it to lap 38, but also think about what this potentially means for Garrett Smithley. If he got out, he did not get out. I was about to say he may have timed it perfect, but instead he may be a lap down. I'm not sure if he was already lapped when the caution came out.
Well, he'll be back on the lead lap though. Essentially, you would assume, right, when all the other leaders pit.
So he'll stay out and get the wave.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's no wave around.
Oh, yeah, no wave.
Oh, there's no wave.
So Smithley, I believe, if this kind of cycles out the way I think it should, he would be when the caution came out, he was on the lead lap. So he leaves pit road after he goes another lap down. So he would be the tail end of the lead lap, I think, restarting on the front of the outside row.
That was a big hit.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, Pierce took a heck of a shot. I thought he broke one of the front suspensions on that thing, so he may be in trouble and be out of this for the rest of the night. But Alex Crum, did he blow a tire? Because he's on pit road. He has a meatball flag. Oh, Crum spun around as well. This was after the caution flag.
Oh.
He driving down through turns 1 and 2. This is in front of the leaders nonetheless. And I think he blew a rear tire. Oh, this was before the caution. He did a drift down on the apron. No, it was definitely after, because then he comes back up the racetrack. Oh, he did it twice. That's the first one. He does it the next lap under the caution flag and comes back up onto the racetrack.
It looks like he was trying to commit to pit right there, and then the yellow comes out, and he's like, all right, well, I'm just going to limp it around, and that ended up biting him.
Yep. Because he goes by Busa. And then Crum, after this next one, he just goes back and toes. He throws in the towel.
Well, I got to say, first 40 laps, we're not starving for action here.
Just overcorrection.
Man, that damage won't hurt you, but yeah.
And he towed.
He towed,
yeah.
But we've had a good balance, though, guys, I think, of racing and wrecking. It hasn't been a complete mess, but it also hasn't been the cleanest thing in the world. But hey, I don't have a problem with it, because it falls right in line with the strategy, so it really doesn't shuffle with anybody too much, with the exception of Smithley, who now has to start tail end of the lead lap. So he's probably hoping that we get an early yellow and he can stay out in front of Busa and stay on the lead lap.
Well, he's going to need it to happen quickly, and he's going to be the control car for this restart as well. So he kind of gets to dictate when to go, and he will also be eligible for the lucky dog. So if he does go a lap down, it's not all over. He can get a lucky dog and get back on the lead lap.
And by judging by just like how much the tires have fallen off, how much unpredictability there is. I mean, literally he blew a tire with 2 laps remaining in what we thought was the shelf. So with that being said, there's going to be a lot of question marks as this race goes on as to if there's going to be a caution, whether it be by contact or by tire blowing.
But you got to keep in mind that he was driving his tires pretty hard. He was already sliding through the field. He had burned his stuff up pretty well. So I think if you really push it the whole distance, you'll make it less than 40 laps. if you're easy on the tires, I think 40 laps shouldn't be much of a problem. Because remember, those first 4 laps were under caution. So Cattell really only had 36 green flag laps, if that, on his tires when he blew that right rear.
Yeah, that's not good. That means he was just pushing it really hard. I mean, you mentioned he was in that second lane, feeling that one out, racing for position, and obviously as he started hemorrhaging spots, he started driving harder and harder and harder, and eventually it was just too much.
I think that what that tells me is that the outside early on, and we saw the same thing at the Rock, that the outside early on was just unbelievable on the tires, how much more tire wear was on the top than the bottom. But as the race went on and the weather changed, which we're going to get some changing weather in this race too, the track actually, kind of contrary to the Rock, it's going to continue to heat up here. It's 115, 116 in the sim right now. Track temperature is 134 degrees, so pretty hot. We're probably not going to see it cool down here for at least another 2 or 3 hours. But as the groove kind of builds in, I think that's when the high side will somewhat come in. But early on, we saw the same thing at the Rock. You run the high side early, it is treacherous on your tires. All right, so lights are off on the pace car. We've been slowed by 2 yellow flags. I want to appreciate Battle Beaver and their support here of the Speedway Children's Charities World 600 here tonight, and their sponsorship of a $125 prize to the race winner, as Garrett Smithley, who is on the tail end of the lead lap in 39th spot, will lead us to the green flag and be the control car to restart this race. Green flag in the air. You can see Smithley didn't exactly get a jump like from what we saw earlier, so not a huge lead for him, and he's probably hoping right now they can wreck, and they are in the back of the field. Brandon Cattell in it again, and Chase Pierce also in it, and Pierce
got hit by
control.
Thomas Lloyd. He got run into by Thomas Lloyd. Now, as we were coming to green, I saw somebody say, wait, how is Seth DeMerchant P2? We completely missed any sort of strategy. He took 2 tires. He's a brave soul. He took 2 tires. So did our leader in Busa. So that's why they were at the front. Everybody else took 4. And I'm sure they're going to be wishing that maybe they didn't, because they wadded him up a good bit in the back. Just a big checkup. Told Owen got pushed behind. They checked up even more, and Pierce got the 16 and the 80 there after getting turned by Thomas Lloyd.
So just full discretion here. When these come to these 87 cars, there's kind of been a thing where sometimes taking 2 tires will make the car behave better. It'll be a lot faster. As you see Garrett Smithley there, the beneficiary will be back on the lead lap completely. Great catch there by our wonderful camera crew. But so these cars are kind of known for having a little bit of speed occasionally if you take 2 tires. I personally don't think in a race like this that's this long, where you're usually going to be running to the end of the tire life, I don't know if that same advantage holds, and it is going to make those cars, I think, wicked loose. But of course, we'll have to wait and see.
And you're gonna think about it. You know, these tires are gonna fall off immensely. With the left side tires, basically, they've been on the car since the drop of the green flag. Now, while they're not wearing as much as the right sides, ooh, they're gonna be they're gonna be screaming for help.
No doubt about it. They're I'm interested to see if this works out for them. Unfortunately for Cattell, a little more damage on his machine out of all that. Chase Pierce, obviously, who was involved in that caution, gets a piece of it as well. Smithley's going to come around, I'm sure, top off and do whatever he needs to do to get back going. But this is interesting because Rockingham, I feel like it was a very difficult track, Jacob, to really get a bearing on things or to restart, and it's really been the restarts here at Charlotte that have caused 2 of our 3 cautions.
Well, and kind of like when we're at Rockingham, this track isn't all that wide. Yeah, it's not Indianapolis, where you can barely get 2 cars side by side, but it's not California either, where you can go 6 wide on the front straightaway. With that grass being down there, that limits the amount of room that you have. And the dogleg is probably one of the most narrow parts of the racetrack, because you at least have the apron everywhere else instead of the turf. So you don't have a lot of place to go when things start to go crazy in front of you. Plus, when you're coming off turn 4, You see the green flag, your instinct is to go whether the guy in front of you goes or not. That just means that you're not going to be as quick to get on the brakes when somebody doesn't go in front of you because you're thinking, all right, full speed ahead, I got to go catch the leader in the back of the field. Not always is it a reality to do that, and it's awfully tough to when you're pounding into the guys in front of you.
You know, the one thing about this race, it's one thing that always comes up in iRacing, strength of field, you know, when you're talking about iRatings, and we have some really good iRatings in this field. This is not a bad field by any stretch of the imagination. Looking up in the top 20, I mean, you can hardly find somebody that's below a 6,000 iRating. You have Aiden Kirker right now running 7th, who has a 3,500. He's the only driver in the top 20, aside from George Belfance Jr., who has beneath a 4,000 iRating.
I got iRacing back in 2018, and I have been on the service now, just racing as much as I can. I've finally cracked in the 5K range, and I'm hopping into these races with all these different drivers. Parker White is another one that I just ran B-Fixed with, and they're in the 6, 7, 8K, and it's just unfathomable for me to think of. So the talent of some of these drivers on and off the sim is really, really impressive.
And I think we're starting to see some of that translate. I got to watch Ray Alfala test a limited late model, and I tell you what, he didn't really miss a beat. He got right after it on lap 5. He didn't waste any time. I mean, by lap 5, he was as fast as he was at the end of the day. He did not waste any time.
And I'll add to that, I mean, back in 2020, 2021, when, on the NASCAR side, when we weren't having practice or qualifying, you would see me on iRacing daily. I would use this service as a tool for me as a driver to, learn a little bit more about the track. Yeah, you won't get the feel, you won't understand, certain things. Obviously, there's so many variables when you compare the sim to the real life, but you get the sight lines, you get the overall, idea as to what you need to be for so that when they unload you and basically take the green first lap on the track, you're ready. And so I could definitely accredit iRacing to a lot of that.
I think that was the biggest thing in general that I heard from Ray, or even what I did, was just, the visual, knowing when to lift, all those things, knowing where the bumps are. I know Parker Kligerman tells me that he can run a track on iRacing and he'll basically feel something that he didn't feel in real life, and then he'll go to real life, it'll be there, and then he'll learn something in real life that he didn't go on the sim, and then he'll go on the sim and be like, oh, okay, that's there, and it's just kind of goes back and forth. So it's definitely a big help. As it looks like pace car is going to pull off here. It'll be Matt Busa this time, your actual race leader, who will be the control car and lead us back to the green flag. Seth the Merchant, Dylan Alt, Daniel Buttafuoco, and Michael Cozy Jr., your top 5.
Big launch. Wow.
Much bigger than what we had last time. Alt got a great launch on the start, but Smithley didn't really jump it at all last time. They're 3 wide further on back. I think that's McCandless.
Well,
that never gets easy to say.
Blackford got a heck of a launch on that restart, and he was just going to town on everybody going down to the 1, and had the common sense to back out of it there 3 wide. McCandless kept his foot in it and picked up the spots.
Yeah, that doesn't get easy to say ever. Ryan Doucette going to lose a couple spots here. Brandon Hawkin, he got a good restart. Oh man, Landon Huffman they about made contact. James Holzer right now stuck in the middle.
Lots of shuffling, just trying to find a place to ride. We saw it in the last run. A lot of the guys who saved their tires by the final 4 laps of that stint, they were really charging to the front. So a lot of these guys, who are in that second lane, they're trying to find a hole. They don't want to be up there at all.
There was one car that spun on that restart. We stayed green. It was Thomas Lloyd in the back of the pack. But we stay green. You can see him running around. Behind. Yeah, he's lost a lot of time. He's lost about 12 seconds here. Landon Huffman continuing his march through the field. He'll go low and try to pass Aiden Kirker right here. This would be for 7th spot, or, yep, 7th position right there. Huffman is just, he's just picking people off every single lap.
Well, and Huffman's one of those guys. He runs these 87 cars a lot. You watch his streams; he's very animated. He's all over this series. So, no surprise to see him running well tonight. I think he'll be definitely a factor in the latter stages of this event.
Chasing down David Brown is Huffman. You also see Tyler Gary, another Moon Car regular. That's the thing. I think there are so many Moon Car drivers, and they get so much experience in this 87 car because it's about all we run in Moon Car, which I'm not complaining about by any stretch of the imagination. I think these are the best cars on iRacing right now. I know that iRacing, they also have their own event going on. Apparently, they're going to drop some new content on there, so if anybody has the dibs on it, you know, out there in chat, you can let us know exactly what's going on, because as much as we're interested in this race, we're also kind of interested as well.
Yeah, because the next event we're going to do is going to be in the rain if they announce it, right?
Oh,
jeez. 87's in the rain.
Oh, that sounds like
Vegas.
that sounds.
Yeah. You heard it.
87's at the Vegas Roval. Yeah, there we go. That's it.
Hopefully by then we'll have the Pontiac 87, you know?
Oh, boy.
So we'll see right here, Daniel Buttafuoco catching up to Dylan Alt, and my goodness, we were talking about two tires, whether that worked for Busa or Seth the Merchant. Busa has just checked the hell out over Seth the Merchant. I mean, he's already pulled a second on him.
The real question is, how long is that going to last?
That last lap.
How long is that going to last, though? That's the real question. Like, if obviously we know Busa, he's a very competitive iRacer. He races in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing series. This is, you know, he knows what he's doing. So it doesn't surprise me to see him pull a strategy like this and see it work. My question is, how long will it work?
Well, and how much is he pushing compared to guys like Alt, Buttafuoco that are all clumped together from third on back? I think these guys are saving their tires, while Busa and DeMerchant are thinking, we're going to get a caution. We're not going to go green the whole time. I'm going to check out.
I love seeing the different approaches. You have Busa, you have the Merchant, who have kind of checked out. And then behind Aiden Kirker in about 9th, you see about 7 or 8 cars that are all lined up nose to tail that I think are just biding their time. They're riding around. But you can see, I mean, they're all right on top of each other, running in the same line. And I think that this is kind of the group we saw earlier, really saving their tires. But, I mean, they're literally all running the same speed.
I guarantee you they're pushing probably 60% effort right here. They're just riding in line, lifting early, nice and easy to the corner, minimal working of the wheel, just being really nice and steady on all inputs.
See them really try to wrap their left side tires right on that paint, which I know there's a lot of grip in that paint that can kind of help rotate the car a little bit, maybe ease the right front a little bit. But everybody kind of running right on it. I think it's really interesting to see, and we'll kind of continue to see it develop as the race goes on, is seeing visually the rubber laid down and where the entry point is, because everybody's kind of entering the same way, and there's kind of almost a little bit of a gap. You could see the rubber above and beneath where everybody's entering, and then kind of almost a lane in its own of where everybody's entering the track, and I think that only becomes more distinct the more laps we put down.
And something big that we're getting with these cars, at least, they're all dropping to the bottom, riding that blue and white line like crazy. Vargas, I know you can attest to this. When you come here in real life, you guys are rim riding up against that outside wall.
These things about Charlotte Motor Speedway is that it's a multi-groove racetrack, and we'll see that in this race a little bit here tonight. You know, they talked about, you know, how they changed the dynamic track, but, you know, Charlotte Motor Speedway is easily, in my opinion, one of the better, mile-and-a-half circuits we have on the schedule. You can run that inside line all the way through the corner, or you can commit, get up against that fence and hang your right rear nearly on the wall and try and make up speed there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get into latter stages of this race where you get into the 5-10 to go. People might try and experiment by running those different lanes.
I think we'll definitely see it in 1 and 2. It's so curious with these cars because they just don't have the same response. If you want to plant it right on the wall, you are you're really risking it here in this car, and it just doesn't rotate quite the same as some of the modern cars. So I definitely think in 1 and 2 we'll start to see that groove move up. I think you could see drivers running against the wall 1 and 2, 3 and 4. A little bit tougher with some of the bumps that are on that end. It's really tricky.
I was gonna say the entry into 1 and 2 is a lot smoother than 3 and 4. 1 and 2, it almost drops off and kind of lets the car set onto that right rear tire versus going into 3 and 4. It's a lot more of a gradual dip, from the flat of the straightaway to the banking of the corner. Then obviously, as you mentioned, the bumps. So I agree. 1 and 2 is definitely gonna be where it comes in first. It's just gonna be about who's the brave soul who decides to punish their tires on that lane.
I want to say hello out there to Seth Eggert. We appreciate him and doing some work on the social medias for this race, and of course kicking the tires as well for their contribution to this event as well, benefiting Speedway Children's Charities. So we appreciate all their help, and of course not just in this event, but all the work that Seth does in the eNASCAR world, making sure everything is well and covered. Guys, that lead is up over 2.5 seconds now. I mean, when we talk about is it going to work, I mean, right now it's not showing any signs of stopping. Actually, Busa going to move up to the middle of the track right now. So perhaps Busa finding a little bit of speed, already starting to test the waters, move around a little bit. Now,
Dylan Alt is closing. The last lap, faster than both DeMerchant and Busa. DeMerchant is about 0.2 off from Alt as far as on the racetrack. So this second group, if you will, they're closing in little by little, but Busa's still putting distance on DeMerchant right now, which is the key thing because they got to get by DeMerchant before they can start reeling in that 75.
And what I'll add to that is, you have your leader, Matt Busa. He's probably doing the lane that takes the least effort, right? He's running that middle lane. That probably is where his car wants to run right now. He's probably still running that 60, 70, 80% effort that we talked about, but his car doesn't want to go down to that bottom lane. So he may just be running that lane, just kind of be easy on it.
We'll have to see. I'm looking at a battle. This is for 32nd. Between Jake Poulin and Hayden Swank. Swank goes on by, makes the pass. There's some good battling going on way back here in the pack. You see Poulin right there. Firecracker 200 winner from a couple of years ago in these cars.
That field tonight.
Yeah, it's a really good field.
Well, and you mentioned Hayden Swank. He's a real-life driver, and he's all the way back in the 30s. And then you have all these drivers of different iRating, different, backgrounds in racing. It's very impressive to see just the absolute depth of this field.
Matt Busa ran the high side in 3 and 4. So Busa is testing the waters. He is running the wall in 1 and 2 right now.
And there's no rubber up there. There's no. Yeah. He is making the groove basically for everybody else. He's the first brave soul that's going to go up there and run the high side. And I think he's figuring, look, I got 2 right side tires that are fresh. I got 2 left side tires that aren't so fresh. Let's just start moving around at this point. And the gap has stayed consistent. He's not losing a ton of time running the outside line here.
I was going to say, forget what I said about taking it easy. It looks like he's just trying to find any speed that he can at this point. He's probably feeling the effects of taking only 2 tires here, so he's just trying to say, all right, we're coming up to some green flag stops here in about 5-10 laps. Let me try and maintain this gap.
Well, not only that, but Ryan, I'll kind of ask this to you. So you see somebody, or everybody sees somebody running where nobody else is, they start making up time. How long does it take before the spotters in your ear saying, hey, this guy's running up here, he's making up time, he's making it work? Is that something you think the rest of the field, because he just clicked off another 33.7, made up another 0.2 on Seth DeMerchant, so how much longer do you think the rest of the field kind of sees what Matt Busa does and think, hey, maybe I ought to try that for my own?
Well, I mean, right away, I see a couple cars further back starting to move up a little bit into the second lane, so I could say already you're hearing it. You're hearing it in your ears, but you also do know that he did do a different tire strategy than you. Maybe on 4 tires, that second lane might not work for you. Your car may not be able to rotate as good as his. So there's a lot of variables there, but I guarantee you everybody in this field right now knows that second and third lane is starting to come in.
And Jacob, I think one thing about this boost of strategy, clearly the 2 tires aren't slowing him down, but he took 2 tires under yellow. Eventually, you're going to have to replace those left sides, and the way this is looking right now, we might be in the midst of a green flag run. So does this work against somebody like a Busa or DeMerchant that took those 2 tires under caution, but when they get under green, and we know the pit stops in these 87 cars, they take much longer than the modern pit stops, that may actually come back to haunt you.
It's possible, but I mean, he's got almost a 3-second lead over DeMerchant in second place. And I think for these guys now, they might pit a couple laps sooner than the guys that took 4 under that last caution, just because they know the left sides are really, based off of what happened in the last run, the left sides are probably in rough shape. Since both stints that we've had have had a caution in them, let's just pit a couple laps earlier, make sure we don't blow out a left front or a left rear, and make it to pit road and just kind of see how things shake out from there. Obviously, the goal is to not fall a lap down like what happened to Garrett Smithley, but at the same time, I don't think you want to be the caution and risk having damage and bouncing off of the wall, other cars. So that's the risky game that these guys are going to have to play all night tonight in green flag runs. If we took 2 tires, do we dare stay out longer, or do we pit, make it safe, and make sure that all 4 tires are up when we make that hard left turn onto pit road?
Well, also, I mean, in a couple laps here, that's when Brandon Cattell would have had his issues with his right rear tires. So we're starting to get a couple laps away. If the tires are going to start falling off, this is when it's going to happen here in these next few laps.
Makes me really wonder about how Busa's right sides are holding up here. He's the highest car on the track right now. So it's going to be interesting to see by the end of this run. I'm sure he'll be completely fine, but I'm interested. If I was the virtual tire guy, I'd be interested to see what the wears were.
Well, I'm just waiting to see that lap time just plummet once and think, okay, maybe this is the beginning of the end. He did lose a little bit of speed that last lap, fell down to a 33.9, so lost a tenth to about the rest of the top 10. Is that Jake Poulin in the fence?
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought
he's
maybe
just
he
struggling with
had
the handle.
something, but yeah, he's all good.
He's swerving.
All the tires were up.
Kind of jerky down the straightaway, though. We'll see if this...
Doesn't have a meatball, though.
Yeah. I mean, he looks okay. The right front, I think he burnt the right front off it. I think that's
now
gonna be...
Now he has it.
No,
now
you can hear it. Yeah, you can hear it. He's got a flat.
Yep, it just blew.
So now everybody's going to
here.
panic.
Yeah, especially the right front. That's the one tire you don't want to go down when you're trying to turn left.
Can he make it?
Well, do you want the right front? I mean, Poulin managed the right front. When Cattell blew the right rear, it was over.
Yeah, it's true.
You can't save a right front.
Rear tire.
Yeah, right rear.
And Kirker is in trouble back here. I watched him. He got a little loose coming out of turn 2. He got shuffled out of line, and he's just getting past left, right, and center. I wonder if maybe he burned his stuff up a little bit under this green flag run, because he's kind of pulling the Cattell right now, just sliding backward.
I was going to mention Kirker. He was one of the other guys that was in that second and third lane. He was like right as Busa started doing it. He was the second guy to do it. He was running that second lane. So obviously, him being on 4 tires rather than 2, his car didn't want to work as good. So he's paying the price.
Jake Poulin coming down on pit lane. He will not be eligible for the lucky dog because Chase Pierce just went a lap down. Thomas Lloyd may be in danger of going a lap down here in a couple of moments as well. Yeah, Aiden Kirker, I think, is kind of running into what Cattell ran in. That those tires are really struggling, and Kirker looks very, very loose right now.
He's probably going to pull the trigger soon. I mean, it's been 35 laps since these guys have been on pit road, so they're in the window anyway. So he's got to get himself to the bottom, get his hand out the window, and say, I'm a-coming, you better be ready.
Such a long line of cars on the bottom there right behind him. You have McAdams and you have 2 wide right behind him, Craig Janzak and Cody Smith. I'm surprised at how much. I didn't think we would see anybody run the wall until about halfway through this thing. I can't believe that about 60 laps in, we're already seeing people regularly running pretty much everywhere on the track.
And as you mentioned too, it has speed. You know, it has that speed in 1 and 2. You know, we saw the confidence in Busa being able to run the wall in 1 and 2, which we kind of were iffy if they'd be able to do. Oh, and it gets tight with Huffman there. Oh, my goodness. It just keeps out of the fence.
Man.
But, I mean, you can see it, though. I mean, you're able to run there. You know, that tells everybody in this field that 1 and 2 is usable up there. 3 and 4 still need some work.
And Busa, that last time, the anchor may have dropped. You ran a 34.1. Now drops to a 34.0, while the rest of the field kind of in the 33.9s, 33.8 range. So perhaps there's starting to be a little bit of weakness in that 75. But again, we're getting close to where the tire life is anyway. Now I think you have to look forward to... Are you going to take 4? Are you going to take 2 again? And I just don't know if you want to take 2 tires again under green. I mean, I don't know if the left sides will last that long.
2 tires might work for the guys that took 4. 2 tires for the guys that took 2. That's a death trap.
Yeah. If you're one of...
Man, really loose on the bottom. Kevin went to the middle, which it's a good thing he did because he would have probably turned Kirker. Now he's stuck 3 wide.
Turf.
Jancic, 2 tires down on the grass.
Oh, the Kirker lost the tires.
Caution's out. He does not have a meatball.
He did a really good job.
Tire up still, maybe, but that thing just snapped on him going into 1. I think his slide through turn 4 probably just heated that rear tire up too much that he wasn't going to be able to do anything going into turn 1 to hang on to the car.
Did a really good job holding up against the wall, though, and not collecting any other cars. Tough situation, but we called it. We called it. He was the second car that went up there, and unfortunately, it burnt his tires off.
So Kirker down to the apron, kind of gets bailed out there with the yellow flag that he's going to be able to, I guess, limp it around and try to maintain his position on the lead lap here. I heard a lot of drivers talking before this race about the potential this was going to be something that when you blew a rear tire, it was going to be really hard to control. We saw Kirker do it right there. We saw Cattell do it as well.
It's a matter of controlling. I think it's a matter of damage control.
So pit road is a very busy place.
Lots of guys filing off, getting those fresh tires, the much needed fresh tires.
I'm wondering, do you get, well, everybody saw how well 2 tires worked for Busa there, so do you take 4 or do you take 2? I mean,
We'll find out.
I think if you're Busa, you probably have to take 4 this time. We'll see how many drop the jack after... Oh, there's going to be a lot of them. A lot of 4 tire calls. You see Frisch taking
Michael
2.
P.
Kevin McAdams going to take 2. So, yeah, Busa definitely going to lose definitely about 4 or 5 spots, it looks like, out of drivers taking 2. So not too many. So it looks like Busa will come out of pit road in about 5th. Michael P. Frisch will be your leader off pit road, followed by McAdams, David L. Brown, Seth the Merchant, and Matt Busa. And as we work around, caution flag number 4? I believe, or 3. Yeah, caution flag number 4 of the night. We will take a quick break. We will be right back on the other side of it with more of the Speedway Children's Charities World 600. All right, welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a break right there as we continue on rolling here from the Charlotte Motor Speedway. Jacob, want to say a big thank you to Ryan Vargas for joining us here. He's going to have to head out here. Potential driver of this race, but Ryan, we absolutely loved having you in the booth. Great insight, and if we're ever doing one of these events, you know where to find us. Don't hesitate.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you guys for having me in the booth. Thank you guys for putting this event on. Those watching in chat, continue donating. Speedway Children's Charities, amazing event. A lot of action so far tonight, and all for a great cause. But I gotta head out. It is bedtime. I gotta wake up early for the flight to New Hampshire. But enjoy the race tonight, guys, and thanks again.
All right, thank you, Ryan, and good luck tomorrow in practice and qualifying at New Hampshire.
Go get him.
Absolutely.
So we'll let Ryan Vargas go do his professional duties for tomorrow as pace car will pull off. Jake Poulin in the same situation that Garrett Smithley was in earlier, and he's going to take advantage of it. He goes as soon as the pace car pulls off, green flag in the air.
Oh, man, we got one in the grass. Cosman, he got hit from behind by Blake Sasser, but they're able to straighten it out. Cosman lost a couple of spots, but that's it.
Golly, these restarts here, Jacob, they've been so tough for these guys. I'm just shocked that it's taken Charlotte to kind of bring this out, because I feel like Rockingham would have been a much tougher track for that to happen, and yet it's been Charlotte that's really kind of been the Achilles heel so far for these guys on these restarts.
Well, it only takes one guy in a single-file restart to make a mistake, and then everybody else suffers the consequences, because then everybody has to lift. You can't pass before the start-finish line or you'll get black flagged, so you have to stay in line, you have to lift, you have to move out of the way, and if somebody's not paying attention, that's when issues start to happen.
So Alex Crum 4 laps down. He was the one car that was on the inside. Poulin has been passed. I don't believe that Poulin pit under that caution, so he was trying to do a true wave around. He's going to be on old tires here, and he's going to get swallowed up fast. So he needs a caution here.
He was hoping for an early one and did not get it. And we are offline on Twitch. Trouble. All right. Cool. We're still live, but doing all over the back bumper of David Brown.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a technical issue right there, but we will keep things rolling here. You only missed, about 5 seconds there, I think, or so. So nothing too much. You saw Poulin there way up the racetrack, a little bit off the pace. Kevin McAdams is in second, but Seth DeMerchant, my goodness, McAdams got a little bit loose. DeMerchant with a huge run off of turn 2 going for second.
Yeah, that's a big gaggle right here. DeMerchant, that last to front challenge, I mean, he is working it. And that, now he's on 4 fresh tires. So it's paying off for him, taking 2 under that last pit stop a little while ago, under that last stint. And Philip McCandless might disconnect. He's out in California, and he's having an earthquake, it sounds like. So, sounds like there may be trouble in the 109 camp.
Yeah, Philip just came over the radio and said, I am having a massive earthquake where I'm at. I got to admit, never heard that in a sim race before. First time for everything. I think at this point, Philip's okay, because I think if the situation was bad enough, you'd run from the sim rig, and if somebody gets wrecked, then, too bad. But he's still driving, so I hope there was an earthquake to a certain degree, and maybe he's just not that tired and fatigued already, because we're only on about lap 90.
I'm on the case trying to find the most recent activity. And there goes McCandless. He's just okay. Now he's back.
Okay, well, all right, yeah. I was about to say maybe we could look up Twitter, and obviously if you're out, in Ridgecrest, California or so, we hope you're safe, even if you're watching this. All right, and now that, hopefully everything is settled, both in this race and in the earth. Brandon Hawken right now holding on to 9th position. There's a good little battle going on here. And I tell you what, Matt Busa has started to run down your race leader, Michael P. Frisch. So he just has something figured out, Jacob. I think it's just clear he has some bit of speed that almost nobody else here possesses.
Yeah, I don't know how in the world, but he is just flying. It just seems like even when the tires age, he's still the fastest guy on the racetrack. And I think that just shows how good he is at being fast while also saving his tires.
He's been able to do it so well. He carried so much speed through the center of the corner. And I don't think it's too much longer. He's going to retake the race lead about a car length back now. Matt Busa, he has gone back to the bottom of the racetrack again. So it's not a...
Yeah, it sounds like a 4.3 magnitude earthquake. 13 kilometers northeast of Ridgecrest, California.
Now, so I live in North Carolina, and I don't really experience earthquakes. But that's a pretty high number. From my little earthquake knowledge and experience, that's a pretty high magnitude earthquake, isn't it?
4.3, that's not too bad. This was more than 10 years ago, there was an earthquake that was, I believe, in Virginia, but it was close to the surface. It was like 5 kilometers underground or something like that. It was close to the surface, so it was felt up in Canada, like all up and down the East Coast. I know I felt it here in Pennsylvania. It damaged the Washington Monument. That's how bad it shook, and that was
battle for the race lead. Busa goes on the high side, and he is going to pass Frisch easily. So Matt Busa retakes the race lead once again.
It's 2 versus 4 right there. That's all that is.
But I thought 2 was better, or is it?
I don't know. Here's our resident earthquake expert, Josh Mendoza, a California native. What's up?
Well, I can tell you right now, I've actually had an earthquake while I've been officiating before, and I can tell you right now, a 4.3 might seem small on numbers, but it was basically directly underneath me when it happened. Mine was like a 3.2, and everything shook like crazy, so I got to hand it to Phil. The power stayed on, the internet stayed connected, and he stayed connected to the wheel and is actually in 12th, so that's pretty impressive.
I tell you what, they are battling their tails off back here for 30th. Brian Blackford's back here, Joe Houston, Chatelaine. They're all in a line behind Ryan Doucette. I wonder how Doucette lost that many positions.
He was in the box for 30 seconds. I wonder if maybe he got the wall or something and had some damage to fix. But he is pretty far back there.
And figured you could fix it a little bit earlier. Here you see Justin Malillo right now. This is for 25th. Garrett Smithley, you can see right in front of Justin Malillo, rather. So Smithley's done a nice job recovering from kind of a unbelievably bad timed caution.
Yeah. So on the geological survey map, a lot of the earthquakes are just dots on the map. They're orange. This one's actually red. So this one, 6.5 kilometers below the surface, it sounds like. So it not too far down there. So he probably felt that one a good bit.
That'll definitely shake your coffee out. That's for sure.
Shiver your timbers.
There you go.
Rattle your cages.
I mean, he is in the Navy,
cars.
so, you know. Maxwell Castro right now in a good battle. That's right behind Justin Malillo.
Nice little train of cars back here. And we had that train kind of toward the front in the top 10 of that last green flag run, but here it is now, just popping up toward the back of the pack. And sometimes it's just you can't pass. Other times it's everybody's just kind of saving it the same ability, so there's no real urgency to pass. They'll just ride around, form a train, and keep going around the racetrack.
Well, and that's kind of what we expect in races like this. You know, we're not racing to any stage end or anything. I mean, I guess if we had stages in this race, it'd be one to go or coming to one to go in stage one. But this is what's special about these races. It's all about where you're running at the end. Where you're running in the middle does not matter at all. You'd like to be out front, but as they say, the money is paid out at the end of the race. So these guys definitely kind of taking that approach, and I think so many drivers that ran the Rockingham 508 kind of understand, this is a marathon. You definitely cannot win this race in the first 100 laps or first 200 laps even.
I would say even the first 300 laps, maybe, as we are this time by we are hitting 100 laps. So we are moving right along in this race. It's only taken about maybe an hour and a half or so, but we're moving right along in there.
Michael Frisch looking to challenge Busa for the race lead once again. Busa goes all the way to the top of 1 and 2, gets the run off the corner. By the way, the track temperature has increased. We were talking about it being about 133 earlier. It is 141 degrees. So the track, that's about as hot as it gets in anything in iRacing. That is scorching right now.
Yeah, it's melt the tires off hot right now.
And I put the temperature at 78, 77 with a little bit of variance. What if I had done 90? I can't imagine what it would have been.
Well, start time, it being just almost 2 o'clock in the middle of July. Yeah, that track's going to be hot. The sun is cooking the racetrack pretty well.
Golly, what if I had made it 90? It'd be like 150 right now. That'd be insane.
The floor is lava.
I wish I could do that without kind of breaking the physics of this tire, because I think if we did that, you'd be blowing tires like every 30 laps, and we don't quite want that. Okay, we're getting some developments on perhaps some new developments with content on iRacing, and there is a screenshot right now that I imagine is from a reliable source that has a weather radar on it.
I was gonna say, where's the breaking news music?
That's pretty bad.
This just in. Yeah, that's big. We get to play weatherman with iRacing now, I guess.
So
if they bring weather, I want red flags. So you heard it here first.
Next event confirmed.
Yeah, it sounds like they're not putting it out right away, and they're still going to keep testing it. But it's actually a confirmed feature now, I guess, that is somewhere down the pipeline, like lights at Daytona 07 and everything else. But
I hope there is an option to not allow rain, or to just say like no rain. Like what if we left the possibility of it on and this race got delayed by rain?
Too bad, we're running in it.
Yeah, or we have to park it
600,
and then we get to decide if we want to wait out the rain delay or if we want to call the race. Imagine Coke races getting called for rain.
There's the 16 of Alex Crum back on pit road. You guys are going to need a caster now to break in the middle of the race. Well, the rain's almost here.
James Pike, multiple duties, going to have to be pit reporter / weatherman.
You get Parker Kligerman on the case. He can go and kneel down on the virtual ground and tell you how wet it is.
That is very true. Busa has lost quite a bit of speed these last few laps. The top 7 or 8 have really made up some ground and making it a good race up front. You see a long line of cars, about 7 or 8 right now at the front of the field, that are all catching Matt Busa. Busa back to the top, almost in the wall, just inches off of it. And again, he is a one-man crew on that high side, and he is loose running that wall.
Yeah, he's pushing it up there, and talking with some of the guys, I think that's what they were anticipating. Somebody was going to have to be the brave soul that jumped up to the outside line and kind of wore it in. And as that would happen, more guys would start to jump up there. I don't think we're going to see a lot of guys up there until closer to halfway. Now, Michael Cozy Jr. just did it right behind. Nope, that's Seth DeMerchant. That's the wrong Logitech Gialta's car. Up there in P4, but he got a little too high, and that might open the door for Dylan Alt right there.
I'm just curious, so if everybody's going to start venturing to the top, will that make the bottom a little more competitive? We know dirty air is a thing in this car. It's not, quite as bad because you're not punching a big hole with a giant spoiler or anything, but there is a little bit of dirty air. Being out front is advantageous. So if everybody goes top, maybe you get some clear on the bottom. You can see Tyler Gary right there thought about running the middle, but kind of arced it into the corner. So you see Busa way up top. Whoa. Frisch, the exact opposite, way on the line. And Busa has gotten awfully close to hitting that wall the last couple laps.
I mean, yeah, he's pushing it. But how about Frisch? Still on those 2 right side tires. He's hanging right in there, and he's probably still saving, but oh my gosh. He is just hanging right in there. I'm impressed that Gary hasn't been able to get by him.
So apparently these are all the updates. We're getting this via Trading Paints on Twitter.
Thanks, Steve.
Updated Indy is coming, so I guess we're going to get a new Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Hopefully before the NASCAR IndyCar weekend. Revealed an active reset, which is a feature where you can reset in the same spot and do the same corners over and over again. That is a huge tool.
Yep.
Especially for road racing.
Obviously testing. That's the only session that would be in, but still, that's crucial, I think, to really help guys learn how to go into racetracks, how to attack corners.
So now when you want to test that one corner at the Nürburgring, you don't have to just take it once and then wait about 10 more minutes before you see it again.
Right. I'm really excited for that new Indy, though, because that, in theory, should have the updated road course there as well, which should be a lot of fun. Hopefully the curb comes up like it does in real life. That'll be fun, right?
Dynamic curb iRacing win. Going to be talking about curb models V2, V3.
Yep.
All right, so Frisch and Tyler Gary have really run these guys down. Busa up front is still running that outside wall. We know he tagged it just a lap ago. Didn't really slow him down at all. We kind of saw the same thing at Rockingham, that even Cozy, one of the best runs he got on Doucette during that battle for the win was when he tagged the wall.
Yeah, I mean, he basically used the wall to turn, but it worked for him. I mean, he just kept his foot in it and
I have an update.
kept on going. Yep.
That Earthquake that Philip felt has been upgraded to a 4.6.
It has,
So,
yeah.
There you go.
All right, good for Philip. I mean, he, 4.6 Earthquake, still running in 12th. Not too bad.
Yeah.
Busa once again, golly, we know he hit him. He's gotten so close the last couple of laps. Oh, Busa, golly, he is sliding. Big slide for Busa.
Well, and I think we missed him hitting the wall a couple laps ago while we were talking, but he's had some big issues. Thomas Lloyd just came onto pit road. He has been drifting it around the racetrack the last lap. I'm not sure if he had a tire going down or what, but we got a battle for the lead here down the front stretch.
I think running that high side is starting to show for Busa that maybe it's really killing that right rear. Oh, Busa is drifting right now through the corner. He may have blown a tire. He's lost a ton of speed.
Let's see. Now, doesn't have a meatball, so he should be good.
Either that or he's trying to look for a way to get down and maybe get to pit road. There's a bunch of so because Busa's really been the only one out there, there's a lot of marbles up there too, especially in the high side of 3 and 4. So he's running the top side right there, and you can hear from his cockpit, you can hear all the marbles hitting on his car. Not so bad in 1 and 2, but in 3 and 4 especially.
I think he just wants to get to the bottom of the racetrack and cool the tires off. I think that's his biggest thing right now. He's just lit that right rear up. It gets on fire, and he just wants to get to the bottom, cool it off a little bit. No, he's coming in this time. So Busa's going to come to pit road. Now, this is the first green flag stop that we've seen really out of anybody so far. So let's see how this works. You got the 31 right above him in Holzer. Busa's going to make it to pit road without any issues. No black flag, so he doesn't speed on entry.
This is 32 laps into the run, so this is even earlier than when Cattell pitted on the with a green racetrack and everything.
Yeah,
So Busa,
how about
I
this
think
battle?
Busa really wore out his stuff. Three wide behind him.
David Brown, Tyler Gary, he bails out of it, but Afuko picks up 2 spots and he's loose. Whoa, hang on to her.
But Afuko wearing out that right rear tire, so I think we're starting to see Cattell did it, Busa did it. If you wear out that right rear, good luck hanging on to it.
I think Jake Poulin might have a flat. He's got another meatball flag. He's still running at speed, but he may have some issues here going into turn number 1. He looked fine through 3 and 4, but he's got a meatball flag, so I have a feeling he's got a tire that's going down or a tire that is down. Yeah, he's way off the pace now. Just
now
trying to get it
remember,
back around.
Poulin stayed out and tried to basically get what essentially would be a wave around. He stayed out and restarted on the tail end of the lead lap. So he's trying something. Chase Pierce has entered pit road. He's on down and in
he
pit
spun
lane.
it. He spun it getting onto pit road as a black flag.
For
So he'll
speeding
have to
or
serve
unsafe
that.
entry.
Yep. He still has the cone. Yeah.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
there
see
it
right
is.
Right behind the right front wheel. So that's what the flag's for. He hit the
Somebody pull
cone.
it out. We don't get to see the crew guys pull the cone out.
Yeah. I wonder what
And
that cone deserved.
It is
get
hard
that.
to hit that cone and not hit the wall, so I got to give him credit because there's basically no space between that cone and the outside wall. Landon Huffman's going to come down pit road this time, so this is it. This is our first
This is the window.
big cycle of green flag stops. Landon Huffman saying he has a right rear tire going down.
Yeah, he's really loose. He's got McCandless to the outside. And I think a lot of guys are going to be saying that now. We're in the window to pit here. So I'm sure some might be waiting just in case we get a caution and somebody blows a tire. But others have to be really smart about this. And Huffman's way up the racetrack. You don't really want to pit from that middle line. Trouble. Car around. Back straight away. McCandless says he's coming in next time.
Oh, we got another one spinning on the front stretch out of the way.
Tyler
onto
Gary's
pit
on
road.
pit road.
Blake Sasser. So
I
Blake
think he meant to
Sasser's
come onto pit road. Maybe. No, he
yeah,
didn't.
no,
he
he-
just did a long slide. He kept his foot in it, though. I'll give him that.
And he's got a flat right
Oh,
rear
big
tire.
crash! Turn 2! That's Colton Zimmer. Oh, they're
this
still
has-
wrecking.
Oh my goodness! And this has the makings of somebody who was on the apron and may have spun up into the
Colton's-
racing surface.
No, it was just plain old racing. It looks like Zimmer got loose and then got some assistance and got turned up into the lap car of Alex Crum, who was trying to pass on the outside. Ryan Andrew maybe giving the tap to Colton Zimmer to get him out of the way and turned him. Here's the replay. You're going to see the 16 on the outside. Now watch Zimmer here on the bottom, that purple and white car. He gets a little loose, has to lift, and he gets hit from behind by Andrew. And that spins out the 16. Zimmer comes back down the racetrack and clips, I believe that's Castro, and sends him back up the track.
Ah, man.
Oh, that was Malillo that got hooked.
Man, yeah, you can see Zimmer right there and everybody just piling in. What I can't believe, Jacob, is, I mean, we went to Rockingham, right? I mean, that is the king daddy of tire wear. There's no track, there's no nothing that should wear these tires out like Rockingham. And we were able to find 70, 80 lap runs at the Rock. And yet, we're finding here with this, we've built up the rubber on the racetrack. We're getting about 40 laps into these runs, and the tires just cannot last that long. And I'm just...
2 tires. Wins the race off pit road. Alt wins the race off of 4, or off pit road with 4. So Hawken trying the strategy. I think what we're seeing, remember, we did that race back in May. So the track was a little bit cooler running in the middle of the day. Air temperature was a little bit cooler. We come here. It's the middle of summer. It's hot. The sun is beating down on the racetrack. The days are longer. So I think that may have more something to do with it than anything.
Now, we did run the in-sim date for Rockingham was July 1st. So we did have a little bit of kind of towards this date. But again, I'm surprised that the tire wear is this significant at this racetrack. Now, granted, it's a mile and a half. Rockingham's a little bit shorter, but still, I'm surprised that at this rate, the tires fall off this dramatically, and I think that is going to cause a big shift in the field, Jacob. I think this next run, we saw people saving, or we saw about half the field saving. I think you're going to see a lot of the field saving this next run because they don't want to run that right rear off.
I think that's going to be the plan, at least. We'll see how many guys actually do that. So,
and I was also told by a couple of drivers, we built a custom setup for the Rockingham 508. For this race, I was told that the setup was too tight because we're using the iRacing default fix setup. And,
well,
I hate to imagine what it would be if we made it any looser than this.
a lot more pacing and not a lot of racing, probably.
More than likely. Now, again, this track will continue to change as the sun goes down. I believe the track will continue to cool off, so there'll be a little bit more grip out there. Maybe not hanging it so much out on the right rear. More rubber will be laid down, so the tire wear won't be as significant. But at least at the quarterway or just past it of this race, we're in a situation where tires are very hard to come by, or at least good right rear tires.
Yeah.
Kevin McAdams was kind enough to share his tires with us that last time. He had a 59.47 right rear. So while a number of drivers had 0, he had a 47% left on his right rear. So I think that definitely goes to show you, too, there's a big difference between saving and not saving.
And Kevin now sits in 4th. So that saving is really paying off for him now, but we still got a long way to go. So I have to keep that in mind. Looks like we're going to have at least one lapper on the bottom in Poulin. Thomas Lloyd has parked it. He is done for the night.
Why don't we talk to Kevin here for a moment? Kevin McAdams, you got a moment?
Yeah.
All right, so a lot going on, a lot of discussion about tire wear. What are you feeling from behind the wheel?
Well, right rear is definitely the topic of discussion. I think that's why you got guys like Tyler Gary and Landon Huffman and Cattell and Aiden Kirker all having issues, having to pit early or they're spinning. So name of the game, I did it at Rockingham. I'm going to do it here. I'm just going to try and preserve my tires and either wait to pit as late as I can or wait for the yellow. And right now, it's crazy. If you leave your tires on, it does get quicker down the straights, but it is sideways in the corner.
Interesting note there. Thanks for telling us, Kevin. So 2 tires is it's almost like trimming the car out, I guess. I mean, it's faster in a straight line, but it's looser in the corner. I mean, that sounds like somebody's making a spoiler adjustment by taking 2 tires.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I think that could be a factor late in the race. We kind of talked about it, how 2 tires might be better than 4 at the Rockingham. We're running into that same issue here at Charlotte, a completely different racetrack as we're back to green. Now, you got the 75 and the 86. These are guys that are trying to stay on the lead lap, who are at the tail end and started in front of the leaders here. They got a good jump from Brandon Hawken right now.
And Jake Pullen as well. Remember, he went down a lap as well, so they would all line up at the tail end of the lead lap and get a lap back if they can. You also have Alex Crum, who's up here. He is 5 laps down. Hayden Swank, who was turning that caution, he's a lap down. So this is where you also start to get in this portion of the race with the double file restarts. These lap cars up at the front, they will be a factor. We saw it at Rockingham. We've seen it in the Firecracker before. Lap cars are going to be they're just part of the race, and that's part of this era of racing. Is you gotta deal with these lap cars who some kind of know why they're a couple laps down. Some are spun and they feel like they should be on the lead lap, so they're going to race like it.
Right, and that's going to be the key throughout the rest of the race. But Brandon Hawken not saving his tires. He's pulling away by a half second already over Dylan Alt. So he's just out for a Sunday drive right now while everybody behind him is trying to save their stuff.
see Brandon Hawken. We've seen a lot of changes for the lead. Matt Busa and golly, how much speed Matt Busa has had. He finds himself in 26th right now, and he is absolutely marching through the field. He's on the high side, going to pass Joseph Selby. I mean, Busa ran his right rear off the last run, but I don't think that is deterring him at all from pushing very, very hard. He goes by Brian Blackford into 21st, so Busa definitely on the charge to try to just get this track position back.
Well, and you can definitely march through the field here. Seth the Merchant did that on the first green flag run. He started out back, and he was up inside the top 20. Then the tires fell off. He couldn't really pick guys off anymore. And then with tire strategy, that got him up to the front. So I think Busa, he's going to have to play that game where he's going to have to get by as many guys as he possibly can. As the tires start to wear, he's got to pull back a little bit so he doesn't completely kill the tires again, and then see if he can get off strategy a little bit, or take two again on pit road under a caution and get back up to the front of the field. I think that's got to be the game plan for the 75 right now.
I mean, he is besting everybody around him by about half a second. I mean, it's insane how much speed that 75 has. Well, what I'm so curious about is we saw him running the high side on those two tires, and he never really had an issue. But then we get a shorter run last time, and then his right rear tire's falling off. So the change is quite drastic, and that's just really interesting that I feel like he's been going just as hard either time. One time he was able to go far, the other time he wasn't. So just interesting to see how this all works out. Up front, it's still your trio of tail end of the lead lap cars that are staying ahead of Brandon Hawken, who really has no incentive to go try and run them down. I mean, he's the leader. He doesn't need to worry about those guys up there, and he's running his own race right now.
Right, he's just moving right along. So for Alt, he's just a Sunday drive, or for Hawken, but Alt starting to close in a little bit. You got that 16, that lapper of Alex Crum right behind as well. I think he's having an impact, kind of helping Alt get closer to him, but now he's got to get by two cars to get the lead, even though he's in second place. That's going to be the hardest part for Dylan Alt, if he even wants to lead right now. He could just want to sit right now and save his tires and then get Hawken as the tires start to fade.
That's at least the plan for now. Alt going to go by Alex Crum, who again is 6 laps down now after being re-lapped by Brandon Hawken. Crum was a late entry into the event. He qualified outside of the top 40 on Tuesday night, but because of a scheduling conflict with Gary Sexton, was bumped up into the field. And good to see him out here. And, you know, we've had a couple of drivers who, you know, they ran into a little bit of trouble, and they're like, well, I don't feel like doing this for the next 4 hours. I'm done. Crum going to try to get all the experience out of this that he can. And, you know, you can certainly learn a lot, even if you're not totally in contention. We saw a lot of drivers, and I was really happy to see it, how many that kind of got about 5, 6, 7 laps down through the Rockingham 508 and stuck it out to the end because they wanted to say they did it. They wanted to say they went the distance, so good for them.
In it for the long haul.
Yep. But he's also on the high side right now. Oh, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, there goes that 16 up and out of the way. I think he realized maybe he wasn't going to get by Hawkins. So, all right, I'll pull over, let the leaders go at it, and see if maybe Frisch decides to have a battle here with the 40, or they just continue to run it around.
I want to say thank you to our booth mates from Tuesday night who were kind enough to join us for qualifying. Sean Butler, who unfortunately had some travel obligations, wasn't quite able to make it out for this event. I know he wanted to drive in it, but was very helpful for qualifying. And even we may hear him up here in the booth here in a minute. If maybe he hops on his phone or something, we may let him in here for a moment. Kevin McAdams, who you can see on your screen right now, is running far up in the field right now in the 4th position.
Really good run tonight for Kevin. But he had that as well as Rockingham, where he had a good run going, got caught up in some traffic and in some incidents that kept him from the best finish possible for him. But so far, so good. But like I've talked about a lot, he's got a long way to go. So he's got to keep that car in that position for the rest of the night.
We've all got a long way to go. I mean, we're about we're getting close to about 60 laps to halfway. So, going to be a long night. But that's the part of this is You know, that's the attraction of an event like this, is you want these guys to be tested in a way that they're not often tested before. I think Dale Jr. described it really well in our post-race of the Rockingham 508 was, you know, it's anything that's, you know, it's like taking an exam for a really long time, you know, just to stay focused for this amount of time, especially with a group of people who just aren't, you know, they're not accustomed to racing this long, even if it is virtual.
Right. Got a nice little train forming behind Daniel Botafuco. You got DeMerchant, David Brown, George Balfans Jr., James Holzer's a little bit behind him. But a nice gaggle of cars here, 5th on back.
This is kind of where everybody's really around that 7th or 8th position, all at least all race so far. This is where we kind of see those drivers that are just hanging out, that aren't willing to go up there and try to push and get up in the race lead, but think that they have the pace to compete. And they just ride in line, save their stuff, not make any mistakes. This is kind of where a lot of true contenders ride around. DeMerchant, David Brown. How about George Belfans Jr. riding in 8th right now? He's having a great run.
Yeah, he's really come out strong here through this field. He was one of our provisionals for tonight as well. So 2 of our 3 provisionals inside the top 10. Garrett Smithley not too far behind. So a good run for all 3 of those guys that started in the tail end.
A good question out there in the Twitch chat. Is this fixed or open? All of these events, as long as I'm running them, are going to be fixed set. So everybody's on the exact same setup. And if you're genuinely curious, we're using the iRacing fixed setup for this event too. So it's not just a custom setup like for what we built for Rockingham. It's unique to this event, and this event, or not unique to this event. It's the iRacing fixed setup, which again I was told was too tight, but yet we have a lot of right rear tires that would disagree so far.
Logan Helton is asking what the track temp is. It is a cool 138 degrees right now, so I believe it's gone up since since we last talked about it.
Well, it has cooled down a little bit, you know. It was, I think it got up to 141 right now. Our producer Zach Johnson says it's colder than my computer right now.
Well, that sounds like a personal. Although I think mine is right at about that temperature. Of course, Celsius, I believe that says CPU at 65. Not too bad.
Race for the lead starting to get pretty good right now. Brandon Hawken, the Canadian. Dylan Alt, your pole sitter, starting to kind of duke it out. Alt, the last couple of laps, been just a little bit better than that 19 car, who, by the way, has been a little bit better than the 3 cars that run in front of them that are at the tail end of the lead lap. Again, that's Jake Poulin right now, 1 lap down. Landon Huffman, 33 seconds behind the leader. Tyler Gary, 32. Still trying to hang on. They pit right before that caution came out. They got trapped a lap down, and they elected to stay out to try and get at the tail end of the lead lap, get a quick caution, and then get back to business. Especially with how many restart wrecks that we've seen so far tonight. I think we've had 3 that have pretty much happened as soon as we've dropped the green flag. That wasn't a bad strategy, but so far, I mean, they need that yellow flag to pan out in their favor at some point.
Right. Yeah, that it's going to be tough for these guys throughout the rest of the way to keep it rolling.
And this one thing that is not going to help either of these guys. Landon Huffman and Tyler Gary going to go side by side for 33rd in front of the leaders. That's not going to help either one of them.
No, not the slightest.
Huffman on the bottom, Tyler Gary up the track in the middle. I'm sure Landon just thinks he's faster than him. Gary going to side draft and pull him back again. They're not doing themselves any favors. They're side drafting each other, taking away each other's lane. That's allowing Hawken and Dylan Alt to run him down and catch up. And Gary's pinching him tight here on lap 145.
Yeah, and these guys are hoping for a caution. If they keep racing like that, they may be the caution. How about Dylan Alt, though? He's all over the back bumper of Hawken, right behind these guys for the lead.
got two battles going on, two good ones, 32nd in the lead. Gary going to cross over to Landon Huffman. So Gary racing hard up here. Huffman going to have to go to the middle to try to defend. Gary took the run and went back down to the bottom. So they'll flip-flop here in 3 and 4. Huffman unable to pull away. Gary going to keep him at bay with the side draft. Meanwhile, Hawken and Dylan Alt getting close for the race lead. And Poulin's going to be in the middle of this sandwich.
Yeah, Poulin's probably thinking, well, do I just get out of the way? do I try to race these guys? What do I do? Multiple laps down? Well, just one down?
I mean, right now he needs to catch Hayden Swank. Hayden Swank would be the lucky dog at the moment. 35th now, first car 1 lap down.
How about Matt Busa? Top 10, just past Cozy. Only took him 24 laps.
And he restarted all the way in the back. He was, I mean, I think he was 30th or so, and he's already worked his way up to 10th. I mean, that shows you how much he's willing to push the car and how much speed he has, I think, both things combined. He's been able to cut through the field so well. I mean, that's been so impressive. And one guy I kind of got my eye on. How about Joe Hewson? Started 38th up to 22nd. Doing a solid job. Was one of the, or at least after last night, he was the 40th driver in on qualifying time. And he's done a solid job right here. Ryan Doucette, a big shocker. He is still in 27th. Has not moved up through this run. And I got to say, that's a little bit of a surprise from your driver 1. Oh, trouble off of turn 4.
Oh, no.
Wreck, and oh, that's
Crum.
Philip
McCandless.
That's
McCandless. Who else is in that? Is that, no, crap. And Ryan Andrew? I think, no. Joe
Alex
Hewson.
Crum. It looks like Crum was out of control, hit the wall, and kind of stopped in a precarious part on the track. Sasser got into McCandless.
Yeah, so he lost the right front tire. He goes up and hits the outside wall and loses the right front. Just loose, overcorrect. There goes the right front wheel, suspension, and that's the worst part of the racetrack that you could probably crash because it's so tight coming off turn 4. I know Vargas talked about it earlier. You can try to check up as much as you can, but it's just nowhere to go for these guys. And, the 17 of Chase Pierce piled into that as well right there.
Yeah, Pierce tried to go low. He pointed his nose to the turf and then kind of corrected back, and I don't think he saw the spinning Joe Hewson right there. God, we were just talking about Joe Hewson.
Yeah. On board with Malillo, runs over the tire. Oh boy, that's the Ryan Vargas experience right there. Go through the grass, and them Duke boys at it again.
I just want to call attention here. Right before right as the caution came out, there was a massive development at the front of the field, and I hope Zach can get a replay here. But 2 cars just went a lap down right before the caution came out, and that would be Landon Huffman and Tyler Gary.
So they both got passed by Dylan Alt as everybody else is on pit road right now. So these guys, we saw how hard they were racing each other. They've been back and forth over the radio since the caution flag came out. They have been furious. How about Dylan Alt? Right sides. DeMerchant, right sides. Balfans, Busa, right sides. Logan Helton cracks the top 5, taking rights. So is Ryan Doucette. I thought Doucette would wait to later on in this race to start clawing his way up toward the front. Now he's starting to do so with the strategy call, taking 2 right side tires.
I'm trying to see exactly who the lucky dog would be.
It was Hayden Swank got awarded it.
Yeah.
So Swank But wouldn't that, so that would put Huffman and Gary, or at least Huffman at the tail end of the lead lap, right? Like if he was a lap down.
Well, but they might
okay.
get-
Huffman and Gary made contact. So they didn't get the lucky dog because they made contact as the caution was happening. So it gave it to Hayden Swank.
Landon lifted and Gary ran into the back of him. They are both on pit road right now. So they will not get that opportunity to stay at the tail end in front of the leaders. So they will be behind everybody, one lap down.
And a tough break right there. We're kind of getting into the midst of what will kind of be another green flag cycle at that point. Like you were saying, Jacob, a lot of two-tire calls at this juncture. We've seen it. I feel like we've seen it work, and I feel like we've seen it also not work at times.
Yeah, this is an interesting strategy. If you push by just taking two tires, you're putting yourself in trouble. If you take it easy, you should be okay.
All right, so maybe experience a little bit of a technical issue here on the Twitch side of things. Although, I'm not exactly sure what it would be. Prod feeds up and everything's going okay. But nevertheless,
we're still up on YouTube.
Yeah, still up on YouTube, so still up on the broadcast.
Well, I don't know if you've got chat up, but KPTV75 writes in, Blake, congratulations on jumping into that late model car. I thought you did pretty darn good.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words, KPTV. I also, we were in a race earlier on iRacing, and my game crashed with 2 to go. But I could still hear me driving, so I bet the whole field was wondering why I was on the front stretch at Auto Club, and all of a sudden I could hear that I was driving, but my screen was frozen, so I just cranked it left and probably just nailed the inside wall, and I'm sure people were wondering, why the heck did he do that? Well, that was why.
And Blake and Jacob, there was some heated words exchanged with both Gary and Landon Huffman there after that caution came out. I think that they were both very frustrated with each other. I honestly think that Landon Huffman was awarded the lucky dog, but with that contact on the backstretch, it may have taken it away from him and handed it to the car behind them. There was a big caggle on the front stretch. They could have made contact at that point where it didn't, just the thought he was involved in the wreck. So very wild implications here.
Yeah, we were discussing that a little bit earlier. Within literal moments of Huffman getting passed, that happens a split second later, a split second earlier. He's technically scored on the tail end of the lead lap. Both he and Tyler Gary would have been. So just, horrific timing when it comes to all of that.
Back to green, though. David Brown did not get a good launch. It was because of James Holzer. Holzer botched the start and just pulled to the inside and let people go as they just flew by on the outside. Holzer lost a couple of spots there, and he just apologized over the radio down the back straightaway. Lost 2 spots, but now you got these guys battling once again right up here in front of the leaders.
Yeah, Huffman utilizing that high line, going to waste no time. He's going to go the exact same position he was in earlier, the tail end of the lead lap. He sees Dylan Alt behind him. This would give Tyler Gary the lucky dog should a caution come out. Busa already up into the top 5, though. He's going to get side-by-side with George Belfance Jr. 2-tire call for Belfance Jr. puts him in 3rd. At the moment, but Busa not wasting any time. He's going to get right up to the trunk of Jake Pullen, almost move him out of the way. But Busa has not quit his march through the field. It's been impressive how much speed he has.
Well, and he's back on that 2 tires now, so he's got the track position, plus we know he's got the speed, so he is just flying through this field on those two fresh right side tires. Here he goes now looking for second on to Merchant.
Not wasting any time going to the bottom. He's going to have Tyler Gary right in front of him. And it looks like the Merchant really not going to put up much of a fight. We'll just mosey on out of the way and let him by. So Matt Busa goes to second and has almost completed his drive through the field as, oh man, he almost got in the back of Tyler Gary there.
Yeah, he's probably not thrilled about lap cars digging as hard as they are. Just because he wants to try and get to that back bumper, Dylan Alt, and get the lead. Great run from the high side, though. He's going to take it all the way to the lead.
I think this shows one very clear thing, though, is Busa is not saving at all. Busa's going to go.
The Merchant, man, he got hit from behind coming off turn 4, and that thing got loose. That's bad fans.
I don't think he got hit. I think he just lost it.
It was close. I thought he got hit, but it was darn close.
Yeah, I can see on my end, no contact. He just sidestepped it off of 4.
Jeez.
From an angle, it definitely looked like they hit, but they did not make contact. Plus, if there's anybody on the iRacing service in general that can save a race car, it's Seth the Merchant.
That is true.
Now, what Busa is going to do here, because he's driving so hard, is he's going to force Huffman to really pick up his pace if he wants to stay on the tail end of the lead lap. So Huffman right now, Busa, 275 cars duking it out here at the front. And Busa's going to try to put Huffman a lap down. We'll see if he can do it successfully. How hard does Huffman race him? Does Huffman block him?
He's probably going to be pretty aggressive. I mean, I don't think Boost is going to want to wreck him, but if he ticks him off too much, you never know. He could pull that chrome horn out and use it on him.
You see Huffman even trying to break the draft, do everything he can to just avoid Matt Busa. I just wonder, though, I'm surprised that from what we saw earlier, we saw Busa run hard. He got a 3.5-second lead, and then all of a sudden, he just stopped. He blew a tire. It was over for him. I'm surprised he's going back to that strategy with how quickly that right rear tire got tore up on that previous run. I'm surprised that he's kind of going back to that strategy, but on the other hand, it keeps him in the lead, and it may be avoiding some of these crashes where, we see a lot of drivers struggling after 30 or 40 laps. If you're up front, you don't have to deal with any of that.
Yeah, and maybe that's just the plan. Just stay up front as long as you possibly can and see what happens.
Alt in second, George Belfance Jr. in third. Michael Pete Frisch runs in fourth, fifth to Ryan Doucette. Again, if you're just joining us here, we appreciate you tuning in to the running of the Speedway Children's Charities World 600. 400 laps, 600 miles here at Charlotte. We're about 163 now into the books in this event. And of course, we're doing this for a great cause. So if you have the means or the desire to do so, we invite you, of course, to donate to Speedway Children's Charities. We already raised several $100 through the running of this event. We'd like to contribute more as these drivers put on a great show for you here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. So please, if you are able, we'd appreciate if you would donate to a wonderful cause in Speedway Children's Charities. And who knows, when we come back, maybe we'll use them. Maybe it'll be another charity that we decide to do this for. But again, we appreciate everybody watching. I hope you're having fun. And, you can grab some popcorn and some food and some drink, because we're still going to be here for a while. We still are about just under 50 laps now from halfway through.
Getting closer and closer and closer, and we'll just have to see what these guys decide to do as time goes on as far as strategy is concerned. Just, whether they want to just keep on digging and digging and digging, or if they want to take it easy, so.
Off turn 4 here, see Dylan Alt holding on to second. Frisch has made his way by Belfans Jr. for third. Side by side back there, DeMerchant has kind of fallen back these last number of laps. He's kind of losing a lot of time right now.
Yeah, he's trying his best right now, but I think he's just kind of in the same boat that his other teammates are. Just ride around, keep everything together, and then be up at the front at the end when it matters.
I think we're seeing a greater number of drivers doing that in this race. It's a lot harder to get lapped here at Charlotte than it was at Rockingham. I mean, you genuinely had a lot of pace difference in the field, and it's much easier to get lapped there. Charlotte Motor Speedway being 1.5 miles, a little bit longer, a little bit more difficult, so I think it lends itself to you can afford to save quite a bit and not lose as much time, not have fear of going a lap down like you did in the last one.
See Kevin McAdams. That's 8th and 9th and 10th right there as DeMerchant. Well, he gets shuffled out of the deck, and he's going to fall backward even more. Oh my gosh. Travis Brown, how we doing?
We're doing okay.
On the road, all right.
Yes, I am on my phone using AirPods and watching Zach's point of view. And I'm in a hotel.
I heard you were a tire guy today. How did that go?
For about 15 seconds I was, and I was promptly fired.
Well, gee, how did that happen?
So, Landon handed me a tire gauge, and he told there were 18, and in the I don't know if I should say, but there was a set. I'm not a wizard when it comes to this stuff. I don't know what I can and can't say, but needless to say, there was a set amount of, PSIs in that tire.
Oh,
And
DeMerchant! Oh my gosh!
He told me to add a number of PSIs that was lower than the current number of PSIs. So when he said that, I thought, okay, I need to add that many PSI. Well, in my brain, I'm like, that is an astronomically high amount of air to go in this tire. But I was like, he said so, so I asked for an air compressor. And come to find out, he just wanted the tire air let out of the tire to that number he said. And I was quickly stripped of my tire duties.
Well, I hate that it didn't go better for you, Travis, but there's brighter days ahead.
Yeah, it was kind of a trial period, and I'm just thankful that I was considered. Yeah.
I tell you what, Jacob, DeMerchant looks like he's about to have a flat tire. He has lost a ton of spots.
Cinder block in a 2-foot creek. He just keeps on falling and falling and falling. It doesn't stop.
Well, again, and I think what is so difficult for these drivers is they know that everybody else is going to start running into that same issue, that someone else is going to start drifting, somebody else is going to start to have a flat tire, and they want to stay out to avoid the caution. I think that's the biggest thing, is they want to stay out because they think someone else is going to wreck and they don't want to go a lap down.
Oh man, again! Save it!
I mean, at this point, why would you stay out? I mean, you got to pit.
Right.
Because that's the thing. I mean, I'm looking. He doesn't have the meatball flag, so it's not officially flat. But I mean, if it's that loose, I mean, you gotta know that it's coming down.
Right.
And actually, I can hear it now. It's definitely flat.
Yeah. He just got the meatball. His tire's flat. Here's the onboard. He's got a flat tire. He's going to make it to pit road, maybe. He's going to slide it on the apron.
Oh, man, was that impressive. That whole sequence through 3 and 4, that was so fun to watch him drift it into pit road.
He's lucky his box is right at entry. Now, we're getting reports that Busa shifted a couple of laps ago. That's one way to get around here in these cars.
I don't know if that would just be an audio glitch, because occasionally that can happen with the replay. I don't know. I would be... It could happen. I'm not ruling it out. I would just be surprised if they did it or if it worked.
Now, I'm really interested in what happened with the Merchant, because that was only 24 laps. So, he should have taken right sides. I mean, taking only left sides is a death sentence in these cars, so...
I got my eye on Landon Huffman and Tyler Gary. They had a little bit of beef from earlier, side by side in front of your race leader. We know Busa hasn't been willing to really wait on anybody.
Yeah, but now he's got pressure from behind with the leaders right on his tail, so he's going to be eager to get by these guys. Them being side by side is not what he wanted. We got one sideways off turn 2. I believe that's David L. Brown. Yeah, it wasn't him. How about Jake Poulin, maybe? Whoever was on the outside of him? Jancic?
Yeah, Jancic got really loose. Both him and Poulin got really loose off the corner.
Nice little chicane from the 0-2, but he kept it straight.
Golly, there is they are nose to tail for about the first 8 spots, all behind Gary and Huffman, who, again, are at the tail end of the lead lap. They are fighting their tails off to stay at the lead. But look at the amount of cars they've really packed up behind them. Gary gonna clear himself, and now Huffman, first car, tail end of the lead lap.
How about Doucette? Because he just went around the outside a couple of guys. Yeah, he's now in third. Well,
wasn't he just in 25th?
Oh no, he took 2 tires, remember, and was in the top 6 when he left pit road. So he's just had that track position and has lurked around like I figured he would do, and now he's going to look for second.
Doucette down to the bottom. Busa hasn't really looked like he's in a hurry to get around Huffman, but I'm sure with these two battling behind him, that could change very soon.
I agree.
The Merchant is now digging on fresh tires, so he's making up a lot of time over the rest of the field. But we've seen a major split about 7th on back. Daniel Buttafuoco trying to catch this lead pack. You can see him working his way off of turn 2. He's trying to run him down.
Landon.
Landon back down to the bottom. Oh, man. I tell you what, though, these two, they don't like each other. And I don't know if I'm the leader, if I want to get, wrecked by 2 lap cars having a measuring contest here at the front of the field.
I heard
on the racetrack
earlier.
On the racetrack, I'm not sure anybody likes Tyler Gary. That's on the racetrack at least. Because, I mean, he gets at it with just about everybody. James D. Gibson, Landon. I mean, if you're on the racetrack and you're near him, you're probably ticked off by him.
I can't confirm for you, Travis. They did have a little bit of beef earlier.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was very, very interesting. Gary gets the better of that battle now. Now Busa and Doucette will go up top. We're starting to see this racetrack kind of widen back out again.
Yeah, he backed that corner up big time going into 1, and I thought maybe he'd get the launch off the corner, but held his own down there on the bottom and is going to try and take this lead away.
DeMerchant right now, he would not get the lucky dog. Jake Poulin is the lucky dog right now. First car 1 lap down. But, of course, all that depends on this battle between Huffman and Gary. Now Huffman's 1 lap down. So Huffman would be the lucky dog.
Poulin is 4 seconds behind these guys, so he's close, but not close enough as Doucette around the outside, and Huffman falls a lap down, and he almost got split 3 wide.
Well, and you also got to think third car 1 lap down is Seth the Merchant. He's on fresh tires, so he's running these guys down.
Mm-hmm.
Doucette took second away from Dylan Alton. Now Landon's just going to plummet. So now he's hoping Gary doesn't get lapped before a caution comes out. We're getting close to the window of tires bursting. 32 laps into this run. Oh, 3 wide. Almost.
Oh,
yeah.
man. Into 3 and 4. Huffman once again.
Gary goes a lap down, and Huffman apologized. He didn't know they were 3 wide.
I mean, we're also starting to get in that fatigue phase, you know? Like, these guys have already been at it for a couple hours. We started about 2 hours ago. Especially if you've been riding around a little bit, you've been kind of waiting things out. This is kind of where things start to get a little more serious. You really start to position yourself for the second half of this race. So I think patience kind of starts to wear thin around this point.
Well, and that's where I thought there'd be enough, as Cattell has a flat. He's coming to pit road in front of the race leaders, so he blew another tire and makes it to pit road safely this time. But I thought Landon might just give Gary the good old boot scoot and boogie right while they were up front here.
I mean, they do need a caution in a way. I mean...
Yeah, well, yeah, but remember, you make the contact, you don't get the lucky dog, so he's got to be smart about that. He needs a lapper to do it for, or a lead lap car to do it for him.
Huffman and Frisch still side by side. We thought Huffman was going to kind of drop the anchor, but he hasn't really done so.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to hold on as much as he can right now, stuck side by side with Frisch.
Frisch getting some drafting help from Logan Helton. Haven't really talked about Helton much tonight, but he's having a good run right now, running P5.
He is the first guy on 4 tires in this lead pack. He's the highest up of the guys that took 4 into that last caution, and he's about to use the 4 of Landon Huffman's tires as well. He's sliding on the bottom.
Justin is slow.
Uh-oh.
Well, like, he is slowing down here. He's got a problem, it looks like.
It looks like he got a flat tire in 2.
Maybe. No meatball yet. Staying out. So he might have one going down. May not be completely flat yet.
Well, that's the thing. I'm surprised that as many drivers, you kind of get about a lap or 2 where you lose about half a second, and you know.
Oh, there it went. Oh, maybe not.
I'm just surprised that this late in the race, we're seeing drivers wait this long for the tire to go down. Like, I know they want to prioritize staying on the track, but it seems like you have a fair amount of warning that it's going down. I'm surprised guys are basically willing to wreck their cars to not get fresh tires. Because we've seen that a number of times. It's pretty much brought out every single caution. If someone knows their tire's going down, they think they can go one more lap, and then they can't.
I'd drive it till it was on rims, personally.
Well, some guys have done that.
Yeah, you wouldn't be the only one. Three wide off of turn 3. Poulin, Harvey, Ryan Andrew at the start-finish line. Harvey's going to back out of it. That was for 18th, and Jake Poulin in 33rd, 1 lap down. 3 wide for a moment on the front straightaway. They settle that out. Hearing that clean air's been pretty important tonight, or that there's definitely a difference between riding in traffic and being in that clean air.
Yeah.
What wasn't much of a factor at the rock. It was there, but I think definitely a lot more of a factor tonight with going off in these corners at about 150, 140.
Well, and considering these are bricks, I'm surprised aerodynamics has that much of an impact.
A little battle here. Tyler Gary got loose in turn 1 and 2. And now Landon Huffman's all on him.
Colton Harvey's going to pit.
Yep. Oh, he's stuck on the high side with Cattell and DeMerchant, the 2 guys on Freshies. He's going to wind up pitting from the middle almost. Cuts it down to the bottom. He makes it.
Yeah, see, this is the point in the run. I just bring up the entry list, and I'm just looking for a meatball flag to.
That's exactly right. Battle for the lead. Here comes Doucette on the bottom.
It's almost a replay of what we had 2 months ago. Ryan Doucette on the bottom, looking to go by Matt Busa. And Doucette, I mean, he just came out of nowhere to go up here and take this lead.
It's really been 2 months.
Yeah,
just about, almost.
Really?
I mean, it was May 18th race.
Dude,
Yep.
time flies.
trouble. Jancic spun it onto pit road. Meanwhile, the lead. Yay.
Oh, somebody lost a wheel on the front straightaway. I believe
Cody
that
Smith,
is
maybe? No.
Jill Chatelaine. Chatelaine
Yeah.
has lost a wheel, and that will be 4 weeks.
And he was just loose and overcorrected in the middle of 3 and 4 and got the wall. It was actually Cody Smith that spun it onto pit road. He's got a black flag. Colton Harvey just got a black flag. And it's because he had to get around Chatelaine on the apron and had to leave the race. He would have gotten taken out if he stayed on the apron because Chatelaine does not have a right front tire. Still for the lead. Trouble. Tyler Gary.
Gary's got a flat tire. Kevin McAdams here, and Kevin may have had an issue as well.
Oh my God!
I think it was with Chatelaine. Maybe. No, Gary just lost it all on his own, and then I think trying to check up. Melillo's got a flat now.
No,
He's on the apron in turn 3. Oh, man. Keep it together, Justin.
He's keeping her. He's keeping her on the apron, but he just about saved himself twice. Tyler Gary now has a flat tire. He's pitting.
Yeah, that's perfect timing right there. Caution!
Oh, turn 1, big wreck. Daniel Buttafuoco is involved.
We got one wrecking on pit road. That's Blake's Sasser, but we got big damage.
And that was Chase
David
Pierce.
Brown. Buttafuoco does not have a right front tire. Oh, Pierce spun it coming off of pit road, I think.
Yeah.
No, he just lost it.
Yeah, he got loose. I believe he may have had a tire going down, and he lost it going into turn 1.
Wow. Back up in front of the leader. Oh, man, that's Huffman got a piece of it as well. David Brown came flying in there. So that's what happened to Sasser. That's as they're wrecking on the other end of the speedway. The 17 right here. No, you missed him. And here comes the 13. Wham. Nowhere to go. And then David Brown on the brakes. Nowhere to go. He thought he had it missed because he was trying to avoid that 17, and he comes to the apron, and there's Buttafuoco sitting in the middle of the racetrack. Gary has parked it, done for the night. Oh.
You hate to see that.
Nothing they could do.
And that's going to bring the end, like you said, Tyler Gary. I think Melillo is okay. He lost a couple of laps in the midst of that cycle, but he's at least going to keep it on the racetrack. Gary is done. Cody Smith served a black flag underneath that green flag pit cycle. He's 2 laps down. Chatelaine is still getting the damage prepared from the wheel that he lost. Chase Pierce has been parked.
Yeah.
What do you do to get parked?
I think he's been a lap down and caused a couple of cautions. So.
Oh, they told him to take it to the house.
So everybody here, interesting decision. Everybody on pit road taking 4 tires. No strategy calls out of anybody.
You have Seth the Merchant right now, who's the tail end of the lead lap.
Now, he took 2, but they're 23-lap-old right-side tires.
Oh, man. I'm showing the Merchant is not pitting.
Well, he pitted 23 laps ago.
Yeah, so the Merchant staying out, and that's going to be his call, as he's going to try to get on the tail end of the lead lap. So he will start as a control car. Selby was thinking about doing the same thing, but elected to pit, so Selby will start with fresh tires 1 lap down. And oh boy. Man, I tell you what, we get about 40 laps into a run, and it just turns into pure chaos with people blowing tires left and right. A bunch of stuff happening. And we haven't yet made it through one entire green flag pit cycle yet.
I don't know if we will, to be completely honest.
Well, I mean, yeah, if I'm being honest, I got to blame the drivers, because there's ample warning when a tire's going down that it's going to go down. I mean, we can see it up here in the booth. You lose about 0.4 of a second. Car starts wiggling everywhere. I mean, you know it's going down. And I'm just surprised that we have so many that know that that's coming, and they want to stay out there like 2 or 3 more laps and think that it's going to get better, because it's not. Like, just pit at that point. You're losing a ton of time, and you're probably going to crash yourself, you know? And I'm just surprised that, you know, for this field that went through an entire race at Rockingham doing the same thing, that, you know, they're making that mistake. I just, I don't get it. But also, that's why I'm up here in the booth and not driving right now, so.
Travis, what do you think about all this?
You know, I what I can see, I love. I think I said Cozy went to the grass earlier, and it might have been the Merchant. Not positive. I'm working with what I've got. I'm watching this on an iPhone through Discord. That's all I've got. We're getting reports that someone is burning fuel or something.
Oh. So we're going to get the restart right at halfway.
I mean, that's one way to make the car tight. You also have a full brake bias control in this car. So you can make an adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
What does that brake bias do, Travis?
Well, it's what life's all about, making adjustments. You go through life, and you might encounter an obstacle. You know, in the case of these drivers, it might be the handling of this automobile. In everyday life, it might be an angry boss, a crazy ex, a pack of wild wolves. And you just have to make adjustments to get through those times.
God, I'm about ready to run through a brick wall right now.
What I've always heard is life is all about choices. You have to maximize your good choices and minimize your bad choices. And it's very important that you don't flip that around and say maximize the bad choices and minimize the good choices.
I'm not good at that. So.
That would be a bad choice.
Exactly.
All right. Pace car is going to drop down to the safety of pit lane. Seth the Merchant is your control car. At the tail end of the lead lap, along with Craig Janczak and Colton Harvey looking to do the same. Green flag back in the air. And funny enough, we are 1 lap away from being halfway through this World 600. Oh,
whoa, they're wrecking!
And they're
Harvey
around. He saved it.
No, he didn't.
Wrecking further back. Caution is out.
That's Cosman. He got run over by Justin Mons, who just clean drove through him and then came down and collected Jeff Shell. Kevin McAdams is mad at somebody. I think Ryan Andrew, because he got the same treatment Cosman did, except excuse me, except he didn't hit the wall.
So this wreck is like an onion. There's a lot of layers to it. I think it starts up front. There's a big checkup where I think Zimmer ran into the back of Brandon Cattell.
I couldn't believe they didn't wreck on that restart. That was one of those restarts where somebody gets dumped.
So Poulin checks up. Harvey checks up for it. Harvey kind of swerves out of the way to the top lane to kind of miss it. But Dylan Alt's kind of digging at that point. Harvey's doing everything he can to keep it on the apron. Harvey did an amazing job right there. And he actually almost got tagged again by Ryan Andrew. And actually, man, he did get hit. He nearly avoided that. But Harvey did a great job, and then behind him, they see what's going on, or at least Cosman does. Justin Mon not able to slow down quite in the same amount of time, so Cosman gets hit in the wall.
Ooh. Is that Ryan Andrew that came in there at the very end and caught Harvey? Somebody caught him right at the end on the apron.
Yeah, it was Ryan Andrew. He saw the wreck. He went down. He honestly did the smart thing. He went all the way down to the apron to try to get out of the way. And unfortunately, the spinning race car that everybody was trying to avoid was also down there as well. So
yeah. So Cosman's toast. He doesn't have a right front.
It's going to be another 4 weeks.
Well, hold on. It might actually be there. It just might be under the car.
That's true.
Attached by the tether.
But that's definitely going to take Cosman out of the running.
Yep.
Running out of cars a lot quicker than we did. And we kind of anticipated this, right? Jacob, we're going faster. The hits are harder here. We're definitely dropping cars or dropping drivers a little bit easier than we did at Rockingham.
That's also our third crash on a restart, though. At least.
Yeah.
Might be more than that.
And now that pays off for DeMerchant, for Janzak, for a couple of those drivers that stayed out at the tail end of the lead lap. Well, guess what? Now they're back on the lead lap. They can pit, and they can be right back in this thing. There's a little bit of contact under yellow, I think, around Hayden Swank. Nothing bad. I think he and Justin Mons may have made like the slightest bit of contact, but again, no intent there or anything.
Yeah, that was Justin Mons not paying attention. Everybody checked up and, I don't know. He may have missed him. It was definitely close, though. He almost hit him.
Now, one thing I'm hoping is that I'm looking at the track temperature right now, and it has decreased pretty dramatically since the last time we checked it. It is down to 132 degrees. So we've cooled the track off quite a bit as it's gotten to about 3 p.m. in sim time. It has started to cool off, and hopefully that'll help these guys last a little bit longer on these tires.
Cosman's still not thrilled over the radio with that.
Yeah, Cosman is not happy about
getting run over.
Philip McCandless puts in the chat, salute our troops, all active duty to the front of the field. I'm in favor. Gee, I wonder why. Well, if he's going to ask for it, I will point it out and say, I want to thank Philip for his service to our country and, for giving us the freedoms that we all enjoy. Yeah, there he is right on the screen. Thank you, Philip, for your service. We really appreciate it.
Right at halfway, too. Perfect.
I know. Yeah, and again, that's they stop the race in real life, and that's when they do the tribute and everything, and he hates it so much, he just blinked out.
I was going to say, he stopped his race. There he is.
There he is.
Oh, my.
Yeah, thank you, Philip, for... I mean, it's because of you that we get to run this race. Yeah, I was about to say, Sean's getting a little more material. It's been a pretty quiet first half of the race as far as, the radioactive is concerned. I was wondering, man, we may not do it for this one, which, by the way, if you haven't seen it yet, go to YouTube and watch Sean M. Butler's 10-minute radio recap of the Rockingham 508. He did an absolutely tremendous job. It'll make you think, it'll make you laugh, it'll make you cry, so you'll have a hell of a day if you watch it. It's really, honestly, it's really, really good. I'm actually going to drop the link to it in chat here.
It moved me to tears. That radioactive changed my life.
And there's the link right there. So if you want to click that, and I don't know, we'll still be here in 10 minutes. So
we might be back under caution. Let's try it again. Restart.
I have to call Ace Speedway tomorrow night and say I might be running late. Green flag is Eleanor, a big launch. Not so great of a launch for that inside line, but we are back underway here at Charlotte.
Yeah, Cody Smith did not get a good restart at all, but looks like they're able to gather it up as far as everything's concerned, and so far, things look okay.
And this is kind of the first time in a while we haven't seen too many lap cars up at the front battling. We still have 27 cars on the lead lap. As far as cars that are on track, I think it's about 30 cars that are on track, 32 cars.
I count 31 right now.
Yeah, Jeff Shell's on pit road, 2 laps down. Cosman is off the racetrack. He's left the server. Buttafuoco is on pit road. Chatelaine is 10 laps.
Rolling.
Yeah, he's 10 laps down, but he is back on the track.
Turn 2, Seth the Merchant just had the world's largest save. I don't know if we can get a replay of that, but that should have been a wreck.
Let's see. Right in front of Jancic, and oh my. Oh my. That was a wild save. Drifted the whole corner. Here it is.
Yeah, see the 0-2 entering right behind him, and he used all the racetrack. He used the apron up to the wall to save that race car. I wish I could say I was surprised, but I mean, it's Seth the Merchant. I'm honestly not. I'd be more shocked if he wrecked at this point when he has moments like that. Back up front, Ryan Doucette holding on to it. Going to make a pass, and I actually know that's Busa that is trying to chase him down. Alt lost the lead. Now Busa with a huge run. He's going to try to take it. I got to say, Busa's, yeah, as much as he's made the top side work, he's definitely made the bottom side work as well. So Matt Busa back to the race lead. Doucette in second, Dylan Alt third. And very early on in the run, God, Busa is just right on the wall. He didn't waste any time. He nearly hit it in 1 and 2.
Yeah, he's flying right now. He's just trying to get away as fast as he can, because you got to keep in mind, as the car number starts to dwindle, you know, the more likelihood we stay green. So he's just got to pull away and hope that maybe we go green the rest of the way, at least in his case, or he can just drive away from the rest of the field and put him 5 laps down.
I was about to say, we had 25. I think we had over 30 cars finished at the Rock. That is not going to be the case tonight if we keep this pace up. Still a long way to go as we work lap 211 now in the second half of the Speedway Children's Charities World 600. It's been a fun one so far. A lot of action on track. A lot of action up here in the booth as well. We've had a good time. Ready to see once we kind of settle in and get to this last 100 laps. The last 100 laps 2 months ago were just, I mean, they were incredible. As Sean well documented. So we'll see how it works. Jeff Shell coming off of pit road right now, so he will get back on the racetrack 5 laps down. See Huffman right now, he's I would say Huffman and Busa have probably passed the most cars tonight. I think that's safe to say.
I don't know. Only because of the Merchant. Now he's back there in 25th.
Yeah.
I think the Merchant may have passed more.
Landon texted me at 10:34 p.m. on the Eastern Seaboard and said, "I've got a second life. Here we go." So he's feeling confident.
Wow.
He sounds motivated. He probably listened to you about overcoming obstacles and adversity.
Yeah. Don't go calling him now or anything.
No. I would never.
Well, I mean, you'll see him tomorrow, so you can give it to him then instead of calling him.
Yeah.
Is he racing this weekend at Hickory?
No, Hickory's not racing.
Oh, okay.
We went testing today.
Did you go testing?
No. He went testing, and I stood there.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Oh, 3 wide. This is David Brown DeMerchant back here, Sasser. That's Shell just trying to get up out of the way, and David Brown is loose. Oh, boy.
They are still 3 wide. On the bottom is DeMerchant. Top side is Blake Sasser. Brown will back out of it. This is all behind Tal Owen, who runs in 20th. Hayden Swake has cracked his way up into the top 20 as well. And what we've seen, if you lose that right rear tire early in the run, it never really comes back. You can never really cool it down with how you have to lift, how you have to brake here. If you heat up that right rear early in the run, it's going to be a long one for you. Owen just inches off the wall off turn 4.
Yeah, how close can you get it?
Oh, man, DeMerchant and Swank up the track. Perhaps a little bit of contact there. Swank able to collect it up. He'll lose a trio of spots right there. And Craig Janzik will try to make it another. And I don't think Swank was expecting DeMerchant to carry that much speed on the bottom. And did a nice job of collecting it up. Swank will lose another one right there to David L. Brown. Just in front of him, Joe Houston was in a wreck a little bit earlier on in the night. He's done a solid job kind of working his way back up. Car looks nearly spotless right now. Hanging on to the lead pack right now in 18th.
How about an attaboy to Ryan Vargas? Of course, he was on the program a little while ago. He made a TikTok reviewing crashes in BeamNG. 6 million views on TikTok. 6 million. He has just under 500,000 followers. 482,000 is where he's at right now as far as followers are concerned. Ryan Vargas, let me make sure I get his TikTok right. It is Ryan Vargas _23, the same as his Twitter, if you want to go check him out.
Okay, well, I got to admit, I don't have TikTok.
Yeah, I don't either. But still, it's Vargas, so I'll appreciate it.
But I have so many people say, like, how great it is, but I've also heard, like, it's very addicting. Apparently, I don't know, whatever algorithm it has, it really kind of wraps you in. I don't know if anybody in the chat out there can help me, but I can't. It's kind of like coffee. I don't drink coffee because I know I would like it, and I would, you know, it's one of those things like once you get used to it, you can't live without it. And it's kind of like coffee. Like I don't want to get a TikTok because I know I'll probably waste way too much time on it if I get it.
Yeah, I was in the same boat with coffee. It's turned into a break in case of emergency type of deal, where if it was a long night, it's going to be an early morning. I might need it, but otherwise it's.
So if I need energy and they taste bad, they really I don't think are good for you, and they give me stomach issues, but I'll just do a 5-hour energy, and they really get me going.
I tell you what, Roasted Jim's coffee, though. So I don't really drink coffee, but Roasted Jim sponsored the limited late model. I got some from my grandmother who drinks coffee. She liked it very much. So a little shameless plug right there for Roasted Jim.
Yeah,
they supported our last. They supported our 508 as well.
Yeah. Some of these guys might need.
What's that?
They might need some coffee, and oh my gosh, Set the Merchant about knocked the wall down coming off turn 4. That thing was out of control.
Busa and Doucette have both moved to the wall. And I mean, when I say they're on the wall, they are running right on it, especially in 1 and 2. Busa's running the wall in 3 and 4 now as well. Doucette's running in the middle. So this is kind of the part of the race that we wanted to get to, is the track is really opening up, and I love to see it, that everybody's kind of going to their own lane right here. Man, I mean, Doucette's in the wall. He scrapes it.
How are they not? Insane. I'll agree with Tires in chat. Rather drink coffee than energy drinks. Absolutely.
You know, and this kind of works into which car you drive. Because honestly, if you're going to run right on the wall...
Whoa, Bussa! Down into the chicane! He got way too loose off turn 4, down into the grass! Back up he's in the wall! He's in the wall! Up in front of the leader! He still somehow held on to the lead! After all of that, are you kidding me?
An excursion through the turf, he hits the wall, and he enters turn 3 with the race lead. Now, he may not have it for long, Doucette to the bottom, and I'm sure Bussa going to have to be nursing that right rear, but my goodness, I cannot believe that that's all that happened.
I thought he was like 10 car lengths back, and then they went to turn 1, and all of a sudden he was back out in front of him again. Are you kidding?
And now he's battling for it again. He's stuck in it this time. At least for a little bit. He'll lose a little bit of time. He loses the race lead.
That right rear is probably on fire.
They found the edge, I think.
Yeah. It's whatever he did coming off turn 4 2 laps ago.
I'm fairly certain he actually jumped that vehicle as well.
He might have some damage. Yeah. He honestly might have some damage. I think because if you jump the car, I mean, and you hit the bottom of it, like you'll get suspension damage and whatnot. So that could be a concern. I don't think it's slowing him up at the moment, but see the nose of that Buick LeSabre has a little bit of damage on it. But I was making a point about if you're going to run the wall, I think this is where having a certain car can actually help. I don't think the fender kicks out as far on the right rear on the Buick as it does on the Ford Thunderbird body or the Chevy. Like the Chevy's much longer in the rear end, it's kind of blocky, but I think the Ford, the fender kind of kicks out a little bit more at an angle. The Buick's really small, seemingly, so I think you'd almost want, if you're going to run the wall, I think you want to run the Buick, and Matt Booth is showing you why. He goes for the race lead, Doucette, counter punch down on the bottom.
Yeah, that was a great crossover there by Doucette, cutting right down to the bottom, getting back by Bussa. Can't quite clear him, and don't look in the rearview mirror, but the Jaws music is coming. Here comes Dylan Alt, Helton Frisch, that entire pack that's behind him. Cozy's in it as well. They are closing in on these two, battling it out. Great battling for the lead. We've still got a long way to go, and they're closing in on that window, less than 10 laps away from it.
Yeah, everybody from about third on back, they are absolutely loving what they see up here between Doucette and Bussa. Run each other hard, wear your tires out, and let us start catching you. That's what I'm sure Dylan Alt, Logan Helton, and the like are saying right now. And I tell you what, this track is just widening out perfectly right now. Bussa's just able to make the top work so well. And he's really still the only person, Jacob, that's really running up there. I mean, look, everybody from about through the top 10, he's the only one that's running up there, but golly, is he getting loose doing it.
I can't believe he held on to that race car. He should have come down, hooked Doucette, and they both would have wrecked. I can't believe he kept that thing straight. It is on rails right now.
Well, again, we restarted back on lap 206. So 25 laps into this run, and honestly, if I'm being frank with you, this is earlier that we're starting to see a little bit of tire fall off than what we had earlier, which is it's kind of crazy. You think about the track's way cooler. Golly, again.
Just keep a camera on these two. I don't care what happens the rest of the race. This might be the battle of the night. I can't believe that Bussa has kept this thing straight. You can't do that.
And these two went tick for tack back at Rockingham for the lead. Had an amazing battle in the last 100 laps, and they're doing it once again. Bussa on the top side, Doucette rolling the bottom. Bussa hanging around on the top, almost into the wall again, but still keeps it off of the wall.
Great crossover, a great run for Bussa on exit. Couldn't quite keep Doucette from clearing it, but he goes right back to the bottom and gets a little loose.
Yeah, I don't know if that bottom's going to quite work for Matt Bussa's Doucette. Well, I thought Doucette had it. I think Bussa's able to get a little bit of side draft out of it, get a little bit of a run. By the way, Dylan Alt, another 10th off. They're about 7/10 back in this lead battle right now.
Oh, man, Doucette almost got the wall. Oh, wow.
This is some amazing racing, folks. Two of the best in the business right here. Giving you guys a show here in the Speedway Children's Charities World 600. Doucette, slide job, if you can call it that, will get him back to the race lead. Boosa try to cross him over. Oh, he faked low. He'll go high. He juked him out.
I thought he was going to wait until 1, but he just decided to do it right there on the front stretch, and that was a ballsy move, but it's going to work.
Golly, where's Travis? He broke his damn ankles. Doucette back up front. Boosa within a car length. Dylan Alt now about 6/10 back in that 3rd spot. Golly, this is such a good race. And I wonder, so what is this second pack going to do? They are running them down. What are they going to do when they catch them? Are they going to go low? Are they going to go high? Everybody back there has been running the bottom line. Doucette into the wall.
Got the wall.
Boosa had to check up because of Doucette hitting the wall and the dirty air.
Here we go.
And Doucette, I think Doucette's really running up there to take his line away. I don't think Doucette's as comfortable up there as Boosa was.
Definitely, yeah. Oh, man. But he got a better launch because Doucette was sideways, or Boosa was sideways.
We had another park or DNF in this race. It is Jeff Shell. So Jeff Shell decides to call it quits. He is 11 laps down. He'll finish in 32nd. Boosa a slide. And now Boosa. Here comes Dylan Alt.
This could be trouble right here for Boosa. If I were him, I would just pull the plug and come pit. Get tires now because he's going to get eaten alive back here with all these guys. Helton, Fresh, they all were saving their tires this whole run.
Again, we're about 30 laps into this run. Boosa into the wall, entering turn 1. Nearly hits it in the center of the corner. By goes Logan Helton. There goes Michael Frisch. And I don't think Cozy's too far behind.
Now, I keep an eye on that 40, though. He might get a shot at Doucette before this stint is said and done. Whoa, Boosa way up the hill. Oh, he's really sideways. He's pitting. The way that thing reacted, it's almost like he had a flat. Like it blew right there in the center of the corner. He did not speed somehow, some way. I can't believe he got that thing down on the pit road without wrecking it or speeding.
No black flag, so he didn't blow a tire, but I'm sure he knew he was on the verge of it. He did not call out that he was pitting, so very lucky that there was a hole for him to fall in. It is not easy to pit from the high lane here at Charlotte, and he's able to do it. So Boosa putting on a show, but I think you could see the result is those tires get really worn. As now up front, Doucette holds the lead. Dylan Alt has chased him down. And what is the second pack of cars going to be able to do now?
I think Alt's got a shot here. He's running about a 10th quicker lap than Doucette, so he's coming. And here he goes, looking for the lead on the bottom. Oh, 8% on the right rear tire for Boosa, by the way.
Oh,
52
my goodness.
on the right front, 8 on the rear. No wonder he pitted.
Well, at least, again, I'll give him credit. He knew it was going down. We haven't seen that a lot tonight. Everybody else seems to stay out, but good for him. He came down pit, and he'll gain time now on fresh tires as Dylan Alt, no challenge there from Doucette. Dylan Alt goes to the lead now.
Yeah, I think Doucette knows that his tires are on or past the expiration date and that he's going to be coming to pit road here in a couple.
Matt Boosa says it's more fun. Matt Boosa says it's more fun not saving.
Absolutely, it looks like.
Well, it might be fun, but I think a long race like this is kind of where that saving, if it's going to come into play at all, it's going to be in a race like this, 600 miles. And just Doucette starting to give away a lot of time here.
How about Logan Helton, though? We haven't talked about him much, and here he is in P2.
Yeah, he's in second. I know he was trying to sell some sponsorship for that car, for the rear quarter panels. I think it still says your name here, if I can see it on the production feed correctly.
Wait, it says my name there? Oh.
Or your... Oh, thank you, Jacob.
Absolutely.
That's the type of humor we've been missing in this booth without Sean M. Butler in here.
Yeah. Well, considering he was the one complaining about it during the Road to Pro race last week.
Yeah, gosh. Well, hopefully y'all, you don't have to bail out that because, or use those to bail you out because it's not Mid-Ohio next week.
Yeah, it's Pocono. So we're going to be doing them under caution next week.
Hopefully not.
Well, we'll see what happens, and we'll see what happens.
So at least looking at the field, there's been a pretty big separation. Your top 11 are within 5 seconds of each other, and then you got to go about 3.5 back of Maxwell Castro in 11th, back to Landon Huffman. He's literally on an island all his own. And then you have Philip McCandless in 13th, leading a line of really about 10 cars back to Ryan Andrew. There's a huge gaggle back here. Blake Sasser, Craig Janik, Colton Zimmer.
Here we go.
Colton Zimmer says he's pitting this time.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're on lap 46 of this stint. How is nobody pitted yet? So this is going to be the beginning of the end, I think, for these guys. All right, it's time to come now. He's in a lot of traffic here. Cattell slides up. He gets hit.
Harvey
Zimmer's
and he almost make contact.
That was very close. How about Frisch, though, now in second? And here comes Cozy looking for third. Logan Helton starting to slip back.
Wouldn't you know that we haven't really talked about Michael Cozy Jr., and yet here we are at lap 250. It's starting to get down at least a little bit closer to crunch time. And Michael Cozy in perfect pit. There's probably no sim racer I know that knows how to be in the right spot at the right time than Michael Cozy Jr. And it's not luck. You can't do it that many times and have it be luck. He just knows what he's doing. I think Logan...
Trouble, turn one. We got one in the wall. It's James Holzer. Caution is out. I heard somebody spinning, and sure enough, the caution came out. He drove it into turn number one a little too deep. That thing went around, and Matt Busa got a piece of it as well.
And Holzer, he was in sixth. He just went into turn one. Tire was down, or actually, no. Tire is still not down, even after the spin. So Holzer, not a blown tire. He just got loose. Lost control, and Busa trying to charge on those fresh tires. Unfortunately, he's going to be put behind the 8-ball yet again and have to get his way back on the lead lap once more.
Yeah, he is first car one lap down, but since he made the contact, he's not going to be the lucky dog.
Oh, you're right.
It's going to go to Cattell instead.
So Brandon Cattell eligible for the lucky dog. Matt Busa going to have to either restart the leader on the... He's got an option. Does he want to burn a set of tires and restart the first car a lap down on the inside, or does he want to restart at the tail end of the field and try to do what DeMerchant and a couple of other drivers have been able to do and keep their lap being the tail end of the field?
Well, he's only got 8 laps on this set, but he's probably been pushing really hard. So this is going to be a tough call for Busa here, and it could be a race-winning or losing call here, what he does, whether he stays out and saves the set of tires, or whether he comes in and decides to pull the trigger on being up in front. Because if he's the first lap car on the bottom, he's probably going to pull away, and he should be okay as far as getting back on the lead lap is concerned. But is that extra set going to cost him?
Yeah, I guess it's just how many sets do you have left? That's the question. They had 12 on pit road, so 13 total if you count the 4 sets of Goodyear Eagles that they started out with. Which again is plenty. We've seen drivers barely be able to handle or start to, blow some tires around lap 40, 45. We were almost to 50 of that run, and nothing had happened.
So Jake Pullen stayed out. I would think that he's going to pit this time, but I'm not sure. Doucette took 2. Everybody else took 4. Let's see what Poulin does, because, I mean, his tires are ancient relics at this point. Cattell did indeed get the free pass. And Poulin's going to stay out on the racetrack. But
Well,
he's here if we want to talk with him.
sure. Pull him in, Jacob. You talk to him.
Jake Poulin, what's the strategy call here?
Oh.
Oh, he just disconnected.
Oh.
So I have I gotta get ready to go to the track tomorrow. I'm going to the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, so I gotta do laundry, and I don't want to do laundry at 2 a.m. So I gotta go get ready. I just wanted to get a lap led. That's all.
That's what
Get them 5 bonus points for leading that lap. I'm telling you.
Well, how'd you enjoy your experience, 1 to 10?
It was kind of fun having to like race for your lap back there. That whole kerfuffle was interesting, but it's getting a bit frustrating now because it's getting really predictable to where we run 40 or so laps and then somebody loses it when their tire goes out. It's frustrating because if you're one of those guys that has to pit early, then you're just gonna get smoked every time.
Well, thanks for being here, Jake, and have fun at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway, and we will be seeing you.
Yeah, we'll see you. Thanks for having me.
That's Jake Poulin, who stayed out, led a lap, and then packed it up and went home because he's got to go to a real racetrack. So Ryan Doucette retakes the lead.
Yeah, iRacing employee. I'm sure. I know New Hampshire Motor Speedway. That's kind of their, home race, I suppose. So, not a shocker that a lot of folks that are up kind of towards Massachusetts and whatnot are going to make their way out for the NASCAR weekend. I know Xfinity practice and qualifying is tomorrow. Got racing on Saturday. I believe the trucks are out there tomorrow. Are the trucks racing on Friday?
I don't believe so. I don't think the trucks are racing there.
You might be right.
Meanwhile,
about that. Yeah, because I think their next race might be IRP or something.
Pocono, next weekend. Josh Mendoza,
Pocono,
our pit reporter admin guy. What's up?
So Brandon Cattell came over the radio and said it was wild that Matt Busa was involved in that and that he got the lucky dog because at the time of the caution, Cattell said he had a tire going down. Oh!
What luck. All right, well, thank you for that report, Josh.
Anytime, Blake. We're going to go green here shortly as we got to stack up on the back of the field here.
Oh, no, a stack up? Like a crash?
No, just, you know how it is. A little 405 traffic or... Well, this ain't Los Angeles, but I'm sure you guys have similar traffic out there. People don't know how to stop.
485,
if you have
maybe?
driven I-85 in Charlotte, or no, well, no, not Charlotte, South Carolina. If you have I'll simplify it. If you have driven on a road in South Carolina, yeah.
Just any road?
Any road. Although the roads in South...
McCandless is in the grass. Hold on. Castro had some issues, and passing the grass from McCandless, he got into Castro and had to hook it dead left, but we're all good. Anyway, the roads in South Carolina.
As far as my experiences, the worst roads are in South Carolina. The worst drivers are only, and I mean only, Nashville, Tennessee. Worst drivers I've ever seen on the road. By far.
You might need to come up to Pennsylvania and drive 81 a couple of times, and then you.
I promise you. The 30 or 40-minute drive from the airport when I used to have to go to Nashville every once in a while, I've never seen more consistent accidents in my life. I'd go there like once a month, and in a 30 or 40-minute drive, you would see 4 or 5 accidents. I'm not kidding.
I-81, it's almost daily that there's a wreck, so...
And the people I rode with were terrible drivers, too, It's just, Nashville is the worst.
They don't have that iRacing experience that you do, that you carry over.
No, they don't, clearly.
I'm going to be honest. I feel like nobody here has driven in California because we have bad drivers, and we're like the best at being bad while driving 5 miles per hour. I didn't really know that was possible, yet we proved that it's a possible thing.
All right, some good racing back here. Cozy going to go forward for third. Again, Matt Busa, a lap down, is trying to get back onto the lead lap. He's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. And how about this, ladies and gentlemen? Working his way almost into fourth. How about Garrett Smithley? The only NASCAR Cup Series driver in the field. He's booking it right now.
I was like, wait, that's Garrett. Is he a lap down? I looked at the leaderboard. No, he's fifth.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett, he's been biding his time. He's been learning everything. I remember when he first ran Rockingham, he said, I can't believe this. He didn't like it. He didn't like Rockingham. He didn't think he was going to be very good at it. But I tell you what, he is taken to these cars, and it's a little bit of an iRacing. He does this a lot. He's got a lot of experience. So I'm not surprised. He just about got hit by Matt Busa.
Yeah. Well, and I happened to click on his stream a little while ago. I think he got a new wheel and a new rig. I'm not sure if that's what he's using tonight, because if you look on his camera, he's surrounded by nothing but cardboard boxes. And I believe VRS was on one of the boxes. So I'm not sure if this is his first race with his new wheel.
He just, he just moved, I think.
Yes, I can confirm that he just moved last week.
Oh, what the heck? Because I looked at him on Monday during MNR and the boxes weren't there.
Well, he's moved some stuff too, I guess.
Because one of the boxes had a wheel in it. I was like, okay, well, maybe that's the old one. I don't know.
And a great point out there in chat, all three provisional drivers right now are in the top 10. Garrett Smithley, Seth the Merchant, and George Balfans Jr. So I guess I know who to invite for provisionals, I guess.
Yeah.
For now. Of course, I'll eat my words when they all three wreck here in like 5 seconds. But Smithley up to third. He's past Dylan Alt. Landon Huffman back into sixth. And they are three wide off of turn 2.
Yeah, here comes Sasser. He's a lap down, I think.
Now Merchant going to make
he is on the lead lap. I couldn't find his name first time around. So Sasser's on the lead lap, and at 23, he's had some issues tonight. But, oh, man, these guys are been some really tight racing up here at the front. And Doucette's going. See you later. He's just driving the wheels off that thing.
He is, but we have seen time and time again, it comes back to bite you at a certain point.
Yep.
There's just no way you can sustain it. But, I mean, in a way, they've kind of been bailed out because we haven't completed a single green flag pit cycle yet. I think we're going to get one in. We've lowered the numbers, I guess. We got, I think, 30 cars on track right now.
25 of them on the lead lap.
But this is what a race like this does. It's long. You have to get through the attrition. And then once you're around at a certain point, this is when you can really start to zero in. This is when you can start to focus and kind of think about, okay, what's my approach here these last 155 laps? What am I going to pit? Am I going to do a 2-stop? Am I going to stop 3 times? Am I going to stop once? There's a lot, there's a lot to decide here, especially as we've kind of worked into the second half of this race. This is more familiar territory, too. You think about what these drivers typically consider a long race. This is probably about the length of that, 150 some odd laps, 140 some odd laps. This is around what I guess sim racers would be comfortable with. They got to this point, now they just have to execute.
Right.
Brian LaPrade, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you had a fun stream. We are live here with the running of the Speedway Children's Charities World 600. Blake McCandless, Jacob Hitz on the call with you so far. We've heard from Josh Mendoza, who's also doubling as race control. Travis Brown has been here. We had Ryan Vargas just a little bit earlier. If you just joined, we'll post that donation link in the chat, right? Or actually, no, that's Sean's video. You should go watch that too, but different link.
How about, let's see. No, I don't have it. Okay, well. I thought I did.
I can pull it from my Discord here. There we go.
How about, here comes Cozy underneath Dylan Alt. That's for 4th.
Alt's been really good, though. Early in the run, he kind of lets these guys go. Late in the run, he really starts to move forward. He got the lead a little bit earlier, so Dylan Altman really good to bide his time. Qualified on the pole and has been up front all day. Matt Busa makes the pass by Logan Helton. That's not for position, so Helton will just let him on by. Smithley has started to chase down Ryan Doucette.
Yeah, well, yes and no. It seems like he's been closing, but the gap has been growing larger and larger. The gap was under a second when he first got by Logan Helton, and since then, it's grown to now 1.1 seconds. So Doucette is actually starting to pull a little bit away from Smithley now.
As far as angles are concerned, you got a lot of streams going on in this race. Michael Kozu Jr. Is streaming his vantage point. He's in 4th. You have Landon Huffman right now, who runs in 7th. Who's streaming right now? Garrett Smithley is live as well. So is George Belfans Jr. So if you want an angle of just about anywhere in the top 10, you got a lot of different places, including this broadcast as well. You can get some information and watch a little bit of the broadcast as Smithley will let Matt Busa by.
Yeah. So Busa's going to go try and chase down the current leader and race himself back onto the lead lap, but. Of course, he may burn his tires off in the process of doing that.
Helton way up top. Haven't seen him venture up to the wall too many times, but he's making it work right now.
Going for it for that second spot.
He's going to have it here off of turn 2. Give it to Logan Helton now. Smithley back to 3rd.
Wonder if Smithley pushed his stuff too much, because that last time by, Helton was 0.3 faster. Same with Cozy. 33.8 for Smithley, 33.5s for Cozy and Helton. At the line this time, he's still 0.2 off from those guys. So I think he just pushed it a little too much there.
You know, I wrote off Brandon Cattell when I saw how much damage he initially had. I cannot believe he is on the lead lap in 19th. I mean, the entire rear end of his car was completely destroyed.
Yeah.
Kevin McAdams kind of settled in 21st. Ryan Blackford's been awfully quiet tonight. He's running in 23rd right now. I'm sure just saving his tires. There's Kevin right there. I wonder if we could get Travis to call Landon at some point tonight. There's Brian Blackford.
Oh, brother.
Which Blackford pulled this exact same strategy, super conservative at Rockingham. He wasn't going to push the issue. He was going to make sure his tires lasted longer than everybody else. That was his only concern. So far, still on the lead lap, and if we can get through a green flag pit cycle, I think that, that's a strategy that could work in his favor.
Logan Helton's asking about a track temp. It's a icy 127 degrees right now. So we fall.
Wow, it is. Here. Wow, so it's really dropped. I mean, we peaked at 141, 142 degrees.
And it's not even 4 o'clock yet in sim.
Yeah, I mean, we're not even in the shade. I was wondering if we were going to get some shade from the grandstands on the front straightaway. It kind of depended on how many cautions we got, how long we were going to go. We may get a little bit, but you don't really start to see that until, 5, 6 o'clock at Charlotte. And
right.
I mean, we have 130 some odd laps to go. So we'll be close to maybe if we get some shade, that'll really cool the track down. But, I mean, nevertheless, the heat is the key with these tires. We saw it at Rockingham when I was testing and trying to figure everything out. What setup we wanted to run, what weather we wanted to run, how long the tires could last. The tire, especially with this car, is so heat sensitive. So a cool down from 141 to 127, that is a massive difference. And I think that's why that last run, Jacob, we saw these guys go so much longer on that run on those tires. They were able to save it so much better.
I think it's a combination of the track cooling down and also the fact that these guys have learned, okay, we have to save tires, and kind of where that balance is between overdriving the cars and keeping them within control, even though some drivers like Busa just continue to ignore it and say, all right, I'm just going to push it and see what happens. But Busa is closing in on Doucette right now. 4 to try and get back onto the lead lap the hard way.
See if he can do it. I know he's fast enough to chase him down. It's just, can the tires last long enough, or can he catch a caution at the right time? And is Doucette really going to put up a fight here? Because I don't know if you want to if you're Ryan Doucette. You may just want to let him go. Battling him is only going to slow you down and wear your tires out as well. I don't know. I think Doucette, maybe you want to play this a little conservative.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing that we saw at Rockingham that we haven't quite seen yet, the marbles that build up are pretty insane. When we get this many cars running this many laps on a track like this, we haven't seen near the amount of marbles build up as we did at the Rock. Like off the track, on the apron and whatnot. There's not near as many marbles just kind of everywhere like it was at Rockingham.
Right.
Blake, I got a question regarding the track temp. Do you think the lack of 12 additional cars out on the track and the fact that the track has widened out, more rubber on there might be more absorption, just maybe a little bit of an insulator to cool down the track?
Yeah, I think that can play a little bit of a factor, maybe a couple of degrees, but it seems like the biggest thing is just the in-sim time. How much sun is directly on the racetrack. At Rockingham, it was the same thing. So the biggest influence is time. Temperature doesn't seem to have as much of an influence as, it's been 78, 79 degrees the whole time, but it's really how much the sun is shining on a track, what angle it is, I think that makes the biggest difference in it. What's the next event going to be? Oh, boy.
You have a list, don't you?
Well, we saw the weather radar that Greg Hill posted, so I don't know. Maybe we'll run, like 500 miles at Las Vegas in the rain or something in these cars. That'd be pretty sick.
Or if they only implement it at the road courses, just send these cars to Watkins Glen. And then let it rain. Whoa, look out!
Oh!
That's, I think, Bell fans.
And the 0-2 of Craig Janzik, that was a huge moment right there.
Bell fans apologize for that, but definitely some sketchy moments. Back 12th place.
I mean, these guys they've been racing hard pretty much throughout the event, and now that we're down to about 30 cars, 10th through 20th are pretty much right on top of each other. I'm trying to think, these cars race amazing on road courses, so I wouldn't be against having a road course event in this car. I don't think we wouldn't have as many participants, but these cars, I mean, I keep saying it over and over again, they're the best on the service by far, no questions asked. I also think they're the best road course car. They are so much fun on road courses.
10 hours of the New Hampshire road course.
Oh my goodness.
Yuck. Put them at the Daytona road course where they belong. Oh, Ryan Andrew off the pace.
Now let's scan Riverside. Then we can run there.
Yeah, let's scan that parking lot, see what happens.
Yeah, exactly.
I miss Riverside because in NR I loved it, but ugh.
I'll be honest, I've thought about Bristol. I'd want to do, if we did a Bristol event, and again, call me crazy, 1,000 laps.
I was going to say a proper 500 miles. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, proper 500-mile Bristol race. Joe Houston is off the pace. He might have a tire down. He does not have a tire down, but
that was who I saw get really loose coming off 4 and off the pace. So I think he's bringing it to pit road here. We'll see what's up with the 49.
He's going to come down. He's going to step out of the car. You can see his little character kind of exit the car really quickly. So you have to wonder if this is... Yeah, he might be walking away, or perhaps he wants to look at the replay of something. And Joe Houston is out. So Houston's going to call it a night here. I think that'll net him P30 at this point. Yeah, getting some chicken wings. Where's Ricky Bobby?
How about the battle for third? Good battle. Actually, battle for second. Cozy, Smithley, Dylan Alt, all tight together. It's a train behind Busa, and Busa is back out of control with burned up tires as Doucette's still pulling away.
Yeah, Busa may have kind of stepped over that line once again. Helton hanging on, Cozy. See Garrett Smithley's able to go on by Busa. Yeah, I think Busa may have cooked that right rear once again.
A little bit.
Are you saying one-word answers because Sean said something in chat about it?
Last I checked, a little bit is more than one word, but...
Well, you know, two-word answers.
That'd be three-word answers, but...
In the South, we can find a way to make that one word.
Oh,
that's how we pronounce it, yeah.
I guess.
Smithley and Dylan Alt now side by side for fourth. Actually, Smithley, yeah, he's trying to venture up to that top side. Haven't seen him do that too much today. But he's trying to make it work. This track's really open up. I mean, we've seen the middle, the bottom, the very top. People have gone everywhere here. We haven't seen as many go to the wall in 3 and 4, but... Oh, contact, Helton and Smithley. Helton up the racetrack. I think Smithley's looking to go. I think he's ready to try to make something happen. Landon Huffman's caught this battle as well. Huffman might... Oh, he was thinking about making it 3 wide. He thinks better of it. To get an onboard shot there from Garrett Smithley. You see Huffman right there on the right side of your screen. He's inside of Smithley right now. Good racing here. Caution is out.
Trouble. That's Matt Busa. Front straightaway as well as Bell fans, it looks like. Another one around. That's... Okay, so I think we got multiple wrecks for the price of one. Busa lost it on his own. Bell fans then got turned around, and we just had people crashing into each other trying to check up. Sounds like Justin Mons may have turned somebody around again. James Holtz not happy.
Busa self-spun. Bell fence reacted to that. And then, yeah, the 27 couldn't react in time off of turn 4 to Bell fans getting sideways, so they make contact.
I want to bring up...
Oh, my God. Mons just clobbered Holzer.
I want to bring up right there might have been a sense of urgency on Busa because of the fact that Colton Zimmer was 4 cars behind, and they were racing for the lucky dog at that point.
Busa did blow a right rear tire. He does have a tire down, so that's what caused that spin. He blew the right rear coming off 4.
Yeah, and you could hear it too. And I think he it blew in a spot where he would have wanted to have pit right there, but he was kind of in a position that you can't really commit that late to come down pit road without telling anybody, because he would have just got ran the heck over. So he kind of just spun it out. He honestly would have been in a really bad spot, because if he spins the apron, no contact, that wouldn't have been a caution. But obviously, you see a bunch of smoke off of turn 4. You have some reactions to it. That's what brought out the yellow.
Right.
Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
All right, down on a pit road right now. We'll, I wonder at this point, 4 tires, 2 tires. We've seen drivers go back and forth. I think as this track continues to cool, we're down to 125 now on the track temp. I think it's more likely that you'll start to see 2 tires. But it looks like a field full of 4 tire calls right now.
I was going to say, everybody taking 4. Doucette, Cozy, your top 2. Alt, Sasser, Zimmer. Well, Zimmer stayed out. Hold on. He's probably the free pass. Which it is. I was wondering what Josh was trying to say in chat, and I figured out it was LD, not ID. Yeah, everybody took 4 this time, including Matt Busa. Well, he hasn't pitted yet, but he's going to. And he'll probably take 4, because he needs at least 2.
So they took 4 this time. I imagine, though, that kind of sets it up. If you want to take 2, a little bit later on towards this last little run here that kind of allows you to do that, I would imagine. Sean Butler wants to put in our booth chat, he says, I just wanted to say everyone's doing a great job.
Get in the booth.
Yeah, Sean, we trust me, we do not care about audio quality. We want to hear Sean's voice.
Out of town
regardless.
is not an excuse. Travis was here. He is far from town.
Now he says he can't, unfortunately. That's a lie.
What, did he get his tongue cut out? Come on.
I'm texting from my Nokia 3100.
If Sean doesn't come into the booth, we're not running any more events. This is the last one.
Wow. John killed it.
You might just encourage him not to.
Sean, good.
At least we went out on a high note. Well, no, we didn't because you aren't here.
Ah.
Wow. I just find it...
Maybe we can get Davey Davis in here if he's willing to join.
There you go. I find it just so surprising we cannot get green flag pit stops. Like, even the best of the best are out here spinning on their own, causing a caution. It's like, what the heck? We cannot go through a full cycle.
And I don't think we will either. I hate to break the news to you, but with 114 to go this time, we haven't yet. I'm not convinced we will, but...
well, again, what we've seen at Rockingham, we saw, okay, you get a pretty good indicator your tire's going to go down. You end up pitting either just as or right before you blow a tire. Drivers are so kind of afraid of going a lap down in this race that they want to stay out right up until the caution comes out, even if they're the one with the blown tire, because they think, oh, well, I blew my tire. That means someone else is about to blow their tire and crash. And while they're doing that, they crash themselves. So that's kind of been the thing, is nobody wants to go a lap down and pit when they have a flat tire because they think, oh, well, the next guy up's about to blow, and he'll crash when he blows his tire. And it's just kind of a game of chicken, really, if you're going to pit.
And everybody's losing that game of chicken right now.
Yes, they are. But we appreciate, we've seen a couple of raids come in. We appreciate every single one of them, everybody who's watching. This is the Speedway Children's Charities World 600, 400 laps, 600 miles, and the best car on the iRacing service, and I'm not paid to say that. 1987 cars. You got the Chevy Monte Carlo, Ford Thunderbird, and Buick LeSabre. Hopefully more to come in the coming months or years for this series. Shortly on the horizon. If you want more legacy cars in iRacing, or you want your Gen 4 Super Speedway car, whatever else you could think of, is one car well off the pace on this restart.
Cody Smith.
That's Cody Smith getting out of the way. If you want more legacy content on iRacing, support the current legacy content, because that will allow them to look at it and say, hey, look, there's interest and we'll make money off of it. And, you know, they're a business, so... If you want other cars, support the legacy content that's in front of you now, and they'll be more willing to do this in the future. All right, there's my sell pitch. Here comes Michael Cozy Jr. Big run on Ryan Doucette down the front stretch. Cozy going to try to go for the lead.
Where have we seen this movie before? And no, you're not seeing double. That's two different race cars looking for the lead. And don't look now, DeMerchant is back in 5th place. He's coming as well, trying to get by Logan Helton. Michael Cozy Jr., Michael Jordan, the iRacing... I screwed that all up. iRacing's Michael Jordan, Michael Cozy Jr. in the lead, and he's pulling away.
And Cozy goes after the race lead. It's okay, Jacob. We forgive you for it. I mean, I've heard myself all night, and it's been a struggle.
Nah, you're driving good.
Well, you know what? You're doing a great job, Jacob.
I appreciate it.
So Cozy first, second, Doucette third, all the way back there is Dylan Alt. Matt Busa once again stuck on the outside, trying to get his lap back, although he is Not driving nearly with the same pace that we've seen him pretty much going with all race long. Maybe he's thinking, maybe I ought to try the other side of this. Maybe I ought to try saving a little bit.
How about this? Logitech G Altus. 1, 2, 3. In reverse numerical order.
Well, these guys are just going to come and sweep every event. They ran 1-2 at the 508, and now they're running 1-2-3 here as we start to work towards the last 100 laps of this race. I wonder if they'll lock out the podium. Blake Sasser may have something to say about that, as Sasser going to go to the outside here of Seth the Merchant.
Yeah, he's really turned it on these last 100 laps or so. Remember, he was toward the back of the field early on, got involved in a wreck. At one point, I think he was missing his right front wheel, and here he is running in fourth. Like, he's had an incredible comeback.
There are 4 drivers in here with 0 incident points. Can you guess them?
Okay, so Cozy.
That's 1.
Oh, brother. Maybe Dylan Alt.
Dylan Alt has 3.
Okay.
And actually, one of these is unfair, so there's 3 on track right now. One of them is out of the race, so Cozy's one of 3 that are on track right now.
Cozy's one of them. Oh. Not Kevin. Somebody in chat said Kevin. It's not Kevin. How about Brandon Hawken, maybe?
Nope. He's got 4. There's a lot of 1X's too, so it's kind of tricky with this.
I was going to say, I'm trying to think of guys that have kept it clean and haven't like gotten the wall or anything, but
I mean, touching the grass will also get you 1X if you're not careful.
Oh,
Right.
Sasser!
Whoa, Sasser!
Oh, man. He got loose off a 2, and he nearly hooked a Merchant in the right rear.
Yeah, we saw that at the same time right there. That was very close.
Sasser may try to go middle 3 here. He scrapes the wall off 4.
Oh,
He's going to
Garrett
find
got the wall
himself
right
in the middle of a
behind him.
Logitech Altus Esports sandwich here.
Well, see, it's the other way around. Because if it's a sandwich, you're talking about the stuff on the inside. Otherwise, everything would be a bread sandwich. And I know, we just used the phrase wrong. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm glad to see that you're passionate about this, Jacob. I like passion.
Well...
So, Blake Sasser in the middle of a Blake Sasser sandwich. See, is that better? Does that sound better?
Yeah, there you go. That's.
Oh, no. Sasser blinked out, or was that me?
That might have been you. We're good.
Oh, okay. Oh, darn. Well, okay, that was me.
Guys, I just want to point out Matt Busa and Colton J. Harvey are fighting right now for the lucky dog position side by side down the backstretch.
This ought to be good back here. Boost is probably driving his wheels off the car.
He's not. He's been the opposite in this run. He's trying to save a little bit. He hasn't been putting up much of a fight.
Well, that's because he's been the first caution these last couple of restarts. So.
Anyways, the answer to the 0 incident inquiry: Logan Helton, Michael Cozy Jr., Tal Owen.
Oh, Helton. Okay. Towel, I'm not surprised with.
And you have Aiden Kirker, but he is out of the race and 214 laps down.
Right.
I don't know. We had a really good battle between Busa and Doucette up front. I think DeMerchant, I don't know. I mean, you got teammates here, 3 or top 4. They're not going to run each other too hard. Can't imagine too much is going to happen there. Here comes Cattell on the outside of Justin Mons. That'll be for 12th. I don't think Cattell has quite made his way back to the top 10 yet, but he just might be able to do it. At least from what I can count, we've definitely decreased the amount of cars on track. 29. Oh, yeah. 29 on track right now.
Oh, man. Oh, look at Huffman. All over Michael P. Frisch. This is 4th position. This is 7th.
Huffman was kind of able to carve his way through the field a little bit earlier on, but, you know, the saying goes, the further up you get, the harder they are to pass. And Huffman really pinching down Frisch there on the bottom of the track, trying to keep that top side rolling, able to do it and hold on right now. He keeps 7th spot right behind Dylan Alt.
There you go.
While you guys were watching that, Colin J. Harvey, Matt Busa swapped positions and then swapped it right back. So they're back running the same order they were. They got a little sideways in the corner. No change of position overall, though.
I saw a little bit of smoke off of turn 4. I'm not quite sure who that was.
How about Holzer? He's on pit road. That might have been from him.
Yeah, he's taking 4 tires.
Yeah, well, he was at the back of the field in 25th and got loose in 3 and 4 and immediately cranked it down onto pit road. That might have been the smoke that you saw was from his power slide, but he's got it rolling now.
About 20 laps ago, he came over the radio and said something's wrong with the right front of this car or something's wrong with the front end, so he may have just burned off that right front tire in that short.
Well, he has been in a couple incidents as well, so it's possible that maybe that thing's just broke.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of damage. That could definitely be a possibility as well. You see him right there. He's able to get back on track. He took 4 tires, too, which, you know, that's the one thing. Pretty much everybody took 4 under this latest caution. Be really interested to see if we can get through a cycle of green flag pit stops, which, my goodness, I hope we can. Whether drivers will take 4 or they'll take 2 to try to cut out a lot of time. We're also starting to get to the point we're starting to see shade over the track in turn 1 for the first time. The grandstand's off in turn 1, starting to shade the track a little bit, cool it down even more.
About that time. Starts over in turn 1, then wraps around to the start-finish line, front straightaway, and then 3 and 4 is probably the last spot where you really get that that shade. We definitely won't see it tonight in this race, but once it's all said and done.
You know, in one way, I feel like we've been here for a while. On the other hand, we're already under 100 laps to go, Jacob.
Well, it's a lot better than when we started, because when we started, the projected time was just under 8 hours. So, because we wrecked on the first lap, so we made it pretty far since that point.
That's good. That's an entire night's sleep right there.
Yeah, really.
Steve Frisch and Huffman on your screen, battling out right in front of Philip McCandless. Philip's had a nice little recovery drive going on as well. You know, when we talk about the World 600, I mean, the world was literally moving underneath him. A 4.3 magnitude earthquake shook right outside of where he was, and yet here he is running in 11th.
Yeah, well, technically the world's always moving, but, you know.
Well, not if you're
moving
Brian
a little
Hicks.
more than, well.
I'm not even going to bring that up. But technically you're right, but I guess the earth was shifting underneath him. That's a way to put it.
Yeah.
Long line of cars here, all behind Dylan Alt that runs in 6th. He really had a breakaway through your top 5. Cozy still hanging on to the race lead over DeMerchant, Sasser, and Doucette. Smithley in 5th, Dylan Alt 6th, Landon Huffman in 7th, Michael Frisch in 8th, David Brown in 9th, Brandon Hawkin runs 10th, Philip McCandless in 11th, Ryan Andrew 12th, Brandon Cattell in 13th, Justin Mons 14th, 15th is Kevin McAdams, 16th Craig Janzik, 17th is Logan Helton, Maxwell Castro runs in 18th, 19th to George Belfans Jr., and Jacob, I'll let you take the rest of the way. Colton Zimmer runs 20th.
Tolo in 21st, Brian Blackford 22nd, Hayden Swank is in 23rd, 24th belongs to Joseph Selby. A lap down, and currently in the free pass spot is Matt Busa in 25th, Colton Harvey 26th, a lap down, and you got James Holzer lap down in 27th. Malillo is 2 down in 28th, 3 down for Cody Smith in 29th. Out of the race, 30th on back, Joe Hewson, Jake Poulin, Jeff Shell, Gil Chatelain, Cosmin Ionescu, Daniel Botafuco, Tyler Gary, Chase Pierce, Alex Crum, Thomas Lloyd, Aiden Kirker, Alex Kolonix, and Aaron Smith II. Last in our field of 42. He made it a whole one lap.
It was tough, and that was largely a connection issue as well. That wasn't so much of a he wrecked out on lap 1. He was thinking I don't want to be in the way or be a trouble all night long, and it's unfortunate to see that after qualifying. I believe Aaron qualified. I mean, right smack dab in the middle.
We got a spin in turn 1. Colton J. Harvey lost it, but got it out of the way.
We stay green. Just lost it all on his own. Oh no, he got help. George Belfans Jr. ran him over like a dump truck in turn 1 and turned him around.
I think Harvey tried to let him by because he lifted in the middle of the dog leg, and I just don't think George was expecting that.
Well, and then he lifted again going into 1 to let him complete the pass and punt, pass, and kick.
Now I was following Colton's journey for the last couple 10, 15 laps. He had lost a lot of pace and was losing positions left, right, and center. And I'm honestly not surprised to see this. I thought he was going to have to come down pit road to get some tires here soon.
Wouldn't have shocked me, Josh. I think everybody, at least at a certain point, they're going to have to get tires. But yeah, Colton Harvey, especially now after that spin, he's definitely going to need some new tires here soon.
They'd help. Certainly. But a nice little train from Huffman on back here. This is 6th through 12th.
You know, what happened to Logan Helton?
I think he's just saving his stuff, honestly.
I just remember, he was in the top 5, and all of a sudden he's in 17th.
That might be why, too. I wonder if he had a bathroom break under that last pit stop, because he was in the box for 1 minute and 7 seconds. So
that may have been it.
Yeah, I think that's why now he's just making up the track position for being that far back. He's probably saving his tires as well, so it's probably a compound effort there with that going on.
That's why right before we started I said, get your snacks, get your bathroom break in, because I mean, if you're going to be sitting here for 4 hours, I mean, that's no small commitment there. You got to be invested to be able to do something like that. So bathroom break, or at least you're going to do it. You may want to do it a little bit earlier than about 130 to go, maybe around halfway. That's when you want to aim for that.
Yeah.
I still can't believe we're at 88 to go. This race has really flown by.
I know. Especially with all the cautions we've had. It's still flown by. That's the weird thing.
I mean, it hasn't been too bad. It's really just been, we've gotten either an immediate wreck on the restart, or we've been fine until right as green flag pit cycles come around. So I'm hoping that we can, I'd love to see this thing play out, because I think we could see a lot of strategy here to the end of this race. I mean, we went green on lap 288. So it'd be just over, that'd be 113 laps to the end. There'd be a lot of strategy you could play with that, whether you want to pit once or twice and try to make something
Justin
work.
Mons is unhappy because Kevin McAdams was clear, and Justin Mons says he wasn't. So it cost Mons the spot because he got passed by Logan Helton having to lift because Kevin came up the racetrack, and he was clear. I mean, I don't know what he's mad about, but
tell us how you really feel, Jacob.
I mean, he hasn't been afraid to use the bumper tonight, unfortunately, with some of the wrecks that's happened in front of him. Hasn't been able to get on the brakes quite as fast, so I don't know.
I'll tell you what, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack these last couple of laps has been Garrett Smithley. 6:09, fastest lap of anyone. That last time by was the number 15. So I tell you what, Smithley's really impressed me in this race. He's really driven his way through the field. I didn't really think about it, when we did qualifying, and then we had the provisionals, and I thought, well, the provisionals didn't really qualify, so we can't start him in front of people. So we're just going to stick him in the back, and I'm kind of thinking, well, that's kind of unfair to Garrett and all those guys. They didn't get a chance, but nevertheless, he's up here in 5th, or at least trying to make a pass for 4th now, out on the outside of Blake Sasser.
And Sasser's starting to slip back a little bit as this run continues to go on. Out of everybody in the top 10, he was the slowest, so I think maybe he burned his stuff up early in the run, but our spot.
Another one for Smithley. He goes by, gets 4th. Still a trio of Logitech Altus esports cars in your top 3. Cozy DeMerchant and Ryan Doucette. Just wondering, we're kind of working into that lap 30 range. This is where we've started seeing all day long. Tires start to go. Who's really saved their stuff will start to make their way forward. I'd be really interested to see what that line led by Landon Huffman is going to do. We've seen a number of these kind of packs nose to tail. You can see Brandon Cattell right there, pits from 20th. He's on pit lane.
You know what I wonder he's trying to do? I wonder if he's trying to two-stop it here, stop here, go 40 laps, stop again, and then he'll be able to make it to the end barely. I think everybody else will likely get this run to go a little bit longer and then pit twice more, so they have a little more tire life at the very end, but he could be trying the undercut here. So if we stay green the rest of the way, Cattell, right side tires only on that pit stop.
Not a bad call. I mean, he's had a little bit of damage, probably still slowing him down. Try an opposite strategy. I mean, he was running back in 17th when he pit. You can run a little bit harder. You don't have to save as much. At this point, what do you really have to lose? You're hardly going to lose any spots. There's really only 5 or 6 spots to lose. So Cattell, at least trying to think outside the box here. I can commend him for that. You just have to hope that, again, we get through this green flag pit cycle, because that's the one thing that we haven't been able to do all night.
And I want to pop in and just say those last 3 or 4 laps leading up to that, he had slowed down by at least 1/4 of a second per lap, lost about 3 or 4 positions in those 2 or 3 laps prior. So probably trying to force into that strategy.
Here comes DeMerchant. He's closing in on your race leader, Michael Cozy Jr., as now Landon Huffman's getting by Sasser. Here comes Frisch looking to the bottom as well. So Landon Huffman, slowly but surely, he's in the top 5.
Oh, Sasser's in the wall. Sasser losing it. He's trying to keep it together, but definitely think that he's either got a flat or he's just about to get one.
Doesn't have a flat yet. No meatball.
He had lost 4/10 that last lap. He's drifting through 3 and 4. Let's see if he tries to cut that 23 down the pit road. He does not.
Yeah, I think he may have one close to going down, or we just got loose, because, I mean, these last couple laps, he's really been sliding backward. I think he just burned those tires too much and is now paying the consequences for it. Trouble. There's Zimmer sliding it onto pit road.
You see a lot of smoke right there. He may have just hit that perfect. Don't think he has a black flag.
Speed.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even a slide. That was just locking up as here we go.
Do set up the bottom. Not much of a fight put up by Michael Cozy Jr. And it's DeMerchant. Gosh,
I know who you are.
yeah. What I mean,
well,
you have 3
numbers. Green numbers are Doucette, yellow numbers are DeMerchant, white numbers are Cozy. If there are more than 3 cars, forget it. But
golly, I was looking at the production feed. I couldn't see the numbers. I just three cars that look the exact freaking same.
Don't you love that?
Yeah.
I'm sure spotting must be a nightmare, huh?
Oh, geez.
Especially because
I know RFK, they had those purple cars that were pretty similar. Buescher and Keselowski pretty much had the exact same paint scheme.
Well, when I was at Charlotte for the 600, Tyler Reddick and William Byron from the stands looked the exact same. The radio guys made the mistake. I made the mistake. Once Byron was out by halfway, it was easy to figure out who's who because there was only one of them left on the racetrack.
So what you're saying is we need these guys to wreck each other to make our job a little easier.
I don't know about that, but...
Oh,
Sasser.
Oh,
Oh, back up under the track. Nobody's coming. Here comes Belfans. He's off the track.
He's out of the way.
He's
no
good.
caution.
We stay green. Now, well, no, he still has all 4 tires up. Now it's out. Now I blew a tire.
Yeah, it's definitely gone.
So that's probably the right rear.
I don't understand. Like, you know it's going down. Just pit. It's okay.
Yeah.
You can pit. It's fine.
There's no penalty for pitting. There's definitely a penalty for staying out, though. But he was up on the high side, though, so once he felt that go down, it would have been tough for him to get it to pit road anyway. I think maybe he thought he could spin it onto pit road.
Well, it's just one of those things, you know, if you know you're playing with fire, you don't have to stick your hand all the way in. And we'll see. I mean, this time he will be forced to pit, courtesy of the black flag. So Sasser,
any track position is gone.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too. If you spin or do something like that, you can lose all your track position. Smithley is slow.
And he just get loose in 3 or what? Because you're right. He was definitely off the pace. He just went to the high side in 3 and 4 and just couldn't find the grip up there.
Yeah, he's the next one. He's the next one up.
And he burned his stuff up in that last run pretty early as well. So not too surprising that now he's starting to slip back, that those tires starting to wear.
This is about lap 40 of this run. We restart on lap 288. But if I were Smithley, you need to come down now because in 2 laps it might be too late.
Yeah, there's Sasser just getting off pit road there on the apron. There's one car off the pace. That's Belfans. I think he spun.
Yeah. Yeah, he's coming off the
over
apron.
there.
See him wiggling his car.
He just got loose in 3 and 4, kind of in the same spot, but lower that Sasser lost it and looped it. Is that live? He's around again. Yeah, he's around in 1 and 2. Back down onto the apron. No traffic. We stay green.
Off the racing surface, and luckily no one was around him when he went around. Smithley, same thing. He is well off the pace. Cozy has even had a little bit of a fall off of a couple of tenths. You can see Belfans trying to wiggle that car around and get going.
Yeah, no meatball yet, but I have a feeling it's coming for Belfans, even if he can't get it to pit road here. There's a car on pit road. I can't see that.
It's Colton Harvey.
Oh,
Smithley's in the middle, 3 wide. Yeah, Smithley's in the middle, 3 wide, and he's about to blow a tire. Sasser goes by on the freshies.
Oh, and into the wall, Sasser.
Logan Helton has a tire going down. Logan Helton has a tire going down as well.
He's pretty far back there. He's just coming off turn 2. He is dirt tracking that thing. Cozy's pitting. He's in perfectly fine. He does not get clocked. Helton's tire is down. He's in 4, dirt tracking it. He's spinning on the apron. Hits the end of pit roll, and he's fine. Style points for Logan Helton.
Oh, that's one way to slow it down.
Yeah. Just barely kissed the end of that safer barrier there. He should be fine. Lost a little bit of time, but that's it.
I mean, if I'm riding with Smithley, you gotta. I mean, Smithley's about to blow a tire. I mean, he's been a 2.5 seconds off the pace. You gotta pit here if you're Garrett. And
he's gonna spin.
Yeah, there he goes.
And he can't get a pit road.
And no, he can't.
He missed it. He's down in the chicane, still green. As of now, tire still up. Man, we need to bring back Hoosier. Now it's flat. Now it's flat.
Yeah, I mean, but I saw that coming for the last 5 laps. Like, are you surprised? Have you not heard?
When will you learn? Oh, my.
Oh, man. Well, you got a friend out there in the chat, Jacob, Hoosier 38.
I saw that.
Bring back who? I never left.
Oh, my. Here comes Smithley. Oh, man. Colton Zimmer got really close.
Impressed that, so now we're about 45 into this run.
This is where it went bad before.
Yeah, but we've already seen it go bad, and I don't know. I think we're seeing a big difference. Either you saved or you didn't. If you didn't, your tires can't make it this far. If you did, you're giving yourself some leeway here.
If you didn't save, you were just on pit road. If you saved, you're still out on the racetrack.
pretty much. And that's left 16 on the lead lap right now.
Man, Busa, go figure. Dirt tracking it off too. He has yet to pit. I think he's next on tires flat. He's pitting. Here he comes.
I'm really shocked that I thought he would have saved this run. Yeah. And maybe he did. He just lost track position, I guess.
Oh, he's parking it. Busa's done.
Busa's parking it. He's out.
He just towed it. He's done. Busa's going home. Wow. Doucette just gave second to Huffman. I wonder if Doucette feels that he's got a flat. Oh, my.
Man, so this is a war of survival here.
David Brown thinks he's got a flat.
Which, again, with the cooler track, I mean, it's not like we made this 90 degrees or anything. I mean, the track...
Oh, Doucette's in the wall. Doucette's in the wall. He's... Oh, save it. No, he's around. Nobody coming. We stay green. Oh, hard hit to the wall. It's still up for now. Now it's flat.
So flat tire for Ryan Doucette. Philip McCandless spins at the top.
Oh, that's in four. Another car around. Justin Mons is in. Caution's out.
And that was contact between Philip McCandless and... I'm trying to see who came by and hit him at full speed. Justin Mons.
That was Justin Mons. Yeah, Mons came flying in there. There was another car that was sideways. That was Castro. So Castro spun trying to avoid McCandless. He actually missed him. And dart without feathers, Justin Mons did not.
You see right there, I think McCandless was slowing down to pit, as well as, oh man, Mons just about missed him.
Guys, Michael Cozy Jr. is trapped one lap down at this point.
Dylan Alt has a meatball. Dylan Alt just blew a tire under caution. Dylan Alt is lucky that he just blew a tire under pacing. Pit road's going to open this time for him. So he wouldn't have made it too much further. Dylan Alt, that's 5th place.
Doucette is still on the lead lap. Somehow, through that spin, he's got a flat tire. He needs to take care of it, but he's on the lead lap.
How is he still on the lead? Yeah, that caution saved him. Pit road is open.
Yes. 16 cars on the lead lap. Cattell, Cozy, Jansek, Zimmer, Helton, Smithley, all those drivers who had those issues with the tires, unfortunately trapped a lap down. A number of them will pit here. I think a couple will try to stay out at the tail end of the lead lap again to try to get their lap back. But we've cut a huge chunk out of the field of drivers who have a chance here.
DeMerchant, his tires, drivers are putting them in chat. DeMerchant, 2 on the right rear. Frisch, 5 on the right rear. David Brown, 6. Alt, Goose Egg. Kevin McAdams, 1 on the right rear. And in the 30s and 40s on the right front. Ugh. Getting every single cent out of those tires.
Again, I was told by multiple people that this setup was too tight. And I think I am reading the numerals that people are posting in the chat. Seth the Merchant, right side tires, 30-2. Michael Frisch, 49-5. David Brown, 34-6. Dylan Alt, 36-0. Kevin McAdams, 45-1. So I'm glad I stuck to my guns, and when people were telling me to make the setup looser, that I didn't, because my goodness. I'm just shocked at the amount of tire wear, though. Really, I mean, we were able to go 70 or 80 laps at Rockingham in hotter conditions than this, and I'm surprised at the amount of wear here at Charlotte. It's something that we would have adjusted for. I made the weather a little bit cooler to try to compensate for it, and put the weather at a time that we'd get this shift in the track where it would start a little hot and cool down a little bit. But I'm surprised at the amount of tire wear that we have.
Bold strategy. Cozy, Jancic, Smithley, Sasser all stay out and will be at the tail end of the field in front of the leaders here for this restart after getting trapped one lap down.
Zach Johnson sharing a screenshot with us of an updated Indy that iRacing is going to be debuting, part of their broadcast that they're having tonight as well.
Yep, that wrapped up a little while ago, but that's a new Indy road course as well as just the oval. So pretty cool to see that coming to the service.
Did anyone on that last service or that last pit cycle come down under green who didn't have a flat tire? I feel like everyone who came down were forced down by iRacing through a meatball flag or what have you.
I think Cozy did it on Will. I think he was about a lap early before the black flag, but he pitted.
Man.
Now, what this sets up to the end is I think you can go one of two ways to end this race. We're going to have just under 60 laps to go. There are two different ways you can approach this. You could try to pit halfway, or I think there's going to be a large group of people, and unfortunately I think this is just the symptom of what we've seen all night long, is you're going to have a number of people who think, so if this goes green, the people who pit at halfway, they're going to win this race. If there's a caution in the midst of that pit stop, you'll want to stay out. So you're going to see two very distinct strategies here. Do you pit halfway and hope it goes green to the end? Because if it does, you'll win. And if you don't, you're going to try to catch a caution and trap some more cars a lap down. So I'm interested to see kind of the two differing strategies here. McCandless is done.
Wow, you're done already?
Wow. I mean, bro, we got a couple of laps left. Can you stay for a little longer?
Mean, all that money for charity, and you're just going to walk away with it with 59 to go?
Ease.
This might be the largest inside row we've had to date.
Yeah, really. So, Ed McCandless does say his car was destroyed after he got drop kicked by Justin Mons, who is still on the racetrack. He sits 12th.
Well, we're green flag racing once again here at Charlotte. Up front is Dylan Alt, but you can't really see him because he's behind about 5 or 6 cars who are all trying to stay on the lead lap. DeMerchant, though, going to go to the high side, 3 wide for the lead behind lap traffic.
Oh, Zimmer just slid up right in front of Sasser. DeMerchant bumps Sasser, trying to get out of the way. DeMerchant has to go to the middle because he gets blocked by lap traffic. Jancic, look out, save it. Remember, he's on old tires.
They're 3, they're 4. DeMerchant just went through the turf again. Alt in the 40 and the 57 are for the lead. DeMerchant goes to the top as they get around the traffic.
How did that work? Oh, golly.
Oh, here comes DeMerchant. Big swing down to the bottom. DeMerchant for the race lead. Looks like he'll have it out of 3 and 4. He clears Dylan Alt. DeMerchant to the race lead. James Holzer and Michael Cozy Jr. trying to get a lap in front of him. Spinner in the back.
Sasser.
Blake Sasser.
And I'm not sure what happened. Sasser blinked out, and then he was back and in the wall. So it sounds like connection issues for Sasser there that caused that caution. Now Helton here, remember, he's on older tires. Brandon Hawk in that 19, that's for position.
Yeah, that looked like, that was a connection issue. He disappeared and reappeared inside of a car, and it threw him to the side. The wreck happened on his end, but it didn't really happen on our end, so that's why the caution wasn't thrown.
Yeah.
But unfortunate for him, he obviously blinked out and still appeared, at least on his end, to get hit by somebody.
Oh, Dylan Alt just got moved up the racetrack. And he's going to lose a ton of spots, although most of them are lappers, so it doesn't quite matter. He's now back in 5th.
Huffman goes through. Huffman's in, Callie, I think he's in 3rd. It's so hard to know because he's about 15th on track, but he's 3rd. Yes, he's 3rd.
Well, and a lot of the guys up here were competitive at one point or another, so it's hard to tell who's actually up here and who's not. But yeah, Smithley's in 3rd. Hawkins in 2nd. And then you got DeMerchant leading this thing. As of now, the guys that stayed out, Holzer and Cozy, are the 2 guys that so far are so good. And staying on the lead lap, Cozy's digging, just praying for a caution right now.
I wonder, because so many people stayed out at the tail end, if it would have been worth it to pit and just stay a lap down, get the fresh tires, because you would have restarted almost instead of restarting behind about 7 or 8 cars, you would have been first on the inside or so.
Yeah. Here comes Logan Helton trying to get his lap back.
This is just the things you don't really think about with this, just how we do things. We haven't done them like this in so long. Those are strategies and types of ways to, try to attack the race that you don't think about because we're not forced to do it.
Man, look at Hawkins. He's going to go to the top for the lead.
Yeah, there's a battle for the lead here. God, I keep forgetting this is for the lead, but here it is. Hawkins going to go to the top side. DeMerchant in the dirty air of George Belfans Jr. Hawkins with the run. Off of turn 2. New race leader once again, Brandon Hawkins.
And Huffman's trying to get closer, but he's got too many lap cars to deal with right now. He's got Ryan Andrew all over the caboose of that car. And Cody Smith in front of him.
I think at this point, you got to do one or two things. You got to go 100% or you have to super save. And I think Hawkins taking the latter strategy with that.
Yeah.
Guys, are we got at least one more pit here, aren't we? There's no way you can make these tires last 60 laps.
No, there's no way.
Push.
I mean, we saw about 45 to 50. I mean, would you consider, just crawling, absolutely crawling and trying to do it that way?
I wouldn't hedge my bets on these guys keeping it together for that amount of time, especially with the time running out, all of that. They're going to push it as far as they can and stay out for as long as they can.
These lappers are pushing it. There goes Smith right by Hawkins. Andrew tried to get by. Hawkins slammed the door shut on him. DeMerchant gets passed by Andrew as a result.
So Ryan Andrew goes to 2nd.
Look at the gap between 3rd and 4th. Huffman's at the tail of his pack. Alt is more than a 2nd behind him. He is really backed off.
Well, I think that's kind of a difference you have to make, too. I mean, they see all the lap cars racing for their lives right here. They probably think something's going to happen.
Possible.
And I don't blame them. We've seen 3 or 4 wide a couple of times.
For the lead. That's a lap car. Oh, no. Ryan Andrews on the lead lap. What the heck?
Yeah, Ryan Andrews, your leader.
I thought he was a lap down.
No.
Well,
Ryan Andrew, somebody who I guess you would call an 87 specialist. When you think of and you look at all the I ratings in this field, he only stands at a 44.15. Now, that's nothing to slouch at. But when you look at the rest of the top 10, you're looking at guys with 6Ks, 7Ks, 8Ks. And Ryan Andrew is up here leading this race. And I think kind of taking the opposite end of that strategy. He's going to push as hard as he can, go about 30 laps, pit, and try to run the last 30 to the end. And if it works, he might win this thing.
Well, see, you skipped a step in there. It's run 30 laps, crash, pit, Cause the caution.
Well, that's what he's hoping for, or at least not hoping for, is the caution. But yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers really back off. Huffman has kind of backed off the lead pack. Altez, as you mentioned earlier as well, kind of has a whole group of about 10 cars that are in that same position.
David Brown came over the radio a couple of laps ago and asked is this going to be the chill pack? Or are we just going to chill? And he said, trying to be. So.
Oh, it's a blinker.
So they're playing the I hope there's a caution when in the next cycle. And then however many are in this pack, we can race it amongst ourselves to the end.
I heard David Brown come over the radio and say that he thinks he has engine damage on that 83 as well. So I think that might also be part of it, that he knows he's not going to be able to contend. So as long as everybody else is willing to ride around, he's going to do just the same and try and be in the draft of these guys.
Oh, man.
Like, I really want to hit on that point that you were mentioning, that these guys have not been put in the position that tires really are the main leading factor of why you got to come down pit road. You can go as long as your fuel tank has, but I don't think that's a common thing on the surface. Most of the time, you got to come in for fuel, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're usually looking at the fuel gauge now. With Rockingham, we got close to the fuel window, but we couldn't quite get there. But yeah, I mean, you're not usually having, tires blow after 40 laps. And I'm just, again, I'm shocked that with the weather conditions that we have, the track continues to cool down. We're at 114 now, so it's cooled down nearly 30 degrees since the kind of the peak that we had a little bit earlier on. I'm just surprised with this setup, with this combo, that it's as bad as it is. I can't imagine, when I run these events, I'm all about a hot, slick racetrack, make everybody have to wheel, but I can't imagine if I had made this like 85 degrees or something. I mean, we'd be blowing tires after 30 laps, so I'm just surprised that the tire life is so short right now, especially at a track like Charlotte where, yes, it's abrasive. Yes, there's some bumps. It's a little bit of an older surface, but, I mean, compared to a track like Rockingham, I mean, Rockingham's like I said it earlier in the broadcast, it's the king daddy of tire wear, but we were able to go a little bit longer there, so I think it's thrown a couple of drivers and even some of the broadcasters a little off guard.
Yeah. 2.5 second lead for Ryan Andrew. I mean, sheesh. And DeMerchant is closing in on Hawken for that second spot now.
Yeah, right. No doubt about it. Ryan Andrew is just flat out trying to get the fastest laps that he can. He's running 4/10 quicker than the rest of the field.
This is super strung out, but you wouldn't know it based on the pictures.
Right.
No, I mean, it's super strung out, but yeah, they're all on top of each other. It's just not for position.
It's the weirdest setup I've ever seen of on-track position, and I absolutely love it.
I mean, yeah, look at Michael Cozy Jr., who was leading this field earlier. He looks like if you just follow him around the track, the camera shots make it look like he's leading, and, there's a couple of guys kind of hanging on for 5th, 6th, and 7th. Cozy's 17th.
Yeah.
It's just so wild.
Still running 33.5s. His last lap was a 33.5. Your leader, a 33.8. Hawken, a 34.0. So he is a half second faster than the leaders right now, just digging as hard as he can to get away and hope that somebody blows a tire. As Dylan Alt, they were complaining about the line of cars that they had. Alt said, okay, well, you can pass. So they did. And Dylan Alt starts sinking down through the order.
Oh, trouble off of turn 2, spinner.
Bell fans.
Into the inside
by
wall.
Cody Smith. Smith just ran him over.
Off the racetrack. He spun entirely on the apron. No caution. It's tough for Bell fans. He was running so well. Was up near the top 5 early. I hate to see that, the last quarter of this race really has not gone his way.
Yeah. How about the battle for second still? DeMerchant was all over Hawken going down the front straightaway.
I don't think all is over for him. That's just the spin out. Still got all 4 corners on the car. Oh, Joseph Selby was really loose off of turn number 2, kept it together. He's part of that backpack of people who are just vibing for these last portion of this lap or this race.
Yeah, I mean, you have a long line of cars. Really,
There's Huffman too.
5th on back. Here's Landon Huffman trying to get forward to 2nd. And Hawken way up the racetrack, way off the pace. He's going to give way to Huffman and DeMerchant. So DeMerchant to 2nd, Landon Huffman up to 3rd.
And Huffman's pushing like crazy. 33.6 that last lap. 33.9s for the rest of the top 4. So he's a man on a mission right now.
Well, again, if you're going to split this in half, we're about 5 laps away from that. So we're going to start to see, do you want to split this in half, or do you want to try to stay out and maintain? And I think we may have a couple that try to go all 60 on the same set of tires. I believe that somebody's going to try to make that happen.
We got an absolute gaggle of cars with Doucette, Alt, Blackford. They all get it sorted, but in that last corner, they were side by side, 3 or 4 rows of them.
Again, that's the chill pack, supposedly.
That's a bit of irony there.
I think this is the first time all night that Brian Blackford has been inside the top 10. Well, he just left it. He's in 11th, but this is the furthest up that he has been all night. He has been super, super, super conservative. I mean, as conservative as you can be.
He's just been waiting in the wings, waiting for his time to shine, but he just hasn't been able to do it up to this point.
You know, I got to give a nod to Hayden Swank right now running P7. You know, this reminds me, Goodyear All-American. He was running in the Cars Tour race there, and kind of the same thing happened. It's a track with a lot of tire wear, a lot of fall off, and Swank drove right up through the field and was running up front for a good portion of that race. So Swank right now in contention later on. Perhaps he's kind of on that strategy of we're going to try to split this in half a little bit. I just feel like up here in the booth and even out there on track, we're just, every single run, we've just been waiting for about lap 30 to see how it's really going to play out.
Well, we're approaching lap 30 rapidly. We're 28 laps on these tires, so about 25 of those are green. So we're getting inside that window of, you know, who's pushed it too far during this run.
Just a waiting game at this point. We're coming to 32 to go. And it's a 4.5 second lead almost here for Ryan Andrew over Seth DeMerchant and the rest of the crew.
I mean, he's still 3-4 tenths quicker than that chill pack right there. I mean, he's making up so much time.
Blake, hypothetical. Assuming that this race goes green, what would your race strategy be? If you knew it was going to go green to the end, what would you do?
What Ryan Andrew's doing right here. There's no way that anybody else, everybody who's chilling back there, they're hoping for a caution. They're banking on it because, I mean, they have good reason to. We have not completed a single green flag pit cycle all the way through. So they are banking on a caution. Ryan Andrew, if this race goes green, Andrew is going to win by a lot because he's getting the most out of his tires right now. And assuming it goes green, splitting it into 30 lap runs would be the fastest way to do it. Now, this is where that fuel window is, or that tire window would be. So if Andrew is going to run this strategy of going 100%, he's going to have to pit pretty much now if he's going to do it.
So you think he's going to have a tire go out in the next 5 laps at this rate?
Oh, 100%. He is digging right now. By the way, question in the chat, any green-white checkers? Negatory. 1987 rules. No green-white checkers. This is the World 600, not the World 602.
You get what you paid for, and that's that.
Or whatever they did this year where it was like the 620.
The longest race in NASCAR history, and I can say I was there for it.
There you go. You're part
Battle
of
for
history.
second.
DeMerchant Huffman.
It's a train here. These guys are all for position, all the way from DeMerchant to Swank at the tail end of this.
Huffman's going to go to the middle on DeMerchant. Is he going to get there by the exit of turn 4? He has a nose there. He's there.
This is the battle for second. 6 seconds behind the leader. That's insane.
Well, Andrew, 33.6. These guys back here, 33.9s at best. So they're still really saving back here. Even though I don't think Huffman was planning on doing it, I think he got coaxed into it by everybody around him.
Huffman going by, though. A lot of momentum there up the top side. DeMerchant going to drag him back with the side draft. Good race going on here. Again, slowing each other down. 2/10 slower that last lap than Ryan Andrew. And this is going to be right around where that move happens. Huffman goes down to the bottom. He blocks it. He completes the move.
That was ballsy.
So Huffman, Cozy, you can see right there, Hawken, Brown, Frisch, Swank running in that group. I mean, Ryan Andrew, a 33.5 that last time. They're running 33.8s right here. He's still pulling them 3 or 4 tenths a lap.
Yeah. Yeah, the guys that are burning like crazy, Holzer, Cozy, Helton, Jancek, they're all running the same lap times as your race leader, 33.6s, 33.5s. Here comes David Brown underneath Hawken.
And Hawken may be on the kind of falling off phase of his tires. He loses a number of spots. Here comes Michael Frisch. As Hawken really tries to get down there, there's no space for him, though. That's where the track really working in up to that top side has really helped.
Oh, a little bit of blocking.
Well, Jacob, last 25 laps, what are you thinking here?
I'm thinking it's not a matter of if we get a caution, it's when we get a caution because of how wonky green flag pit stops have been. The big question is if Andrew pits and gets that caution, is he going to have a shot without another yellow on a restart? Because once we get that last caution, or what we think will be that last caution, everybody will pit, and then they'll just be all fighting for the end. And I think if we haven't seen enough carnage yet, it's in that window after the last pit stop where we could see the most, because it's just going to be balls to the walls, foot to the floor, all the way around the racetrack for the last however many laps we have. Remember, no green, white checkers, but if you remember the racing that we saw between Busa and Doucette, that's what we're going to get at the end of this deal, but it's going to be throughout the entire field. It's going to be nuts.
I just want to come out and say that Garrett just sailed it into turn. Garrett Smithley sailed it into turn 1, and at this stage of your tire life, that might have just been the nail in the coffin. He may be losing that very soon.
A 33.4 from Ryan Andrew that last time by. A 33.4. He's on 39 lap old tires.
I mean, he's got to fall off at some point, and it's going to be immediate.
Another one.
Too.
Another 33.4.
And not only that, I mean, Garrett Smithley, I mean, all these guys that are running around him, like they're starting to fall off now, and he's still pulling them.
There are guys out there 48 laps on their tire. The O2 ahead of him is 48 laps. Garrett Smithley 46 laps. Michael Cozy Jr. 47 laps on those tires.
Again, these are the coolest conditions we've had all day. So if there's and the most rubber we've had on the track, all of that. So I mean, we're down to 112 now. We've cooled off nearly 40 degrees. That's made a big difference in the tire life. But there's just no way they can go all 60 laps. There's no way.
Yeah, it's cooled down some, but not enough. And Demersion gets back by Huffman.
Frisch and Huffman were not happy with each other.
Yeah, I think you blocked Frisch. I think that's what he was mad about, I'm assuming at least.
It looked like Frisch may have had a nose, and he and Huffman made contact in turns 1 and 2.
That'll do it.
After the last 2 days, I kind of chuckle at that.
Let them start attacking themselves.
The longer we go, though, so clearly Andrew is getting everything out of his tires that he can. He's pushing hard. The more we run, and the fact that Andrew has kept up this long despite the pace that he's held, it's starting to make me think there's some people out here that can make it all the way to the end.
I don't know. Maybe we run into a fuel problem.
These lap, I'm just gonna say these lap drivers are in uncharted territory. 51 laps for Craig right here in front of Ryan Andrew. This is getting dangerous for them.
Cozy just ran a 33.5. He's on 50 lap old tires. What?
I think Craig might be having, his tire might be going down for Craig in the O2 machine. Oh.
Ryan Andrews slowed up, ran a 33.804, so he's starting to lose some of his advantage. Again, as soon as you start to get the whiff of something happening, if you're Andrew, you're committed to the strategy. You got to pit. As soon as your tires start falling away, or maybe you're going to blow it, you got to pit if you're Ryan Andrew, but he's going to stay out.
I don't think he's having the issue. I think it's everybody else that's having the issue so far, and that could be a problem.
But again, if Andrew can make it this long and he's pushing as hard as he is, everybody further on back here, they can make it. There's no, they have to be able to make it to the end.
You would think, unless they want those fresh tires at the end for the grip factor. It depends on how many sets they have left on pit road, honestly. There's Zimmer on the flat.
They are battling hard for second, though. Zimmer, you see him off the pace. DeMerchant, Huffman, Frisch. Yeah, they think this is for the win. They think Ryan Andrew can't make it. So they are starting to, they saved, and now they're going all out.
I think that's awfully audacious to think that they're battling for the win right now. They're on 47 lap tires themselves.
So the tire life when the track temp was 140 was barely 40 laps. Now it's 110. It's not. And again, worth noting, the entire field took 4 tires before this run. So this isn't any like 2 tires better than 4 tires anything.
Track temp is continuing to fall, 111 now.
$14 laps to go. Andrew 6.2 seconds ahead. Smithley is sliding off the corner. Smithley may have blown a tire.
He's definitely close if he hasn't. No meatball yet. But he is way off the pace, and this can be dangerous down here. Straddling the apron and the racetrack. Got to pick one at this point. But he's going to come in this time, it looks like. No, he stays out.
Oh, why?
He wants the chaos.
You'd rather risk it and hope a caution happens.
I guess.
I suppose, yeah, you pit, you give it, which, I mean, you only lose
but
one
he's a lap down again. He's a lap down again, so he's not going to get back on the lead lap, I guess, but...
Going 2 laps down seals your fate this late in the race.
Yeah.
There's Bell fans. He's pitting.
He was just on pit road. No, he's staying out. Did he spin it?
Nope.
What the heck?
He was off. He was at least off the pace.
Well, yeah, he sped up, and then going into turn 3, he slowed down and pulled onto the apron. So I don't know what that was about if he had to grab something, but he's back going now.
All right, so now, I mean, this is going to be who can get to the end. That's what's going to be. Who can make it to the end? Ryan Andrew, last couple laps, he's slowed down 3 or 4 tenths. He's fallen off. Oh, trouble. A smoker. That's Garrett Smithley.
Yeah, he lost the tire. That thing's smoking. He's killed the car. He got loose in turn 1. He blew it and then went hard into the outside wall.
There is a tire rolling.
20.
There's a tire rolling down the front stretch, and I don't know who it's from.
It's got to be Garrett.
Smithley's tires from turn 2.
Oh, Jancic. He's on pit road. He doesn't have the right front. It's rolling down pit road. He overcorrected in turn 4 and hit the outside wall and lost the right front tire. Another 4 weeks.
We've seen a lot of that. We've seen a lot of that this week.
The wheel.
That pretty much leaves Michael Cozy Jr. as the only one out there who hasn't had a major tire issue at this point, who stayed out.
And he is slow, 34-1.
All right, so 10 laps to go. Andrew, whose lead was about 7 seconds, is down to about 5.5. You see the battle on your screen. That's for second place. What these drivers think is for the race lead. Michael Frisch on the bottom, Seth DeMerchant on the top, Landon Huffman right behind him, and then you have a whole pack of cars that are hoping that this thing goes out and they can
Cozy has a tire down. Cozy has a tire down right in front of the leader.
Yeah, and that's the leader going by him. That's Andrew that's flying by him. No meatball yet for Cozy, but significantly off the pace. He might decide to call it here. Remember, he did not stay out too long last time, and that thing is loose. He's got traffic behind him. He's going to slide it onto the apron and make it to pit road without speeding, barely.
Ryan Andrew, 34 flat. As they're battling back here for second, they run him down by 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, they're closing in quick. Andrew, a 44-0, 33-4s for these second and third, almost putting each other on the wall right here like a racing at Darlington. Cozy's tire did go flat by the time he got to his pit box, so he did have that tire blow on him at turn 4.
Now, also remember, if you can make it to 4 to go and we have a caution, race is over.
Yeah.
That's another thing to think about. There are no green-white checkered, so...
Ryan Andrew has issues.
Yeah, he's off the pace. He's off the pace big time in 1 and 2.
No meatball flag yet, but Ryan Andrew trying to hold on. He ran his heart out, getting a 7-second lead. Can he hang on for 7 more laps in the World 600?
There's no way. He hit the wall.
He's in the wall.
That thing's going to blow probably before he gets back around. Belfan's getting by him. The gap is 3 seconds and closing fast. Seth DeMerchant and Michael P. Frisch ran 0.8 faster that last time by. They are not slowing down.
He lost nearly a second of his race lead that time.
Are we sure they can make it, though, now that they're pushing? That's my next worry, is that they're going to blow a tire here once we get past the point of no return. That's Logan Helton off the pace. Remember, he was one of those lappers that stayed out to get back onto the lead lap at the tail end.
Ryan Andrew across the stripe this time. 5 laps to go. What drama. Here at the end of the World 600.
Catella's a flat. He's in the wall, turn 4. He's going to miss pit road.
Yeah, he's going to miss pit road. He'll bring it down to the apron, hopefully, and out of the way. 5 laps to go. Who can make it to the end?
He's going to need a caution right now. He stays out.
Andrew is going for broke. He is not going to pit, at least at this point. He has made his bed. He's going to lie in it now. 4 to go.
He could get saved, though, if he blows a tire under. If we get a caution and he still has all 4 tires up, is he able to win if a tire blows under caution?
Yes, he would. He would win.
Coming to 3 to go. I mean, coming through turn 2, that thing looked awful. Like it was going to blow. Trouble. That's Helton.
That's
still green. He's off the racing surface.
Staying green. Ryan Andrew, he may not last.
1 second is the gap.
Yeah, it's down to a second here. Andrew DeMerchant, Frisch running down. Can Andrew hang on for 3 more laps? I don't know if he can do it. He is sliding through the corner. All that he's good for. He's hoping for a caution. That's not going to bring it with the slow car on the top of the track. Here comes Seth DeMerchant down the back straightaway. Huge run into turn 3, coming to 2 to go.
Oh, this is going to be big right here because you're going to have Frisch. Andrew just drifted up the track. That's it. DeMerchant takes the lead.
Seth the Merchant in the lead of the World 600 with 2 laps to go. Michael P. Frisch right behind him. Landon Huffman also trying to hang on as well. Can their tires make it to the end?
I'm not sure Andrew can make it back around, though. He's really sideways. He's in the wall. He just blew the tire. That's it.
Ryan Andrew comes up a lap and a half short.
Here comes Frisch. He's on the bottom, side by side for the lead, going into turn number 3. Coming to the white flag. Frisch drives it in deep. He gets the car to stick on the bottom. They're side by side coming to the white flag.
White flag in the air. One more lap in the World 600. Seth the Merchant on the top side. Frisch on the bottom. Here comes Michael Frisch into turn 1 looking for the lead.
Oh, man, he's going to get the run off the corner on the outside. Is the Merchant. He's going to hang in there. He is just clear. One car with the flat down on the bottom of the racetrack, but here comes the Merchant. They're leaning on each other. Coming into turn number 3. It's going to be a drag race through 3 and 4. Coming back to the line. Here comes Frisch on the bottom.
A little contact made. Frisch is able to clear. The Merchant blows a tire. And off the
he's out of fuel.
Michael P. Frisch is going to win the World 600. What a race. He hangs on, and his Goodyear Eagles get just to the line. Michael P. Frisch, what a drive.
The Merchant ran it out of fuel. He ran out of fuel in turn 4.
He ran out of fuel?
He had to. He had no power coming off turn 4. That speed just kept going down and down and down.
I can't believe what I just saw. I mean, are you kidding me?
Race of the year.
I mean, I'm shaking right now. That is unbelievable.
Have you ever?
No, I never.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe they stayed. That's the first green flag pit stop run we've had all night.
Yes, and they did it at the perfect time. I mean, we were talking 60 laps ago. We weren't even considering that you could make it the whole run. There was no way. And yet, almost everybody made it. I mean, what a race.
We're coming back next week and doing it again, right? We're going to make this a weekly deal? Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man. Well, you can do that as much as you want.
Oh.
Unbelievable. Brandon
The Rock
Hawkins
was
second.
great. This just blew the Rock out of the water. I mean, wow.
That finish just, wow. Heartbreak. I mean, you got to feel for Ryan Andrew. I mean, he drove his heart out. He got this huge lead. He thought he was going to be able to hang on.
Well, and the Merchant, he went from first to 6th because he ran out of fuel on the last lap. He lost how much money because he didn't save enough fuel?
I mean, out of all that fuel, I mean, are you kidding?
We talked about fuel maybe once, as in fuel hasn't been a factor up until this point, and now, right at the end, it matters.
And I tell you why. He probably short fueled it. He wanted just enough fuel to get to the end, and he ran out.
It's possible.
He was probably running a slower pace during the race, and he probably accounted for that. And I mean, he was sputtering at the line. Are you? You can't make that up. You just can't make it up.
That was incredible. I mean, those are the kind of finishes you hope in all of your events to happen, and that was edge of your seat. Last 5 laps, you didn't know who the winner was going to be, who was going to have tires, and fuel. We never talked about that the entire race. That is insane.
I'm not going to be able to sleep tonight. Like I'm ready to run another 600 miles.
I know, right? Man, and we get to announce the Firecracker 400 date.
Oh, what?
I'm just kidding.
You're going to give Parker Kligerman a heart attack.
It's going to happen on the first day is going to be 2022.
Yeah, wow.
Just how we rehearsed.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our results here, because, man, a lot happened on that last lap. The final results here in the World 600, which, by the way, if you're just about to tune out, please, we invite you to donate to the Speedway Children's Charity that obviously helped us put this on, and please go donate to them. It's such a wonderful cause. We're glad we could do that as well. But here's your final results for the World 600. Michael P. Frisch wins over Brandon Hawk and Landon Huffman. David Brown, Dylan Alt, your top 5. Seth DeMerchant, who looks like he could win, ran out of fuel, finishes in 6th. Maxwell Castro 7th. Ryan Doucette in 8th. Brian Blackford, I think that's a classic Blackford race. Barely talked about him, but still ends up in 9th. Tal Owen completes your top 10.
It's a spot that pays. That's all that matters. Finishing in 11th is Justin Mons. 12th is Hayden Swank. 13th, Joseph Selby. Kevin McAdams finishes in 14th. Ryan Andrew. He tried his best. He's the last car in the lead lap in 15th. James Holzer, the first car, 1 lap down in 16th. Michael Cozy Jr., Michael Jordan didn't win them all. He finishes 2 laps down in 17th. Justin Melillo in 18th. Logan Helton in 19th, 3 laps down. Colton Harvey finishes in 20th.
Finishing up in 21st, 3 laps down, was George Belfans Jr. So tough after the strong run that he had. A long night for Brandon Cattell, ends in 22nd. Cody Smith, 23rd. Craig Janzak, 24th. 25th was Garrett Smithley. Colton Zimmer finishes in 26th. Blake Sasser, 27th. Philip McCandless finished in 28th. Matt Busa, who dominated early, was 29th. And Joe Hewson was 30th.
31st. Jake Poulin, of course, he led 1 lap and then had to go do laundry because he's headed to New Hampshire. Jeff Shell finishes 32nd. Gil Chatelain, 33rd. Consman Ionescu in 34th. Daniel Botafuco, he had a good car tonight. Just had some issues. Finishes 35th out of the race. Tyler Gary, 36th. Another fast car. Alex Crum in 37th. Thomas Lloyd in 38th. Aiden Kirker finishes in 39th. He was really fast tonight. Alex Kolnick's another fast car in 40th. And the rest of the field, here they are. Maybe. Bueller. There they are. Aaron Smith made 1 lap. Chase Pierce. It shows he didn't make any laps, but remember, he was parked unofficially in the 37th position per ATVO, not 42nd. And that is your field of 42 for the World 600 benefiting Speedway Children's Charities. Why don't we talk with our race winner, Blake?
Let's do that, Jacob. Michael P. Frisch. What happened those last 3 laps? I mean, that was insane. How were you able to save your tires that long and be able to make a run at the end for it?
Honestly, just David and Dylan, we kind of separated ourselves from the main pack at the last run right there, and we're like, okay, we're just gonna chill out and save the tires to the end and go hard. And I'm still just trying to soak it all in, man. This is so freaking awesome to make a last lap pass on a 400 lap race. It's just you can't put it into words. You just can't.
Is this the biggest win in your sim racing career? I know you've won a couple, but is this up there?
This sits right under there with the FTF 500. I mean, the FTF 500 is pretty big, but this is gonna solidly take second place easily. This was such a mental and physical game. I mean, halfway through the race, I was leading, and then all of a sudden, it went away. Like your brain was flipping on and off to where are you doing the right thing with tires, and it was fun but stressful at times.
Oh, 100%. Again, the one thing I hate the most about these races is not driving in them because they look like so much fun. But
well, as Kevin would say, sim racers don't sweat. There's a drip of sweat on my forehead right now. I never drove so hard in my life against Seth right there. Those final laps to actually have a shot against him. He is a very, very talented individual. He knows how to wheel a race car, and just to go toe to toe with him after 400 laps is just, I'll cherish that forever.
That's great. Now, I mean, he ran out of fuel though. I mean, who saw that coming?
Nobody. I didn't even know he ran out of fuel until Kevin told me about 5 minutes after the race, and I was like, what? So I guess there was some short fueling going on maybe, but we had a whole entire gallon to the end, so we could have gone a couple more laps.
Well, that's good. But Michael, congratulations. You are the winner of the Speedway Children's Charities World 600. I don't know how often we're going to run these, but I'd have to say it's got to be a coveted win because you're only one of two who have won these events. So I know you love these 87 cars, and it's special to you, so congratulations.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm going to just go ahead and announce this on broadcast. I'm going to go ahead and donate all my winnings back to charity.
Wow, thank you.
So that will be whatever it is.
It was $125 courtesy of Battle Beaver.
Well, there you go. Going right back into charity. Because, honestly, these races, they put on such great crowds, and you bring in so many talented individuals from all over the place, and it's so fun. It's a great atmosphere.
That's awesome, Frisch. Well, of course, I'm sure we'll appreciate that when we send in the donation tomorrow. Thank you for running. Thank you for participating, and congratulations.
Thank you, guys, for putting this on.
That is your winner, Michael P. Frisch. In second, coming up so close, Jacob, I'll let you catch up with Brandon Hawken.
Brandon Hawken, I had to do a double take because I was like, wait, this isn't a road course. You had a strong car tonight, especially at the end when it mattered most. Do you think you played the right strategy there to put yourself in the best shot to win?
Man, it was really close, but yeah, I think I played the right strategy. I just didn't play it quite well enough. Man, I didn't know. I was assuming since it seemed like every time we'd get close to the end of or I guess not close to the end of a fuel run, but close to everybody's tire life cycle, we'd have somebody spin out and cause a caution. So yeah, I was thinking, there's going to be another caution, but. But yeah. Anyway, just tried to, I just tried to conserve, and yeah, I did that was crazy there at the end. Yeah, I was just conserving the best I could. The right rear, like if you drove the car hard, it like really wanted to fall off there after a little while. So you had to be super careful with it. And yeah, even though I thought it was going to be a caution there to split things up, I just decided, you know what, it's just in the case we go green, I'm just gonna start saving here. So yeah, we let Andrew go. He had a huge lead, and he held on for so long there at the end. I think it surprised all of us, and yeah, we were able to catch him coming up with 2 to go. And I think I was just a little bit too far back. I probably could have gone maybe a lap or 2 sooner, and that could have been the difference. I'm not sure. you never really know. But man, great win from Frisch. I think. I don't know what one of the Altus cars. I'm not sure who we were racing with there. And yeah, I was running with David there for a long time on that long last run, and yeah, Landon Huffman as well. Great race with him as well. So man, and Dylan Alt, Seth the Merchant. Man, yeah, it was just a great race with a great group of guys, and came down to the wire there. Saw the Altus car run out of gas, and I was like, oh man, like hopefully Frisch does as well. But he made it, and but yeah, I was luckily able to come home second there. So I'm happy with that. Great stuff from everybody.
How about the tire strategy throughout the whole race? Obviously, tires, the big topic. The topic of 2 tires versus 4 tires on pit road throughout the night, that seemed to really have an influence throughout the entire grid.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I saw, I'm not sure who it was. Somebody stayed out or took 2 tires there, and I think on the first caution or second caution, I guess, I don't know. And yeah, they seem to be holding up like really well. So yeah, what I was thinking was, or like I took right sides one time and ended up holding on pretty well. So I put that in the back of my mind there, thinking, yeah, if there's a late race yellow, like I was thinking, past lap 350 or so, I'm just not going to take left side tires anymore, because it didn't seem that left side tires really helped at all. So And it's definitely worth a lot of track position. I think it was like a 10-second difference in the pits. So that was definitely at the back of my mind, and I think a lot of other people's too. So it would have been interesting to see like who took 4, who took 2. It would have shuffled up the field quite a bit, I think. But and then during the green flag runs, it was just I was kind of playing it safe. I want to last a really long time on the right rear, just so I didn't have to go lap down if there was a caution that came out. But I noticed like every time I start making gains, the yellow would come out. So that was I just kind of had to laugh every time one came out. But man, just a great event. Thank you, Blake, E-Racer, everybody. Everybody put this thing on. Glad we could raise some money for Speedway Children's Charities, and hopefully we get another one of these special events soon, because that was an absolute blast. It actually didn't really feel like 400 laps around Charlotte. It was it was a really great race.
Well, congratulations on the second place finish tonight. Out of finishing second, you get $50 from the prize pool, and congratulations, second place finish.
Thanks, guys.
Brandon Hawken, your second place finisher tonight from Charlotte. Now, third place finisher, Landon Huffman. How about it, Blake?
I was about to say, Landon drove your way through the field a number of times, and you found yourself right there at the end. What more did you kind of need to maybe try to battle with some of those guys who were on your strategy?
Ah, man, that was so much fun. What a freaking blast, dude. These things are literally the top shelf of iRacing. This is probably the most fun that I've ever had on this service, running these races. There's so many people that run that are incredibly talented, and it's a lot of fun to race against each other. You really get to see how people handle adversity, and we don't get to do these full length races very often, and there's just so much that happens in them, dude. I was on the very bottom of the barrel, pitted in the first run, started mid-pack to deeper in the field, pitted the first run, caution come out, lost a lap. Same thing happened to me in the 508. Raced a lap back, raced up front for a long time there, then had to come all the way back through the field. But it was such a cat and mouse game, because you had to know how much to save. And to be honest, I could not save the first half of the race. I could not for the life of me figure out how they were going as fast as they were and as long as they were. And then at the end, about halfway through, it started clicking, and I figured it out, and that was when I started racing up front. And I felt like I had really good long run speed, every run from there on out. I was trying to play with short fuel and stuff like that, and I took a full tank at the end. I don't know if that hurt me or not. I guess Seth obviously filled up and then ran out, but me and Frisch had a hell of a battle. That whole final sequence was so much fun. I can't believe that Ryan made it that far out front without blowing a tire. I thought for sure he was going to be a goner way earlier, but thank you to you and to you guys for broadcasting and putting this event on. I really wish we had more of these, man. They're so much fun, and you do a great job at doing it for a good cause, and it was a lot of fun. I really hope that these things get the recognition that they deserve.
Well, we appreciate the kind words, Landon, and yeah, it seems like you guys definitely had a lot of fun out there. We want to continue to put these on. We want to find some tracks and some cars. Hell, I mean, I think they were talking on the iRacing stream about weather, so who the hell knows? Maybe we'll run these in the rain or something when that finally comes out. Who knows? But yeah, appreciate you coming out, and of course, cool to see you running up here in P3. I wouldn't have minded if you and Frisch kind of roughed each other up, because that just would have been kind of funny to me. But
Frisch yelled at me one time whenever I was racing with Seth. He kind of didn't really have a nose on me, but I held him really tight, and I still knew there was enough room under me. And he keyed up and yelled I can't go any lower, Landon. I'm like, shut up, Frisch, man. We're racing hard. You're fine. And then he ended up winning the race. So look, it didn't even hurt him.
There you go. But all right, Landon Huffman racing home P3 tonight. One more question. How was your test today? Did it go well?
Oh, it was fantastic. Yes, we did really well. I gave Travis Brown I gave him the air gauge to gauge tires, and that lasted 15 seconds before I had to take the air gauge from him to ensure that the right air pressure was going to the tires. Other than that, it was a fantastic day. Man, I'm looking forward to going back at it again next weekend.
It's a common theme. Travis told us the same story a little while ago.
Yeah, he gave it a good shot. About all I can say.
Oh, somebody just put something in chat. I wasn't going to bring it up. Need a full Wilkesboro for the revival.
Is that our next event?
Well, these things just write themselves sometimes.
And no faster.
Holly Farms 400. How about it?
No faster pairs. Oh boy, we'll be here all week.
Oh God. All right. Well, Landon, thanks for talking to us, and congrats on P3.
Thank you guys, man.
All right, we got him moved out there. So, yeah, Jacob, that was that was something. I still can't believe that finish. I can't wait to go back and watch it. That's gonna go on a tape or a demo or something that I send to somebody that's gonna think I'm an idiot one day. But that was so much fun.
I wish there was a camera on me. I was jumping out of my chair. Like, I just couldn't stop shaking, watching it. Really, the last 4 laps, once we determined that Andrew definitely had a problem and they were going to catch him, that's when things really started to get exciting, I feel like, just because it was the, holy crap, they're not only going to make it, we're going to have a close finish, which I didn't anticipate. Just thinking about this event in general before tonight, and even as the race went on, I figured we'd get a late race yellow, somebody would pull away like what Ryan Andrew did, pull away and just never look back on that last green flag run. Instead, what we got was an incredible finish. That may be the best finish on the service this year. Even if it didn't come down to fractions of a second, still, top to bottom, the wildest race I think I've ever called flag to flag. A perfect race, a perfect setup. I hope it's back on the schedule for next year. And like I said at the end of Rockingham, and I said at the beginning of tonight, I can't wait for the next one. Whenever it is, I will make sure that weekend's available.
Certainly. I mean, I can't say enough how much I've enjoyed putting these on. I mean, we get just so many great drivers, and that's what makes it so good is, we get so many talented people out here who are able to put on a show like that. And yeah, these cars, they kick ass, and more people need to run them because they kick a lot of ass. I want to thank everybody who, helped put this on. Josh Mendoza for hopping into race control. Everybody we had in the broadcast booth on Tuesday night for single car qualifying. That was a lot of fun. That was a cool little opportunity or new kind of ripple in the format to explore, and something that maybe we can tweak on and have something in the future. Of course, Zach Johnson down in the virtual production trailer puts on a great show, makes everything look good and sound good, and makes us sound a lot more competent than we probably actually are. And, of course, Speedway Children's Charities, again, I implore you, if you love this event, or heck, even if you don't, give to that cause today or tonight. I'll put the link in the chat one more time. It's a wonderful cause, especially with the passing of Bruton Smith. I know a couple of weeks ago was kind of the influence behind us donating to Speedway Children's Charities. So donate to them. It's a great cause. And, yeah, I think that's going to do it, because we've been at this for a while.
We only went live yesterday.
It's 1 a.m.
Yeah. Good Friday morning to the Central Time Zone. Do we have a final number or a close to final number that we can share about what we've raised so far?
We can. As far as what we had before the race, a lot of it changes now with the fact that Frisch is not going to accept his awards, so that puts us in, I mean, I can get an eye or a rough eye on what's coming tonight. It's over $500, which,
wow.
An event where we didn't have as much kind of press as last week. It was about a 2-week notice. The format was a little bit different, and with these events, we do a voluntary entry fee, and, I can understand some people, their whole event was running 4 laps, so I know people aren't going to, going to voluntarily enter $20 or $25 to run 4 laps and then not, make it. So, but nevertheless, I had such a fun time doing it. Learned a lot, and yeah, I cannot wait for the next one. So, for everybody up here, I want to say, on behalf of all of us here, thank you for watching. Please give to Speedway Children's Charity if you feel so inclined, and be sure to stay tuned for the next one. Thank you all for tuning in. Use the hashtag SCC World 600 if you want to talk about it on socials, or you can't believe what the hell just happened like we can't. And we will be seeing you later. Thank you, everybody. It was really fun. Let's do it again.